So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It's back. I can hardly contain my excitement. This is stage number 1 of the women's and the men's races. My name's Matt Payne. As you can see, I'm as giddy as a kipper. There you are. That's a great phrase to start the show with. Giddy as a kipper. I can't wait for this. It was 2023 when we had the last championship. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be taking you through all of the race action along with Emma Martin, who's alongside me here in the commentary studios. Emma, this promises to be absolutely amazing. It's developed from the first iteration of this into what we have now. And I just can't wait to see who can perform, who can't perform. Amazing terrain, amazing riders, and lots of great action.
Well, do you know, I've said it and I'm going to say it again. I love a stage race, Matt. And this is going to be one seriously epic stage race. We've got 645 riders, 119 teams, 7 days of racing, over 8 days of the competition. It's going to be the ultimate test for our riders.
It will indeed. And I can't wait to see some of those riders. And if you are racing and riding in the race today, please do make sure that you join the Zoom room. We want to join you in wherever you are racing. We want to see what you're up to. So do make sure you jump into the Zoom room. The instructions are in those racing instructions. Jump on the Zoom room. Put your camera to landscape, follow the instructions, and make sure, please, that your name matches your riding name. So if you ride under Matt Payne and not Matt Fixer Payne, make sure it says Matt Payne, not Matt Fixer Payne, or whatever you ride under. That's really, really important. So the team can help us bring to life what you're doing and how much effort you are putting in. It's really, really important that we can appreciate what you are doing out there on these 7 stages across the 8 days. Emma, this is going to be a real insight, isn't it, into the riders?
Yeah, it is.
And how they deal with the terrain in front of them.
And talking about riders, do keep an eye out. I understand Mina Koistonen today will be wearing the Retro 2023 jersey live on air. Yeah, we do have riders racing today who did indeed race in 2023 at the MyWhoosh Championships. And that, for me, you know, the evolution, the development on the platform, the development of the racing, the size of the race field, this is going to be epic. Not just the individual GC, but the team competition is going to be so close. And can I tell you, the youth competition and the masters competition that runs alongside this, those two will also be uber competitive. Now, the women are racing over 340 kilometres, the men over 440 kilometres. And let's not forget, there's a sprint and a climb competition going on as well.
Indeed. So this is a stage race. This is done on time. So the time of each rider per day added up to give them their overall race time. So that will be the general classification, the overall standings. We will have stage results as we go through the stage. Running throughout is the sprint competition and the climb competition, as Emma has mentioned. Also the Masters and Youth subcategories. So for riders under 23, what's known as Espoir on the road or on a UCI event. We've got our Masters, that's over 45. And those riders are going to be racing. Those are for senior citizens like myself, it has to be said, who maybe have lots of experience, but maybe not the benefit of youth on our side. We also have the GCC, so that is the Gulf Cooperation Council area. So residents of that area are going to be in with the opportunity to win prizes within that category as well. We'll bring you more on those details on those as we go through the competition, but they are done on basically on a points basis for the sprint and the climbs. We also have the team competition. This is really, really important because the team competition in some ways is the biggest focus here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025 and particularly askew in terms of prizes and the overall and that team competition.
Yeah, and I think that's really going to dominate tactics as well and strategy on the road. I do think we're going to see that team competition really play out on the road, and it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds over the next 8 days.
We're going to be bringing you all of that action. We're going to be bringing you all of the categories, all 6 race categories in the women's and the men's races. Women's race first every day, men's race coming up second every day here on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel whilst you're online. Click, hit subscribe, hit follow, and don't forget to get on board that live chat as well. So here at the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025, it is stage 1 of our 7 stages across 8 days. One rest day where there is still the Sunday Race Club running for those who still want to test themselves and actually race for all 8 days. This is going to be really, really key. Make sure, guys, that you get that dialed, that you get yourselves out on to the course. And if you're watching and you want to download the app, don't forget you can download it on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. You can ride in Japan, which is where we are heading today.
So the riders heading to Japan for the first stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. And you can see the map in front of us. It is a double lap there, you can see, for the women. And then they head out onto a slightly different start. So the colour's not meaning anything other than the fact that the riders ride that section of the map twice. There is what it looks like in profile view. 44 kilometres for the women today, 365 metres of climbing. And you can see that sprint competition and the climbing competition starting on day 1. The first sprint checkpoint coming at 2.3 kilometers into the race, and then we see the climbing start. The Kyoto climb checkpoint comes at the 10.4 kilometer marker. Well, there's a lot of climbing before they get to the checkpoint, but it's the checkpoint where the points will be picked up in that climbing competition. We then head through the Sunflower sprint checkpoint, drop down into the valley, and then we do the Kyoto climb again with another checkpoint at the top at the 24.7 marker. The Sunflower sprint comes again at 28.1. The Tokyo sprint checkpoint comes at 36k, and then it's an 8k run to that checkered flag with 2 short climbs along the way. It's going to be interesting, Matt, to see how this plays out today, what the team tactics are, what the individual tactics are, and who's going to go for the win and stamp their marker on stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships.
And for me, that is one of the key things, isn't it? Setting out early on this, what is a real rolling course. This is something of everything for everybody. Climbs, sprints, you've got the ability to recover, really critical as well with the fast changes, particularly between the Kyoto climb and that checkpoint up at the top. That checkpoint, that little segment at the end is super hard. It's only 700 meters at 5%, but the rest of that climb is substantial on the way through. I think you've got to rest and recover coming through.
You do, and what we have to remember is these checkpoints are first across the line for the sprints and the climbs. First across the line is the important thing to remember, and the points going down to the 5th rider over the line. And those sprints and climbs competitions are both points based, unlike the team competition and the overall GC.
It does make a difference whether it is first across that checkpoint or whether it is overall time, and it does change the racing, so we're really looking forward to seeing how the races develop. 6 race categories in the women's and in the men's competition. We have in category 6 5 teams. Kitty Hawk racing Moonpour. We're going to see whether Scriven can lead this team in through. Webber's been looking very strong recently as well. That's for Kitty Hawk racing Moonpour, one of the teams with 5 riders here today. Emma, in terms of Moonpour, Scriven's been riding really strongly and has got a lot of experience here. I think she's going to be really captaining that team. When it comes to the Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw, one of our only team with 3 riders here today. We know Hamilton's got the sprint. Bremner is a real talisman, isn't she? And she's a real sort of Pied Piper who leads people with that spirit through. And Kirchner is really the most experienced of all.
It's a strong team, the Skyclaw team, and I think we're going to see Bridget Bremner get better and better and better as the days go on.
So let's move across to Level Phoenix, another of our teams with 5 riders here: Hadjuk, Kirchner, Quapp, Driscoll, and Hermansen. And Hannah Hermansen, relatively new on to the platform, riding quite strongly. 3 of the riders contending the Masters competition. That's Kirchner, Quapp, and Driscoll. Who's your pick in this team in terms of any of our particular competitions?
Well, I do think Monica Hadjuk could be up there on the GC, which I think will be interesting. The team competition in category 6, I think, is going to be, well, the Tour de France look really strong. The individual riders here, 1 or 2 of them could get into the mix. Royal Ascent with Londono and Flores, those are 2 strong riders in that team, could go really fast.
Let's see who's going to be taking this out from the teams. This is Category 6 Women, the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025 are go. The first riders out from the pen, heading out onto this course here in Japan. This rolling course that features the Kyoto climb, the sprints along the way with the Tokyo sprint and that sunflower sprint have been taken twice each. And of course, a climb up to the finish to test the riders, and already the riders heading out onto the course. As you can see, this is our classic MyWhoosh screen that you see when you jump on board, when you race on MyWhoosh. And we're going to just quickly run through what you're seeing in front of you if you're new to MyWhoosh.
Well, one of the things you are seeing is the fact that we've got purple jersey wearers for Category 6 and we've got the green skin suits. Those are the Masters competition riders, 12 riders in that Masters category in this women's Category 6 race.
And that's number 6 on the back of all of the riders in the same category, because all the riders are going to be out on the same course. You will see riders coming together, and that number identification on the back of the rider, really, really key. Directly to the left of the screen is Daniela Londono, one of our riders that's given us a view into the pain cave morning, afternoon, evening to Daniela, wherever you are. I think you're in Colombia, so that's probably going to be the early hours of the morning, middle of the night, early hours. We are waving in the studio, I promise. Back, it is certainly looking dark outside. Nicely in this group, and already we're seeing a number of riders being distanced by the power and the pace of riders like Lodano here. As we see the top right-hand side of our screen, there are discs, those purple discs representing each of our riders being distanced behind the group. Already selections starting to be made.
Yeah, there are indeed. And Kirchner, Weber, Londono, Hermansen, Navarez, Hadjuk, Botero, all in this leading group. And it's a good, strong pace coming out of the pen already. Really interesting to see how hard and fast this group have gone out. And like you say, Matt, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders or so already in the distance.
So top right-hand side is that radar view. You can see the purple disc making the way round the roads of Japan. Each rider is represented by one of those discs. The main group that you're following is dead center on that screen. The rider's position is also indicated by that yellow vertical line, and that is on a well, at the moment, horizontal red line, because we are going on across a pancake flat section of the course. You can see it moving from the right to the left, and that is indicating that we're about to come to a descent. The percentage of that gradient will show up directly below. The rider that we're following, and as we go in through, well, you can see the highlighted in purple, that is Juliet Narvaez, and their zone is on there. So zone 1 is the easy drinking coffee, chatting to your friends. Zone 6 is breathing out of your ears with your legs and your lungs screaming, and really starting to fight to stay in position. You can see that we're in with Juliet Narvaez in person on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see that Juliet sees essentially the same rider screen. She doesn't get those multi-camera shots unless she's turning that camera around herself, but she's able to see who's riding and where they're riding. Juliet at the moment really making sure that this group pushes on and does some damage as we come up here towards our first checkpoint. This is the Tokyo Sprint checkpoint. It's first across the checkpoint. The first of our prizes up for grabs, and Hannah Hermansen has really rocketed away. There is a response coming from Jessica Hamilton, but Hamilton at the moment is having to work for this. She comes onto the wheel of Hermansen, but Hermansen at the moment is holding Hamilton at bay. Hermansen is going to go through and score maximum points on the way through from Hamilton, Bremner, Hadjuk and Scriven. We'll get those results confirmed. They're just going to be coming up on the top of our screen. Hermansen confirmed with those 5 points clear of Hamilton in second. So the sprint supremo, Hamilton, Emma, just being distanced there into second place by Hannah Manson.
Yeah, and the competition already hotting up, and always expect the unexpected on a stage race is what I say.
100%.
Well, the results coming up on the screen. Hannah Hermansen picking up 5 points. Jessica Hamilton picking up 4. Bridget Bremner picking up 3. Melissa Scriven picking up 2. And Monica Hadjuk picking up 1. The intention from those 5 riders clear at the outset. There are 3 further sprint checkpoints in this race. It's going to be interesting to see where the points land when we get to the end.
So first of all, sprints done and dusted, the first point scorers, as you saw, top left-hand side of your screen. Just making your way in through the stylized world down here in Japan. And one of the great things about MyWhoosh, of course, because it is generated by the amazing minds of the people behind the scenes at MyWhoosh, they can create pretty much anything. You want to go through a land full of dragons and unicorns, you can do that. If you want to make your way in through a realistic cityscapes, that can happen too. If you want big crowds, you want no crowds, that's all possible. And the team putting that together, and it's great to see this rich variety of landscapes that we see on Japan and all the other worlds on MyWhoosh. So at the moment, 3.5K covered. We are up and racing. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the last thing that we probably should explain, that is known as the nearby list. So if we refer to it as the nearby list, it's the riders that are nearby to the rider we're watching. Angie Solazano is the rider we're watching at the moment, currently on our screens on the left in person. Stage profile looks to be up there as well on the right-hand side, and most of our riders doing that. Also, spectating team in watching through the window.
I love it. It's brilliant, isn't it? This is why we just love getting these little windows into our riders' world. Because, again, I say you don't know what's going to happen in a stage race. You don't know what's going to be going on in a pain cave. There could be a phenomenal clock in the background you really like, some artwork, or spectators watching through the window.
So we are currently at 6 minutes 23 into the racing here. For those of you who regularly watch the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday, you'll notice that we are no longer on 5-minute intervals because this is a longer stage race and we were trying to cover all the riders that come over the finish. There is a 10-minute gap between each of our race categories at the moment. That means that hopefully, if the planning goes correctly, and we've estimated all the times right, which is very difficult over a multitude of courses, we should be showing pretty much everybody as they come into the finish. Don't forget that all of the women's race and all the men's race coming to you here on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. You'll be able to look back on that. So do hit the subscribe button on there. Just taking a little bit of a look at the riders who are chasing hard here. Juliana Agadello at the moment having to push on to the back of this group. Really interesting to see that she is really pushing here. Just got to get herself back on the Tour de France team. May well be looking behind, just trying to see who's there. Solazano, Stevenson, Sarasu, and Navies are the riders in there. And they're not going to want to be pushing on the front because they're doing damage to their teammate behind. They want to try and get that rider on board because team competition, it's really important to try and get as many of your team to that finish each and every day.
Yeah, it is. And the teams will be talking to each other. So if a rider goes off the back, the call will go out to the other members of the team to slow the pace down and to get them back on. And what you might see is one of the or two of the teammates drop off the back of the group and trying to give a little bit more draft to the rider who's in trouble at the moment, because getting into that pack, absolutely crucial. The draft is so important to utilise on these stages because you will move further and faster for less effort.
Okay, so category 6 up and riding, making their way towards that Kyoto climb that will be summiting to the 10.4K. We're going to drop into with our next race starters. This is the category 5 race field. We've got 7 teams here present today. 1 team of 4, 6 teams of 5. Cycling Warriors represented by Cahul, by Almasuri and Samuel. So 1 team of 3 rather than 4 because we have had 1 rider withdraw from that team. So at the moment, Cycling District 5, the team of 5, Montoya, Hamilton, Zabala, Rodriguez and Chizico. It's always going to be very interesting to see how they go. The Full Gas Femmes, you can see them on your screen. 5 riders for them. Science has been riding strong. Sudabayo can never be discounted either out of that group. As we go to the pedal dancers, another of our teams with 5 riders, Zulaga and Quintero, Valencia, Becker and Wilhelm, all very experienced riders on the platform. Very interesting to see what they can do when they are up against the Phoenix squad. Giuliano, Lloyd and Ferran. Our next team is the Velocity Vipers. Joy Mayer, Marshall, Coe, Hoyas, and Yaskalainen. Another strong team, and they're up against the Watt Queens. Fu, Idzik, Vink, Smithson and Bago could be the ones to beat. A number of individual riders as well, not in a team here today. That race field, Emma, it's a strong race field, and the team competition, I think, is going to be very interesting here.
Oh, it is indeed. The Full Gas Femmes versus the Watt Queens. Those are ones to watch. I think Cycle District 5 could also be in the mix. But really, well, I'm looking to see how these riders go day after day after day.
So it's time to set off on the very first of those days, stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championship, category 5 up and away and heading out onto the course here. This starts from the pens onto the course proper. Really key, you've got to get that power up and you've got to get up to speed. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look in category 5, Emma.
Yeah, we've got 4 under 23 riders in category 5. 8 Masters riders 45 and above. So those two competitions will run alongside. 39 riders in total, 9 teams. Really, really interesting. This race, I think, is going to unfold over the next few days. And you can see category 5, such a competitive category. I think the Watt Queens of Fu, Idzik, Vink, Smithson and Bago, well, that really has to be a squad to watch, because you've got sprinters in there, you've got climbers in there, you've got all-round riders in there, and you've got GC contenders in there. That's going to be really interesting. I think Mare and Marshall from the Velocity Vipers, along with Katerina Coe, could go well. I think Claudia Gentili has been on some superb form, and so is Maria Wilhelm. They're from the Phoenix and the Pedal Dancers squad, respectively. Fatima El Aissa is one of the riders from the Full Gas Femmes I really want to watch and see how she goes. Montoya Cahul from Level Cycling Warriors and Cycle District 5. Again, those two riders really strong.
So some big riders, some big names in the squads here today. But remember, what happens on an individual basis on a one race every week is very different to a stage race where we have day after day. If you are just joining us and you're going to be out and racing and riding, and you want to feature like Natalia Rizek on screen, morning, Natalia. It is still morning, I'm sure of that, where Natalia is still. So good morning, Natalia. Good to have you with us. If you want to join us on screen like Natalia has, a quick reminder, if you're one of our riders joining, we need you to follow the camera. Use your full name as you registered for the race. So in this case, Natalia Idzik. Make sure that you follow the instructions in terms of putting auto rotate on the phone on, and then put it in landscape mode. So that is sideways. Long and flat, not tall and thin, because that allows us to get that on screen and we can feature you and feature your team and your sponsors. We always want to show what our riders are up to. Natalia Idzik looking pretty cool, calm and collected. And Idzik is a rider for me, Emma, that really could excel in these day after day after day efforts.
Yeah, she's got, great sprint ability. She's a strong climber. And we've seen, she's also got great GC potential. It really depends for me on what her strategy is for the stage race and what she's going to be targeting. But at the moment, at the 1.8 kilometre marker, we're coming towards the first checkpoint of the day. Now, that's at 2.3. This is a long run out, actually, from Jarskog. Vink is in there as well. And you can see the pack now starting to respond, because it is first across the line, but this is a big push at just shy of 5 watts per kilo. And they've still got 300 meters to go while the banner is in front of them at the moment. And Natalia Idzik is making her intentions clear from the outset. From the outset, it's go for the sprints. And Natalia Idzik absolutely dialing this. She's going to be first across the line. It's a massive effort early on into this 8-day effort, but she is right on form and right at the front. Nikki Lloyd, Kristen Hamilton, Jarskog's coming through. Albin is there and Gentili. But Natalia Idzik, absolutely dominant. We said to watch out for her. I'm going to be interested to see now whether she keeps this going. Today, yes. It's going to be interesting to see by the time we get to day 5. Well, as the points scorers come up, Idzik takes 5 points in that first sprint checkpoint. Nikki Lloyd taking 4, Hamilton taking 3, Jarskog taking 2, and Albin taking 1. It is a points competition, so the distance between the riders doesn't count. It's just the positions as they go across the line. And Idzik going across in first place, taking 5 points.
So our riders just up and racing and making the way in and through. So fantastic to see this world being replicated across all of our categories. Our riders up and away and making the way through. So these riders on the way, heading in towards the next section, heading in towards the sprint in category 5, category 6, a bit further down the road. So let's take a little look at category 6. This group now, this is what's left of that group as they make their way up along the race route. These are our leaders. Already you can see that huge race field of riders who set off. That was 43 riders taking to the race start. Sorry, it was, just let me go through my notes here, 30 riders going through. It's now down to 15. So many race categories on the way in. So these are your leaders. Category 6 on this section of climb now at 8.8k, moving the way up on to the ascent here. And at the moment, this climb of the Kyoto climb just really starting to take its toll. We've just seen Hamilton, the rider that we're in with at the moment, alongside Hannah Hermansen. Hermansen, the rider leading in that sprint competition, just at the back of that group, just 1 second behind Quap at 8. Webber at 23, but at the moment, leading a group, 11 riders just.
Well, yeah, 11 riders just. It's very quickly whittled down, and the riders at the 9-kilometre marker are well and truly into that climb. They're not coming towards the checkpoint yet. The checkpoint comes at 10.4 kilometres into the race, but Stevenson, Botero, Sarasu, Bremner, Narvaez, Hadjuk, Solazano, Londano, Hermansen, Hamilton are the 11 riders in the leading group. Ange Quap is the rider on the other side of the gap, 16 seconds back. And this climb, the first climb here of the Kyoto climb, has really done damage in this category 6 race.
If you are just joining us, just so that for your information, just so that you can keep an eye on what's going on, purple jerseys are category 6 standard category riders, so standard age category. If you are a rider in the Masters competition over 45, you'll see that there is a light green skin suit. And if your eyes and monitor are good enough, you'll see there's a dark green skin suit for the sprint competition leader. So 2 different types of green skin suit. 1 type of green skin suit for Masters riders in category 6, the darker green skin suit for the sprints competition. Lots of different races, lots of different categories going on. Hannah Hermansen taking the lead in that in category 6. In category 5, it was Isaac from Lloyd, from Hamilton, from Yazuk, from Albin in the very first of our sprint, but we're going to move straight across to category 4. Next step up the ladder, because they are down in our start pens and all ready to go as well. 6 teams represented here, 2 teams of 4, 4 teams of 5. Cycling District 4 are here, and as you can see, 5 riders in here today. Alza always strong, and Tonkinson, I think, is my pick for the long haul to get into that final GC competition. When we go across to Never Give Up, one of our teams of 4 riders here. So they've got 3 riders at a time. The fastest 3 riders time on any given stage are the times that are used for the team time competition. Pedal Queens.
Oh, so strong.
4
Collins,
more riders, yes.
Sonnerson, Holweiler and Schultz. That is one strong squad.
The Rebel Riders, we have 5 riders in here. Kawazuska, Hermansen, High, Peretti, and Stemmer. Kawazuska riding very well, and Claudia High can't be discounted. The Unshakable squad in here, for me, one of the big picks with 5 riders. Montoya, Hadlock, De Gracia, Taconis, and Atahualpa. They've got riders across all race categories there. In the women's sprint competition, the women's sprint team, it will be the women's sprint competition, I suspect, that they go for, as well as the overall. Corrales, Geraldo, Arias, Pamplona, and Seba Alray, always a strong rider. Do not discount any of the rest of the riders, including Majuska in here and Katie Atkins, who've both shown their strength on the Sunday Race Club here on MyWhoosh each and every Sunday. Just on the final countdown for Category 4 to go, our 3rd race field about to take to race start.
Well, there's 3 under-23s in here and 5 Masters riders as well. They're lined up with the entire race field of 38 riders today. Kathy Collins, the rider we are in with, out of the pen they go. Collins in the mix as the pack goes out. Atwill is the rider leading them out at the moment. Arias is there, Stenman is there, Gavaria is there, and Schultz as they sweep out away from the start pen and out on to the course, up to pace really, really quickly. 38 kilometres an hour at the moment, and the pace on the front. Louisa Schultz absolutely ensuring they come out of the pen quickly and get up to pace, expecting it to settle down. I can't imagine Schultz is going to stay on the front for long at that pace. No, she's not. She sits up now that she comes out of the pen, up to pace. The pack is rolling. Nicely done. Settle in now and let's see what happens.
Indeed, and if you do have any questions, queries, if you want to know whether the canicule is affecting us in the studio, whether Seba Alray is going to be on camera yet again, which he is, then do get in touch on the live chat on YouTube. We are keeping an eye on that. Seba Alray, morning. Do you know what? I have to say, I see Seba Alray almost as much as I see the inside of my own house these days, because Seba Alray is on camera each and every Sunday and regularly on shows, waves, smiles. But she also shows us just how seriously she takes the racing when that racing is in action. And we've got all of the stages to watch these riders. Maybe all our riders should have done a before and after picture for us. Well, I wouldn't want to do one before and after here in the studio. We are equipped with snacks and supplies down in the studios here, ready to bring you all of the race action. I hope you're going to be fueled up. If you are a rider, make sure you refuel and rehydrate afterwards, as well as keeping on top of it on the way through. They are long stages in comparison to Sunday race clubs. They are long stages when you add them up one after the other. And we've got mountain stages, rolling stages, sprint stages, and of course that individual time trial as well.
And you know, for me, it's going to be really interesting because we've got a lot of riders who I would say are esports specialists who are used to racing maybe for 45 minutes to 75 minutes. But we also, in one day, and often races, if they are longer races, take place once each week over a series of weeks. Holweiler, Tanya Holweiler on our screen at the moment, we see her very, very regularly. She's such a strong rider. For me, I think it's really interesting to see who comes out on top because we are racing every single day. 7 days of racing over 8 days is the MyWhoosh Championships between the 12th and the 19th of August. We've got that one rest day, which is day 6. I think we're going to see some surprisingly strong riders towards the end of this day race, and perhaps riders that we may well not see over an hour's racing on its own. Well, will Holweiler be in the mix towards the end? I think she will. She's one of those riders I think we will see come to the fore. Kawazuska is in there as well. Kathy Collins, Louisa Schultz, Angie Gavarius is in there. Kath Tompkinson is in here as a strong rider and always one who does well too. Angel Hadlock, I think we will see be very strong as we continue to race here.
So here we go. Time for the checkpoints. It's coming up. This is about who can push through. A reminder, Idzik took this in Category 5. In Category 6, it was Manson who is going to get there first at the moment. We're just starting to see that sprint unfold. We're just starting to see the riders kick on here. Sonnerson leading out from Dowling at the moment. So Sonnerson from Dowling. Dowling's coming home. She's not going to touch Sonnerson. Sonnerson's going to take 5 points away. Dowling is going to take away 4. Immediately behind them, that push came from Corrales. We saw De Grazia in there as well. This is all about making sure that you get into position and then sprint at just the right time. It's Sonderson from Dowling, from Santos, from Montoya, and Corrales. They are 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. And remember, it's about being across that checkpoint. Now, Emma, when we talk about the time across the checkpoint, just because you're in theory, a faster race category, doesn't mean you're going to be the fastest to a checkpoint.
And I think it was really telling when we were watching Category 4 come into that checkpoint, Matt, because, it was much steadier. The group was still together, and Sonderson et al. Just poked their noses out in the last maybe 100 metres. When we saw Category 5 go through, it wound up from nearly a kilometre out. Different types of racing already being seen between the different categories. A much steadier state start in Category 4 than in Category 5. In fact, there is Pamela Mongelli. Lots of love to you too as well, Pamela Mongelli, and great racing and good luck over the next 8 days.
Yeah, Palmer in the pay cave. I love the fact that she's got the world's biggest headset on in the world ever there. My ears get hot in the studio here with the headsets on over time. And I have to say, you can see that she really is ready to be hydrated. You can see the sports drink bottle there. I think that is a San Pellegrino bottle in the background as well, which is great to see. There's plenty of different hydration in there. Definitely a rider, I think, who will be looking forward to the multiple days on stage. If you are one of our riders and you want to get on screen like Palmer Mongelli has done, make sure you follow those instructions. Get into that Zoom room. Make sure that when you go into the Zoom room that you have your camera on auto rotate, that your name matches the name on the screen so that we can tie the two riders together. And of course, make sure that it goes into that landscape mode.
Well, Kath Tompkinson is the rider in the pack at the moment, and it's a steady state here, but we've got 1 or 2 riders already off the back of the group at the moment. Carolina Alza and Anna Frias. Holweiler also just having trouble at the moment. She needs to squeeze back on to get back into that group. She's just 1 or 2 seconds off the back. There she is. She's just going to need to squeeze in to close that gap down. Interestingly, she is indeed doing that. She's putting a big push on here. But the danger is, you see, once you're out of the draft, when the pack is that big, they are rolling really strongly, and you've got to get within that 4 to 5 metre mark off the back of the group for the draft to come into play. Now, I would expect here one of Holweiler's teammates to slip back off the back of the group and almost form a line. Because that would be real team tactics coming into play to get Holweiler back into the mix. And that is one of the benefits of having a team, particularly with the team competition. Now, Collins, Schultz and Sonderson, Holweiler's teammates on that Pedal Queen squad, will be talking to Holweiler and be asking her. And she may well have said, do you know what? Don't worry, I can do this.
I always like to give the analogy. It's a bit like the fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel, where what you have to do is you have to leave a series of breadcrumbs, a trail behind, so that you can find your way to the group. So what the riders do is by sitting 5 meters behind, stay in the draft, another rider 5 meters behind them, another rider 5 meters behind them. You can make a chain, a ladder if you like, or in this case breadcrumbs, that you can follow back to the group. But just like breadcrumbs in the forest, you've got to get there before somebody eats those breadcrumbs, before those riders have to go back in. They are time limited, so you've got to get back in and jump back in to that group. Now we're in with Camilla Zaluga at the moment, just kicking on here in Category 5. And we're on to the climb here. This is the very first of our climbing sections here to go up onto the top of the Kyoto climb. Category 6 have already got over the top, with Venushka and Sarasu leading from Hermansen, with Solazano, Bridget Broner, and then Trudy Stevenson. Those are the point scorers as they went over the top. And in Category 6 so far, pretty much all of the race field, over 26 riders in Category 6 already over the summit of our first ascent of the Kyoto climb. This is Category 5 on that self-same climb, and our leaders are not far away from coming up to the banner.
No, and you know, Venushka and Sarasu went over 6 seconds clear in Category 6, and Category 6 still faster at that point than Category 5. Bridget Bremner going over in the lead in Category 5.
Okay, let's take a look down into Category 3 now, because Category 3 are moving very swiftly towards their start time. The Attack Pack are one of our squads with 5 riders. There are 7 squads with 5 riders at a go, with 1 squad of 3. You can see the screens flying through in front of you. Our team of 3 is the Champ Bullies of Prado, Altamirano, and Bonilla. And they are 3 very strong riders. And you've got a great multi-day rider in German Prado. You've got Altamirano, the youngster who we know can climb well. He's going to give it absolutely everything. And Kim Bonilla, again, another of our great young riders who I think is going to kick on here. Whether the 3 riders can challenge the very top overall in that team competition has yet to be seen, though.
Well, I think they're going to be really strong. They're one of the teams that I've picked. Individual riders as well. I mean, Angelina Roa, one of the youth contenders, will be going up against the 2 under-23 riders from the Philippines, Altamirano and Bonilla. Keely Bennett from the Attack Pack is the other youth rider in this. That's going to be such a young rider competition to watch in Category 3. There's a Masters competition going on as well. But, well, 43 riders, 8 teams, 5 Masters, 5 youth. The countdown has gone. Away go Category 3. They are up and they are out on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This is day 1 of 8, and we're in with Germaine Prado. She's leading the charge in that Champ Bully squad. For me, though, the Champignon, the little mushrooms, well, they're not really the petite champignon, but they're my little mushrooms this week.
Are they?
Yeah.
The
champignon.
Packed full of flavour and goodness. Let's see how they get on today. We're just in with Barra Balara at the moment, heading out in the Riot 3 squad. Riot 3, because they are Category 3 riders. So the Riot team in Category 3, Lip Nyquist, Balara, Rail, and Brooke. One of our really strong teams here, Emma. And let's dive a little bit into detail in terms of our Category 3 teams, because we flew through them very quickly on the way in, because the action is hotting up all over the course at the moment. If we dial in here, I mean, I talked to you a little bit more in depth about the Champ Bullies, which is the Prado, Altamirano, Bonilla trio, but they're not necessarily the strongest squad because they've got 3 riders, not 5.
Yes, but what 3 riders they've got. The key thing for the Champ Bullies squad with Germaine Prado, she's on screen. Hey, look at them all. They're riding together in the same room.
Excellent.
I mean, come on. That is team commitment for you. But, so you know, they've got an advantage. They can chat in between stages. They can talk. They don't have to do it on a call. They can do it in person. But for me, they are one of the strong squads. But there are so many strong squads. In fact, I've written on the top of my Category 3 start sheet, strong team competition, because there is so many good teams here. Fight Talk, McKay, Hill, Young, Grassy and Yao. Riot 3, Lip, Nyquist, Bulwara, Real and Brooke. That's got to be a squad to watch as well. But look at Yellow. Nielsen, McAlpine, Beltran, Montgomery, and Kasani. Who'd want to go up against them?
And Kasani was on form, so is Belton and McAlpine and Montgomery. But then you could go across to riders like the Champignon, because you've got Lam Kong in there, who we know is a strong rider time and time again. You've got Miller in there, CCL, has been proving the strength, and so is Wojciech. We're just going to go across to a slightly different shot of the room that we were just into up on the screen, because it is Altamirano now on our screen. That's Angelica Altamirano. She's got Kim Vanilla alongside, and Germaine Prado is just off to our left, their right-hand side. So big up to them in the room. Fantastic to see our riders in action.
They are all in their national skin suits.
And it shows you the quality of riders. They're all national team riders, and they are all here out on racing on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025.
And those 3 riders from Champ Bullies are all national champions, whether that's in the under-23 road race, the under-23 individual time trial, or indeed the elite race.
And maybe now's a good time to talk maybe a little bit more about that time trial, just very briefly. The time trial that comes up, Emma, that's going to be a really different part of the race, because that takes place on stage 6, and it's very different to what we see with these sprints. This is the sprint in category 3. Rebecca Johnson, the rider that we're in with, but right up at the front, you can see that kick coming. So it looks to me like we're going to see Johnson on our screen. She's got some work to do to get into those point scoring positions as Kong leads them out, heading into towards the finish here of the first sprint checkpoint as they go through. What a sprint, what a kick. The question is, who was the fastest? It was Lam Kong who's gone through from Grassy. DeSegna was right up there as well in third place. McKay and then Young. The top 5 riders going through, scoring 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. But that is just the first salvo. Going back to the time trial, very different to this because the riders, as you could see, it was about sitting in the draft, using the speed and the draft of the fast riders. If you can draft a fast rider, you're going to go quicker. When we go to the time trial, stage 6,
no draft.
There is no draft. It comes after the rest day.
Yeah.
So it's an individual race after the rest day of 33.7k, but there's a sting in the tail because it climbs at the end.
Do you know what? It's the outer loop climb that we see in Australia, but we go up the descent.
Which means it's going to be a very tough climb to finish. So really is going to test the riders. No drafting. It'll be a mass start. Everybody in each category going at that category's race time, but no drafting available. So it's all about what you can do against the course, against the clock, a real race of truth.
And some riders,
with the penultimate stage.
Some riders really excel on individual time trials because they are the type of riders that can sit at a pace and sit at a pace and sit at a pace. The up, down, up, down, up, down nature of the types of racing that we're seeing here in front of us, with the sprint checkpoints, for example, for some riders, it's not their strength. So I think we will see different riders and maybe a really good GC mix-up on that stage.
Okay. We'll have to wait to see. Just a little bit further down the road, well, a lot further down the road. Just taking a look in at Category 6 at the moment. The Category 6 riders already at nearly the 20-kilometre marker. Category 5 making the way along. Another small leading group in Category 5. I think that's going to just start to pick up some more pace. Category 4, you can see bottom left-hand side of your screen at the moment in with Kath Tomkinson. They're currently at just short of the 10k marker. And Category 3 at the moment, they're just approaching 4 kilometers. In fact, just ticking over the 4 kilometer marker. So 19k, almost 15k, almost 10k, and then 4k. So you can just see that difference at the moment. It's about 5k effectively between each of these groups on the road at the moment. Those gaps not closing down too much at the moment. I think the riders very aware that they've still got a lot of racing to do. A quick reminder, today's race route, 44 kilometers long, 367 meters of climbing en route to that race finish. Then the riders heading out, then doing effectively 2 loops of the Kyoto climb and the Sunflower Sprint sections before dropping back down through the Tokyo Sprint, going out the other side and onto our final climb, which is a tough one as well. Category 4, though, making the way here up on the final slopes here of that Kyoto climb. The summit here, the checkpoint coming at what is 10.4k. So at the moment, about 500 meters to go, but with 8.2 the percentage on the clock. So as they came around that turn, and it's still climbing again now. This is tough stuff. Peretti leading.
Well, this is a much bigger group than we've seen go over this point in Category 5 and Category 6. In the 5 and 6 race, it really has split the group. 2 riders going over the top of the Kyoto climb, Fu and Yazkok, in Category 5. And then, well, an 8-second gap back to Albin and Gentili, 2 seconds further back to Idzik and Marshall. Alzat was in the mix as well, and Knowles, but then further seconds back, and the pack really split. Here, we've got a much bigger group coming towards the top, and at 10.2k, there's around 150 meters to go. Someone's going to pop their head out in the wind at the moment because they're going to want the points in the climbing competition.
You can see these riders riding in Zone 5 and Zone 6 on the screen there as they push towards that polka dot banner. They're on the right-hand side of the screen, Category Two down in the start pens at the moment. We're just going to keep focused on the sprint over the top of the climb in category 4. Peretti looks like she's going to take it from Hadlock and Dowling, followed by Montoya. We'll confirm those for you very shortly, but Peretti going over the top there as we drop in with category 2. We're going to get ready to head out with our penultimate race category. Category 2, always very, very competitive. We have 7 teams contesting that team competition. One team of 4, that's the Swedish Fika Mafia. We have 6 teams of 5 in there. If we focus on that smallest team once again, the Swedish Fika Mafia, Emma, what is the Swedish Fika Mafia?
Oh, the Swedish Fika. Oh, it's a little social moment, a fika, where you have coffee and a pastry. Think tea and cake, coffee and pastry. They are the queens of the coffee and pastry ride. But I tell you something, do not think they are out for a run, because Gothlander, Lundin, Svardström and Nordin, well, they are going to be my pick for the team competition.
Really? So the smallest team 4 riders, which have 3 riders to set fastest times. It's the 3 fastest times from the team riders that go over the finish that makes up that team competition. They are Emma's pick of all the rest of the teams of ABC Sports, Continental Shift Corps, La Rosa Blanca, Riot, as well as the United Cadence team. That is a big shout there from Emma, because the rest of this squad are phenomenal. We'll go into some detail of these in a second. Let's get these riders up and away. The penultimate race category 6 heading out. You can see the Masters who are racing in category 2 in those green skin suits with the number 2 on their back. The riders in the green jersey, black shorts are the standard category riders, so not age category defined, but are category 2 in terms of ability. So that gives you an indication. Each of those riders in category 2 racing in that category 2 race for the general classification, the sprints and the climbs competition, and of course that subcategory, the Masters. There are youth riders, and of course there are also riders out and racing within that GCC, multiple categories. We're in with Christine Schneider at the moment, who is a rider who is going to, I think, be really key for the ABUS eSports squad of Paulson, Thompson, Schneider and Roach.
And can I just say, I am loving the board with the photos or pictures of riding, and I'm hoping that's an inspirational board for Schneider over the next few days. But the pack out of the pen and rolling very quickly here in category 2. Now, going back to this team competition, I know I'm going for the Swedish Fika Mafia because the Swedish women are so strong, but they have such competition. ABUS eSports, what a team. Paulson, Thompson, Schneider and Roach. Core, Giovanni, Gonzalez, Rua, Karamani, Simmons and Yaramillo. Maybe I ought to revise my pick, but I'm still going with my heart because I'm a tea and cake kind of rider. Riot 2, Heather Shanks. She's on our screen at the moment. She's part and parcel of the Continental Shift squad. Coiston, Tridden, Shanks, Wagner and Davidson.
You see, you cannot discount them. I think they've got riders who can finish a race who are absolutely gutsy and will give it everything. And I think you've got some real experienced riders there who know what it is to race as a squad.
I think I picked with my heart, not my head.
Maybe because Continental Shifts are right up there on my pick in terms of the overall, based on their experience, their ability to work as a team. Let's see whether they can work as a team together, because it's team. For me, everyone's going to have a bad patch sometime in these next 8 days. Everybody's going to have a point where they're really struggling. My view on this is that it's those days when that team counts, and that's where you need riders like Heather Shanks around you, who you know is going to pull you along and bring you on and look after you, whether that's going off the back of a group and losing contact, or whether that's you're just having a tough day and you're not collecting as many points as you need to keep hold of the top of a race competition.
Well, Manshandi, Ortiz, Coiston, Gothlander, Briggs, Eck, Roach, they're at the 1.6 kilometre marker. The very first checkpoint, the first sprint checkpoint will be coming up. Look at that. Mina Coiston in the retro 2023 MyWhoosh jersey. Excellent. And rocking it in style.
So the championship from 2023 available to view on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Mina Koivunen, part of a very strong squad, and I think we'll have to see whether Koivunen is going to be our rider that they're going to be looking for to lead this out. Continental shift with Trudine Shanks, Wagner, and Davison. She's a really experienced top flight elite rider up there. Brilliant to see that she is so focused and back almost to her best. Well, let's see how she goes on in this sprint. You can just see out of the saddle here. And for me, this response here, she's looking, she's waiting. We're starting to see the kick go on the front. Now the pickup is there. This is where you don't want to get distance. Even if you're not contesting the first 5 places, you cannot afford to relax. You cannot afford to not go with the group because you'll get distance. And once you're out the back, you've got to work so hard to get back in. Koivunen, you can see there, smoothly picking up the pace, not looking necessarily to contest the sprint points, but to keep in the right place.
Well, the rider in the right place going through that sprint checkpoint was Jennifer Gothlander from the Swedish Fika Mafia. Anna Svanström, her teammate, going through in 2. Kate Tridden from Continental Shift going through in 3. Sarah Lundin from that Swedish Fika Mafia going through in 4. And Jenny Eck from the United Cadence going through in 5. You can see them coming up on your screen and the points allocated out. Gothlander for me is just one phenomenal class sprinter, and it's going to be interesting to see whether with that team around her they're going to go for the overall or whether they're going to go and sweep up that team, that as a team, that sprint competition.
And the two competitions are not mutually exclusive. Nope. Because it is first across the checkpoint. Had this been fastest through the segment, you could see a team looking at what was the ride and just concentrating on those sprints, doing a lead out, sprinting through behind the main bunch, not contesting, not battling, not putting energy into the climbs, and taking it much steadier. Now, one rider who we know is going to be well fueled for this, Kate McLeod, is up and racing, a real inspiration to many, many riders, and here in the studio as well, to make sure that you are hydrated, refueled, and have got enough energy on board to complete your session. And I had Kate's words ringing in my ears when I was out, did a pre-7 days, 8 days, 9 days, I can't remember how many days, in the studio coming up. So managed to get a quick ride in on the bike yesterday, and I fueled up. It did include coffee and cake, as well as plenty of carbs, I have to say.
Well, McLeod in that pack in category 2 with Simmons, Rees, Yaramillo, Ortiz, Eck, Shanks. Koivunen is in there as well as Dana Davidson. They are rolling and rolling strongly, 45 kilometres now at the 4 kilometre point. They are going to transition very soon towards the first climb of the day. They're going up the Kyoto climb twice today. The section where the checkpoint is short. It's the final part of a 3-stepped climb, 700 metres at an average gradient of 5.3%. But there are 2 further steps before they come to that point. Jennifer Gothlander on our screen at the moment. She has that sprint jersey at the moment. She's picked up 5 points through the first sprint checkpoint. Let me just give you an overall feel in this women's race, because we have overall 13 climb checkpoints that's going to make up that climbing competition. And we have 22 sprint checkpoints making up the sprint competition. And I tell you something, the final day in Colombia, stage 7 on day 8, really is going to sort out that sprint competition. It's going to be fast and furious in terms of rolling that out.
It is 9 sprints on the last stage. I think there is, if I do my quick check, 7 sprints, which... 6 sprints going through. Can't count how many fingers Emma's holding up because she's got the right map open in front of her instead of me. So I'm trying to look across the studio. So 6 lots of 5 points, which means 30 points available on the last day as a maximum point score as they go in and through. That's a real key number, because that is how many points you're going to need to be clear at the top going into the final stage If you don't want to have to contest at the very front, the final stage for the sprint competition, that's going to be somebody's target, I'm sure.
Ooh.
Go into the last 2 days with a clear lead. Now, as we go up on to the climb, Emily Nyquist is going to go through clear at the front here of our category 3 riders going in over the top here. So Nyquist looking strong from Daniels, from Brooke and Kasani, scoring maximum points in that climbs competition. That climbing competition, absolutely critical to get those points in early, because you never know when you're going to have a tough day. And there's some big climbs coming up a little bit later on in the racing. Let's move across to our last category to go, and a lot of people waiting with bated breath to see just how strong this race field is. Well, the answer is phenomenally strong. We have got 8 teams, 2 teams of 4, teams with 4, the underdogs, along with the Sweat Sensations. We have 6 teams of 5, Avlock International, the MKV squad, Purebred Daisies, Supernova, the Breakaways, and What Team. In terms of 4 riders, the underdogs, Tidholm Kuma, Bauer, along with Otto, but also the Sweat Sensations with what could be the strongest team, Guerra, Bruni, Fua, and Meyer. However, because this is a timed competition, not a points competition, it's not a foregone conclusion, because they don't contain the world champion Mary-Kate McCarthy, who rides for Avlock International, who has shown she's A, a strong all-rounder, and B, we know from her sports background, she's a rider who should be able to perform day after day.
Yeah, because let's not forget. Well, let's not forget they've got Mika Soderstrom on Avlock International as well. She's also the Swedish road race champion twice, as well as the Swedish esports champion. Kate McCarthy finished 3rd in the New Zealand road race against a packed field of UCI pros, as well as being the world champion in esports. But let's not forget, right the way through this pack, there are absolutely world-class riders. Sweat Sensations, I think, Guerra, Bruni, an international world-level triathlete. Fua and Meyer are going to go strong, but we'll talk about the other teams once they're out the pen.
So it's time to go racing. Our final set of riders await that go here in Japan. It's the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025, and the last set of riders hit the roads heading along this 44-kilometer course. They've got 367 meters of ascent in front of them. Category 1, the elite race category, are away. Elite by name and elite by nature. They are phenomenal riders, the very top of our sport. If you put this up on your dartboard, threw a dart at this start list, you would pick a world-class rider.
Well, Francesca Tomasi is in one of the teams I do want to talk about, the Supernova squad. They've got Bassoni, Tomasi, Van Hove, Kalman and Field. That for me is another one of the strong teams here. I think is going to be in the mix, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they race as we roll through the week. The breakaways as well for me, Gallegos is on superb form. Van Shaw, Bjarhed, Alberg has been putting in some superb races recently as well. Van Hooling also part of that squad too. They could be in the mix. Now, interestingly, there's one under 23 rider in category 1, and that's Camilla Miros. There are 3 Masters riders. Engstrom, Van Hove, and Tidholm will contest that Masters competition.
So multiple competitions, multiple categories. One fantastic race, the MyWhoosh Championships. 7 stages across 8 days. The rest day is the Sunday, of which is the 17th. However, that is also the date when there is the Sunday Race Club, as always. Not even the MyWhoosh Championship stops the mighty Sunday Race Club, as it rolls around 52 weeks of the year, bringing you top of flight racing. And if you really do get a taste and you want to jump on board, don't think you've missed the boat because you can't get into the MyWhoosh Championships. Don't forget public qualifiers for the UCI Racing, and they are up and running. 2 more public qualifiers for the UCI World Championships, and of course a Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday. Now, great to see in with Camilla Alberg here, very smoothly tapping out a 87-88 cadence at the moment. You can see in the draft at the moment looking very comfortable here. And Alberg, I think, is going to be an interesting rider, because an all-round rider both on the road and in esports, and a rider I think who can really go well now on this. I think this is a target. She could be one of our surprise riders in that finish.
Well, regularly in this type of field, she's nudging fourth, fifth, sixth,
Yeah.
seventh place. And I'm interested to see whether she can consistently put that out over the competition, because if she can, she's going to ride really, really strongly, and she's going to really contribute to that team. Um, and I look at this Category 1 race field. We've got 38 riders on the start sheets in Category 1. We've got world-class triathletes, world-class esports riders, riders who mix it up with different types of sport, with strength work, with other aspects. Guerra has been out on the road, and we've seen her riding some phenomenal short, almost like crit-style racing out on the road with steep, steep climbs, running into her strength. But what we've also seen here is some absolute... Look at that. I think that's Mika Soderstrom looking to go over the top there. I'm not sure she made it. I think Miros. Did Miros make it, or did Soderstrom make it? Soderstrom made it over the top of Miros, right on the line for the first points in that sprint competition. That was seriously close.
So Soderstrom pips Miros, the gap between them 0.021 of a second. 200ths of a second separating Soderstrom and Miros as they came over the line. Camille Miros of the MKVS squad versus Block Internationals, Mika Soderstrom, who is up there. Interesting to see Pia Kummer of the underdogs battling out, taking third place, taking 3 points. Lining another purebred Daisies taking 2, and Ablock International taking another point as well. So the MKV squad, very, very interesting. See them up and fighting. And this sprint competition, it really does give the possibility, doesn't it, for teams to focus on that when you've got riders like Guerra and McCarthy, I'm sure, focused on that overall.
Well, and I think one of the things about having 5 riders in a team, it gives you a little bit more to play with. So you can have a sprinter on the squad. You can have almost a domestique on the squad who's going to chase things down for you, who you can send up the road, who you can have different types of roles for. You're going to have your GC contender. You might have 2 GC contenders. It really is. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when these squads talked tactics.
Oh, definitely. I'm sure there would be some really interesting conversations in there. Now, left-hand side of your screen, the riders who've just set out from the pens going through that first checkpoint, Category 1, but going on to the big screen, it is Category 6, currently at 27.7K. It's a couple of 100 meters to the archway. It's just poking out around that right-hand turn on your screen. So as you just come around this right-hand bend here, at the moment, it's Bremner versus Hermansen versus Stevenson. Saracen and Navies are just being distanced by the pace being put on to go through here, and Hannah Hermansen looking to add another sprint in here. So very quickly kicking her way in. This is the third of the sprints. It's the second time through this sunflower sprint, so the riders have had a little bit of a chance to check this out. As she goes through, Hannah Hermansen is going to take away maximum points here. She adds another 5 points to her total. Bremner will take a further 4. Stevenson will take 3, and then I think it'll be Navies and Sarasu on their way in and through that sunflower sprint number 2. So Hermansen, Bremner, Stevenson, Navies, Sarasu.
Yeah, and now what's interesting from this second sunflower sprint, there's a flat transition here on the top of the plateau, then a long descent, then another flat transition, then another descent, and then it's some way until we get to the 2 final short climbs. Well, Hermansen on the front of the pack at the moment, and she's just clear of Bremner and Stevenson, 4 seconds. For me, this is a sit up and wait moment.
It is, but I've just... I think one of the things we need to think about here is you've got Level Phoenix's Hermansen in the front there. You've got Bremner on that front group as well for the Kitty Hawk Racing squad alongside Level Phoenix's Hermansen. But Tour de France rider is
4
Stevenson.
riders.
Then Navies, Tour de France. Then Sarasu, Tour de France, and there's a much bigger gap back to Salzano, Tour de France. Tour de France at the moment setting out the stall. They are going to be in danger of absolutely wiping the board with everybody when it comes to the competition in that team competition. Now, in with Madison Shattuck at the moment, rider in Category 1 here from Great Britain, riding for the MKV squad, and a rider who very accomplished on the bike, but I'm sure that's an Ironman sign in the background there.
Yeah, she's a triathlete and a very, very good one at that. But I do note that when she does talk about triathlon, that cycling is one of her stronger disciplines of the three. It's going to be really interesting to see her race here and in category one as they continue to roll. Now, talking about continuing to roll, this is category two. Velna is in the polka dot skin suit because she's taken the points in that competition. Denton, however, is bringing the group back to her wheel.
So Velna taking top spot in the climbs competition from Denton in second place. Then it was Sarah Roach, followed by Susniak. Those riders going through together. Then we had a little bit of a gap to Goslander to Nordin. But as the riders went over the top, separating first right the way down, I think it's looking like realistically it's a long way down. Big group of riders. The first big gap comes after about 30th place.
Yeah.
So it shows you at the top of climb number one, whilst the likes of Denton and Velner have scored mountain points, this group coming pretty much back together again and starting to close down. Velner did go clear by what was a couple of seconds from the main group, but I think realistically with the power and pace of that group, it's come back together again, and we're going to see this as a very interesting run now, because you've got to remember the Sunflower Sprint is at 13.6k. It's not that far away, but you've got a secondary climb to ascend. It's almost as identical in terms of gradients and distance as the Kyoto climb is itself.
Yeah, I mean, and it's an amazing big pack here. You know, they've gone up and over the first climb. You know, when it's a three-step climb, it's a long climb. They've dropped down. They're going up again very, very shortly towards the Sunflower Sprint. And the fact that there are indeed, you know, 30, I think there's 32 riders still in that leading group in category two. Just one or two riders distance on that first climb. It's going to be interesting to see what happens as we move on.
Now we're heading in towards the first climb up of the day, hitting the slopes. The Kyoto climb itself is the very last section of this three-stepped climb, but we're heading in now with Maya. Maya, a rider who really has improved over the last season on MyWhoosh, and now definitely a rider who has to be watched. You can't afford to let Nicole Mayer go clear. That's definitely something you wouldn't want to do. She sat nicely in the bunch, ridden nearly 20 Sunday race clubs, been top five a couple of times on the way in through, but a rider who I think is going to be really strong in that team. Interesting to see how Joanna Kalman goes here today. Nicely in that. A rider who's moved from category two, where she was a prolific winner, moving into category one by the strength of her performances.
From the Sunday Race Club.
On that Sunday Race Club. And it's showing now. She's in here. She's in with the category one pack, and she's holding a really nice position in this group.
I think she's going to go really well, and it's really great to see Femke van der Vliet is in there as well. Now, she's got a rowing background, a little bit like the male world champion, Jason Osborne.
Indeed, and it does translate and be very interesting as well, because
the engine.
You've got the engine, you've got the power, you've got a lot of leg and back strength in there. You've got arm strength, which is probably less important when you're actually on the bike, but a good technique when you're rowing will minimise the amount of bulk that you need to put on. Very interesting to see. We're in with the world champion Mary-Kate McCarthy at the moment, a rider who has got a very strong cycling background across the road and into cycling esports, taking that win in Abu Dhabi in October, looking very, very strong. At the moment, she's on a long run of wins in the Sunday race. She's very hard to beat, and a rider who is very proud of that rainbow banded jersey that's hung just over the window there.
Yeah, it is indeed, and quite right too, Kate McCarthy. And it's interesting, isn't it? We've seen her into her pain cave. We've seen her go hard, and we will see her later on go head to head, I think, in this race. But at the moment, Van Hooling, McCarthy, Lethbridge, Hermansen, Mayer, Soderstrom, Hackenham, all riding. I'm going to say this is a more steady state climb. It's a more reserved climb. They're on the flat plateau at the moment. We're currently looking at some recovery here going on. Zone 1, Zone 2, you can see on the top of the screen going on at the moment. And the pack, well, it's still a big pack. They have lost one or two riders on those earlier climb steps.
So as we move from category 1 to category 2, category 2 coming into the sprint, this is the Sunflower Sprint. That number 1 as they go in and through. It's the second of our sprint segments, and Goslander, who's got that jersey, leads from the front here. Trudin and Svarström are coming, and at the moment, Trudin goes up onto the shoulder. Does she pip
yes,
on the
I think
line?
She does.
Super close on the way through that Sunflower Sprint section. And as they came in through underneath the line, just looking to see who's taken that. Gothilander takes it. You are more than forgiven for getting that the wrong way round. The time to the checkpoint for Jennifer Goslander, 22 minutes 36.361 seconds. Trudin, 0.382 of a second. So that tells you that it was 0.21 of a second, 0.2 of a second separating Goslander from Trudin. So that's 5 to 4 points. That's a 1 point differential there. Goslander with 2 sprint wins hit Trudin right up there. So he's far from Hag and Eck. And remember, of course, that those points that add together through those stages, they're really going to be critical. You need to score points really quickly.
You do indeed, and interesting to see. I'm just taking a check now as to how many riders we've got in that group, and yes, 30 riders in that leading group. We've lost 1 or 2 more in the second climb up to the Sunflower Sprint, but still a big group, 30 riders rolling all together at the head of Category 2.
So category 2 with the big pack of 30 riders still in contention for the stage at this point in racing. In category 1 on the left hand side of your screen, the riders at the moment at the 9.3k marker. And you've got to remember that once we get onto the climbing sections, this is going to be really, really telling. Remember, the last kicker here today up to the summit of the Kyoto climb takes us to 10.4k into this race. The average gradient of that last section, 5.3%. It is still a slight step just before the summit. Category 1 working well. Now we're going to dive a little bit further away because we're going to go down into the riders in category 4. In with Sebra El Rey once again. You can see just taking on board some fluids here, breathing hard. I'm not surprised she's in this leading group here with Dowling, with De Grazia, with Hyde as well. This is going to be very interesting if this group can stay clear. 25.7k covered. They're currently coming down off that Kyoto climb at number 2, heading for Sunflower Sprint number 2.
They are indeed, and 11 riders in this leading group lining up towards that sprint, and that sprint coming at the, at the 28.1 kilometre marker. Further back on the main climb, or this is the first climb of the day at 10k, and this is the category 1 pack, and look how big that group still is.
And the quality of riders in this race field, not really expecting anybody to be a distance at this stage unless they are saving themselves for later in the race. And that is one of the things that the riders are really thinking about, is where do you go? Which 3 riders do you want at the front of the race? Who do you want working where and when? Who do you want going hard later? Very interesting as we come up towards the top of this climb. We are seeing the chase go down. We are seeing that big push. Mary-Kate McCarthy looking to open up the gap here. She's continuing to push here. McCarthy at the front. Soderstrom has gone over the top of Guerra, interestingly, as they go into that sprint. Be very interesting to see. She's held that Holcroft in attention. So is Alberg. So is Tomasi. Top of the climb that time around. McCarthy scoring 5 points, taking away the win, and just a little bit harder push.
Well, the thing for me to note is it was a harder push. It was around 12.5 watts per kilo, the push on that climb from McCarthy to go underneath the banner in 1. Soderstrom in 2, her teammate. Holdcroft in 3, her teammate. Guerra in 4 from the Sweat Sensations. Tomasi from Supernova in 5. Those 5 riders will pick up points.
So, very interesting to note. 3 teammates together at 1, 2, and 3. McCarthy, Soderstrom, Holcroft, your top 3 riders, all from Aberblock International. Then Guerra, then Tomasi, then Breakaways Alberg, followed by Aberblock International's Kristen Kolczynski, backing them up very strongly. So was Mercer. Then we've got Sweat Sensations, Catherine Fuhr in there. Van Heuling of the breakaways in the mix. Lethbridge in that leading group, along with Hermansen, Bjarhed, Leinen, and Kalman. Gallegos is in there as well. Hakkinen, Bassoni, Van Shaw, Field, Bruni, looks like Van Ho still in the mix. So is Wiseman. Vittori just a little bit further back. Valensky as well. It's a huge group, Emma.
It is a huge group, and we've got one or two riders you can just see scrabbling. Well, in fact, we've got two riders scrabbling to get back on and three riders further behind. They're going to need to try and close that gap down and get back into the mix, but the riders are going to climb again very, very shortly. And it's looking like the push is starting to come on. We're in with Van Heuling at the moment, and she's part and parcel of the pack. Bassoni, Van Shaw, Field, Alberg are all there. The riders towards the back of the group, Garea, Miros, Engstrom, Van der Vliet, Shattuck, Tidholm, Stevens. In fact, Megan Stevens off the back of the group by over 30 seconds.
Interesting to see Elizabeth Van Heuling right in that mix in with that lead in the group. Went over the top of that climb in 10th position, racing back in 2022 on MyWhoosh, back in March of 2022, taking away a fifth place there as the riders went around the Arabia Sands of Time course, which is well and truly a long time ago. A rider with 11 wins on the Sunday race club, 50 races on that Sunday race club, so showing that she's got the knowledge to race in with the group, and certainly showing that strength.
Well, 6 riders leading the Category 5 race at the moment. Alzat Idzik, Marshall Albin, Yarkok in there as well. And Natalia Idzik in the green skin suit. That's the sprint leader's skin suit that Idzik is wearing. You can see that on the side of her name, just making sure that we can tell the difference there. The riders pushing on, but pushing on in Category 6. Well, it's Bremner and Hermansen at the moment going for the checkpoint at the 36 kilometre marker. This is the final sprint checkpoint of the day, and Hannah Hermansen in the green skin suit has been dialing this all the way through the stage today. She's definitely wanted the sprint competition, and she has been battling with Bridget Bremner the whole way. Now, the push for the sprint competition has pushed them clear of the chase behind from Trudy Stevenson. The 7-second gap these two riders have now to Stevenson. Sarasu and Narvaez a little bit further back, around 30 seconds. Solizano, well, she is a further 40 seconds back. So pretty much we've got 5 riders in Category 6 within 30 seconds of each other. The question is, at the 36.1 kilometre marker now, with just under 8k to go, are we going to see Hermansen and Bremner stay clear of the group, or will we see the group come back together?
And I think, Emma, as you've pointed out here, it's about that Hermansen and Bremner. Do they work together? Because they're for different teams, but behind them, you've got a group of 4 riders for Tour de France. You've got Solizano in there, Agadello, Stevenson, Sarasu, you've got Narvaez. They're basically, they're charging on behind. And if I were Tour de France, with the distance that we've got to go, given that we go to 44k, would you be wanting to bring this group together, Narvaez, Sarasu, Solizano?
Well, do you know what?
Stevenson,
no.
Or do you let Stevenson race up and then the other 3 come together? What would you do?
I would be letting Stevenson head up and get onto the back wheel of Hermansen and Bremner to try and mitigate their times. But really, I'd be looking at close packing, not necessarily expending too much energy, but ensuring you've got a tight group that are not too far away.
Well, there's a group a fair distance behind Mika Soderstrom as she goes in over that checkpoint at 13.9k. That is our Sunflower Sprint. And Soderstrom, who scored points in that first sprint, now takes away maximum points in the second sprint. Not so much a sprint as a rollover. And there you go. You want to help yourself.
Well, and I can tell you 23 riders now in the leading group in Category 1. And let's just have a quick run through who they are. So this is in the order they went underneath that checkpoint, the sprint checkpoint. Soderstrom in 1, Hermansen in 2, Lethbridge in 3, Lennon in 4, Ulberg in 5, Kalman in 6, Van Hove in 7, Van Shaw in 8, Bjarhed in 9, Gallegos in 10, Fua in 11, Mayer in 12, Field in 13, Guerra in 14, Hakkinen Weissman in 15, Kolchinsky in 16, Holdcroft in 17, Tomasi in 18, Van Hove in 19, Bruni in 20, McCarthy in 21, Bissoni in 22, and Weissman in 23. We've then got a 30-second gap back to a chase group with Falensky, Van der Vliet, Caramello, Vittori. And then a little bit further back, Garea and Otto.
Lots of riders still in contention for that overall in Category 1. We're dropping in with Category 3 with Julia Montgomery giving it absolutely everything to stay with this group on the flat and onto the descent there. Just leaning down on the bars, taking the weight on the shoulders there, not expending muscular energy in doing that. And you can see she's in there. Come on, Julia, this is where you got to do. You're nearly onto the wheels here. She knows how much effort she's putting in. She needs to get on before they hit that climb. She wants to make the most of this descent, but she at the moment is just hanging off the back of the group. You can see all sorts of shades of desperation there and pain on the face of Julia Montgomery. And it shows you how fast that leading group are going. If they can distance Montgomery, she's got gout and she's not able to come back to the leading group.
Well, you know, they're at the 25.8 kilometre marker. They would have gone up and over the Kyoto climb for the second time. That, I reckon, is where Montgomery has been gapped. That's why she's looking to close that down to the group. So Montgomery working strongly, trying to get onto Brooks' wheel. Yeah, she was, and you know, she was only distanced by 3 seconds. But sometimes 3 seconds is enough, particularly when you start the transition into the descent and the pack get rolling. So Montgomery in trouble now, trying to stay with the group. But Daniel, Soper, Young, Kasani, Simkin, Bonilla, Vasquez are all in the mix at the 26.4 kilometre marker in the Category 3 race.
So we'll leave the Category 3 race about to hit the climb up to the Sunflower Sprint for the second time as we drop back in with the riders in here in Category 5. This is the run for the line at the moment. Jasuk with the lead now as Zika goes over the top. Timing is key. She went quite early there, but she's got the pace. She's got the strength. Look at the gap she's opened. Izik sits, slipstreams in, goes in through, over the line. She takes maximum points in that sprint competition at the 36 kilometre marker. That's the final sprint of the day, and that means that Izik will take away the win in the sprint competition for today in her category. What a great ride by her.
Yeah, but take a look at the effort.
Job done, but look at the gap behind as well. I mean, you know, they've the run, the pressure these two are putting on the front when they were sprinting into that to take that sprint win, absolutely splitting the group and really opening up the gaps. Got to refuel though.
Well, yeah, refueling required because she's got just under 8 kilometres now to the finish. And there's a question here. Do the two of them with the 6-second gap that they've got recover, which is what it's looked like in their doing, and letting the group come back to them? Then they need to get back into the group. They need to get back into the draft. And Idzik needs to recover because there potentially could be one more sprint to go.
It's going to be so critical, isn't it? It's such a tough run for the line once you go from there, because we do have that drop down and then it's bumpy and then you've got the big climb at the finish. So refueling, I think, absolutely key. Going to be about, I would wait, I have to admit. I think the pack are likely to come back with that time gap, but hard to tell. I think probably my head says wait, and my head would say go for it.
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it? 6 riders, I think it's going to come down to in that Category 5 race. Idzik, Yarkok, Albin, Alzat, Marshall and Fu are the 6 riders who went through that section pretty much together.
The last set of riders away from the start, Pens was Category 1. Our Category 1 leaders are on your screen. And at the moment, whilst they are travelling at 35, 36 kilometres an hour for Category 1, that is not full throttle. In fact, it's pretty much on tick over. And at the moment, you can just see as they come into this turn, they are in what is recovery mode. Zone 2 at the moment for Bassoni as we make our way in and along. So Bassoni, the moment, Roberto Bassoni, the rider from Italy, the rider that we are in with, just in this group, getting some recovery, making sure that heart rate starts to drop 158, 157, just slowly coming down here, trying to get that recovery in because we are heading in towards the second climb of the Kyoto climb. coming into that second climbing section, there's a couple of little dips. You can just see them on the course profile on the right hand side. You see the first of those, a little bit of a descent here. It levels, a slight rise on the way up. They've got to get some recovery done because they've got the climb to go. Category 2, though, this is the sprint for the Sunflower Sprint. Category 3 is the sprint for the Sunflower Sprint after the second of the climbs. Big kick here from Young. Young have really showing some power here. The rider from the Republic of South Africa, ahead of Real, ahead of Nielsen, Altamirano, Lip and Co. That was Sunflower Sprint number 2. And that means that they have completed the big climbs for the day. They've completed 3 out of the 4 sprints. And at the moment, Young in the driving seat.
Well, definitely in that sprint competition, going through the checkpoint in the lead. 47 minutes, 20 seconds to that point. But 19 riders in that leading group in Category 3. Young, Real, McKay, McAlpine and Nielsen picking up points in that sprint competition, but Lip, Bonilla, Altamirano, Vasquez, Daniels, Simkin, Nyquist, Brook, Kienberger, Prado, Kasani, Beltran, Sopers and Bulwara, all in that leading group.
So a big pack of riders. The top 5 riders scoring 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points on the sprint for first, second, third, fourth and fifth places respectively, with one more sprint left to go. Can Young hang on to that? Nyquist in the climb jersey. It means that that is going to be confirmed because there are no more categorized climbs, no more points available today in that climb competition for those riders in Category 3. They're on the left of our screen, on the right-hand side of our screen. Leaders on the road, Trudy Stevenson, Hannah Hermansen, and Bridget Bremner. They are your trio, your triumvirate of talent, leading this race out at 41.1k. Thank you very much, Hugh Porter, OBE, for my one of the people I grew up
triumvirate of talent.
For the triumvirate of talent. It's one of Hugh's phrases, is that? Yep.
Well, the oldies are the goodies.
Indeed. Well, yes, indeed. And Hugh would not hesitate to tell you that. So I cut my teeth in commentary with the legendary voice of a lot of the Olympic cycling, Hugh Porter. Very, very, very much a professional, and very interesting to see his skills at work. We're watching the skills of our 3 leading riders, though, in Category 6. Trudy Stevenson, Hannah Hermansen and Bridget Bremner in the lead. Hermansen having sewn up the win in that sprint competition. Behind them, Sarasu and Navies are together. They are riding for the Tour de France team. At the moment, Stevenson, at the moment in that leading group, also holding position for the Tour de France, putting them in the prime driving spot to take away that team competition in Category 6. We'll have to wait until they get to the finish line to see if that is going to unfold. Meanwhile, we're on the climb. We're on the second of our runs towards the climb checkpoint at the top of the Kyoto climb. So coming up to Kyoto climb number 2, we've seen categories 6, 5 and 4 go past this point on the course. Heading in towards the top of the climb, it's being led out here by Katarzyna Welna getting the timing to perfection. She kicked clear. She's clearly the best climber here. She took the maximum points on climb 1. She takes maximum points on climb 2. She will have a good lead going clear into stage number 2, holding that polka dot skin suit as she goes over the top. Gotlander right in there, so is Denton, Susniak, Karamani and Co. Emma, have we any idea how many's in this group? It looks massive.
Category 2 group, it is massive. That's all I can say. We had 30 riders at the last check in category 2. It's looking to me like we're now at 26 after that climb. But it is a stacked race field category 2. Velna picks up 5 points. Susnik picks up 4. Denton picks up 3. Gotlander picks up 2. And Giovanni picks up 1. But Nordin is there. Haag is there. Tridden is there. Manshandi, Shanks, Roach, Lundin, Gonzalez, Rua, Coinston, Karamani, Poulsen, Eck, McLeod, Yaramillo. Russell is still in the mix. Anna Svardstrom is still there. So is Heber Smith. And in fact, actually, that's the first gap, really, of 2 seconds. Heber Smith, Davidson, Ortiz, Briggs at 2 seconds. And then a further 10 seconds back, we've got Reese, Thompson, Lucas and Bergin.
I'm just taking a little look in category 2 at that team competition. Certainly right up there. United Cadence have got the required number of riders in that leading group to contest the team competition. So have Swedish Victor Mafia. So have Core. The Continental Shift have the enough riders up there. It looks like Abus Esports also the same. La Rosa Blanca also have the same as well. The Riot team absolutely packing riders in there, but it will come down to the fastest 3 riders' time in each team added together to give you that score. So at the moment, our riders are out on the road, and the riders making their way out and around. So you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we have got Category 5 riders being passed by Category 1. But that is because it is a multi-lap. This is essentially 2 laps of the Kyoto Climb circuit. So we do it a little bit onto 2 laps of the Kyoto Climb circuit, and then we go out from the back end of the circuit and go in towards our finish. The Category 1 leaders at the moment just passing the leaders in Category 5. Category 5 leaders are Marshall, Fu and Co. In Category 6, they're at 42.9k, just over 1k to go to the finish. Bremner and Hermansen have got the company of Trudy Stevenson. Stevenson, I think quite rightly, sitting on the back of this group, and I would be too, because she can just go, I don't want you to go any further in front. I do not want this lead to extend at the front here, because my teammates are behind, and I want them to get closer, not further away, because that will give us 2 versus 1. Let's see who's going to be up there, who is going to get themselves into position. The riders making their way around that turn. 43.2k covered now. And remember, we have got the sprint leader in Category 6, Hannah Hermansen, in that leading group on Category 6 as they make their way towards the race finish. It's a tricky race finish. Right-hand bend, a left, followed by a very quick left, and then about 45-degree right-hand sweeping bend, takes you around onto a little run to the finish where you are going to get a view. It means you've got to get the timing right on the kick into the finish here. Stage 1 in the Women's MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. The first riders approaching the line. They're around halfway around this big left-hand turn at the moment. Bremner starting to wide. Hermansen, though, kicking at 8 watts per kilo. Hermansen puts in the sprint early. She's going on the riser here. This is being answered at the moment by Stevenson and Bremner, but I don't think they've got the power, or have they? Here they come. Stevenson onto the wheels of Hermansen, and Hermansen and Stevenson have dropped Bremner for about 1 second at the moment. Stevenson on the front. Now Hermansen, can she kick again? They go around the right-hand turn. They're going in towards the banner. You can see in front the MyWhoosh Championship banner for 2025. The run for the line is on. It's going to be absolutely key. Who's going to take away the win? Will it be Stevenson? Will it be Bremner? Will it be Hermansen? It's Hermansen who takes it. She goes over the line first, with Stevenson in second and Bridget Bremner going over in third place. Hannah Hermansen absolutely flying around that course. What a race result as she comes in to that finish. Hannah Hermansen adds the overall win to her sprint win so far. Stevenson in second, Bridget Bremner in third. Behind 2 riders, Juliet Navarez and Fanucci Sarasu, the 2 riders on the right-hand side of your screen. They are the riders in 4th and 5th place. They're not all that far from the line, only 350 metres or so. Meanwhile, left-hand side of the screen, Category 3 at 42.4k.
Well, Hermansen, Stevenson and Bremner, the 3 riders going across the line within 6 seconds of each other, lining up the battle for tomorrow.
So as the Category 5 fast approach line, 42.6k covered. Albin Fu, Marshall Hadjuk are working their way towards the line. Meanwhile, the riders on the Tour de France are trying to push on here. Hamilton has come onto the wheel. So is Patera, so is Lodano. But Navies really has to kick here. Sarasu has gone in that climb jersey. Navies is trying to push. This is for that team competition. The Tour de France should clean up on stage number 1. They were led in over the line by Stevenson. As they come in, it's going to be Sarasu who's going to make it solid. Zano goes in, and then it's going to be Navies. Tour de France, tour de force today.
Well, they are indeed in Category 6, and the first team getting their 3 riders across the line. Tour de France getting the time and putting down the marker with a 2nd, 4th and 5th in that Category 6 race.
And a Category 6 riders, be warned, Naves was 6th place as well. So it shows you Tour de France are on form. Right, go back to a Category 5. These are our next riders heading in for the line. Remember, we finish at 44k. This is currently 700 metres, now 650 metres to go as they come round this turn. Megan Albin has gone for a long one. Shiki Fu pursuing here in the polka dot skin suit. On the right-hand shoulder comes Gabrielle Marshall. Marshall moves alongside Fu. They're closing down on Albin. We're on to this climb. This steep section of road, this little bit of a riser here in Japan is going to take its toll on the riders' legs. Will it blunt their speed? Getting your timing right key. Hermansen kick. We saw Stevenson go. We saw Hermansen go back over the top. It's going to make this tight. Albin leading. Fu now climbing up, using those climbing skills that's seen her take away the polka dot skin suit. Will be leading that climbing competition from stage 1 into stage 2. These 3 riders, they're going to take away the top 3 spots in Category 5, but in what order will it be? Albin still leading out here, doing the hard graft on the front. They've got to keep pushing here because this is for the team time as well. Albin leading. Marshall is coming. Fu moves up on the right-hand side. I don't think they're going to have the power to go over the top of Albin. Albin comes to the line. Albin takes the stage win, followed by Fu, followed by Marshall. They're your 1, 2, 3 as they come in across the line. Full gas fence Albin taking the win. What Queen Shiki Fu taking 2nd place, and Velocity Vipers Marshall taking away 3rd. It's going to be a 4th place for Natalia Idzik as she makes her way into the line. She's going to take that 4th place as she goes over. It's going to be interesting behind in that team competition. Alza in 5th. I think it's going to be Jazok in 6th, and a big pack coming in behind. So the What Queens with 2 riders inside the top 5 with Fu along with Idzik. Alza, the first of the pedal dancers home. Phoenix first rider home is Giuliano in 7th. Velocity Vipers 2nd rider. They had Marshall in 3rd place. Their 2nd rider, Runaway Joy Mare, in 8th place. Gentili in 9th for Phoenix, and that means that she's the 2nd rider in for Phoenix. Then the pedal dancers have Becca coming in over the line, then Kennedy, followed by Sudi Bio. In terms of the team's competition,
Full gas Fems.
Leading it home, great riding. Albin, Kennedy, and Sudabayo, 1st, 10th, and 11th place in Category 5. Category 6 team competition did go to Tour de France with Kitty Hawk Racing taking 2nd place. Meanwhile, sprint unfolding in Category 3 as they go into the line at the Tokyo Sprint. A last sprint checkpoint. Lucy Young, on
the form
on
again.
fire.
She really is. And I'll tell you something, she's been picking up the points all over the course today. Helen McKay's been trying to give her a run for money, and so has Jen Reel. But just Young has just been amazing. But I'll tell you something. McKay has just taken that by I reckon that is 0.08 of a second. So McKay actually picking up the 5 points from Young. Real picking up 3 points. Nielsen picking up 2 points. She's always been around in the sprints as well. And Ultramarino picking up 1. Now that pack are rolling, that Category 3 pack. They've just gone through the last sprint of the day. And I can tell you there are still 28 riders in that leading group in Category 3. The Category 3 race now with just over 7 kilometres to go. That is going to be one close race. I said it was going to be a strong team competition. 28 riders, 7-ish K to go. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Young wrapping up that sprint competition. She took 5th place in the first sprint. She then took away 2nd place in sprint number 2. In sprint number 3, she was right at the top. In sprint number 4, in that second Sunflower sprint, taking away top spots. So Young putting together a nice run of results in that sprint competition to take the lead. It's not a dominant lead because she didn't win all 4 sprints, but it is a good lead moving in towards stage 2 coming up tomorrow in that category. But they've got to get to the finish line, and all our riders have to finish to claim those prizes. Now, category 4, right-hand side of your screen. Category 3, left-hand side of your screen. Riders across all of our race categories featured here on the MyWhoosh Championship race coverage for 2025. Lots of different riders of different abilities, but all of them absolute superstars, taking on the challenge of getting in and through that finishing line at the end of our 7 stages. Gina Di Grazia, good to see Gina back on our screens once again. Been missing for a little while on the Sunday race club, but being on screen, but back with us and putting in a great performance at the moment. Nicely sat in with this group, digging deep at the moment, and I think looking to take away a great position overall. A real supporter of MyWhoosh and the racing on MyWhoosh. Gina Di Grazia, a regular rider here today. And, nicely tucked in there. Not in the climb or sprint jersey yet, but I wouldn't put it past her to take that as they move through. Category 4 at the moment at 42.3K.
They are indeed, and 44K is where the finish line is. They're coming towards the 2 climbs now that will see them finish the race. Angel Hadlock, we drop in with Hadlock. The fan is blowing. She's got a look of concentration on her face because she's sat in a group of around 14 riders. This is where the finish is going to come from in 1,500 metres. One of these riders is going to put their nose in the wind and be at the front of the pack at the time it counts, and that is as they cross the finish line. Well, Hadlock, Di Grazia, Dowling, Kawasuska, Stenman, Giraldo, all in this group. Peretti is in the polka dot skin suit. Montoya is in the green skin suit because she's got the sprint competition. She's going to be the wheel everybody is looking at because this is going to come down to a sprint finish, possibly, unless someone goes long.
What's going long? They haven't got long to go because because time is ticking down. Long for me is over a K out. It's going for that sort of that long burst out, and it's difficult I think because you've got this climb coming in. We're in with Catherine Tonkinson, just nicely tucked in the category 4, just in the group. We're trying to make sure that she's in the right position. Just pushes up to the front there. The numbers top center of your screen just flickering from grey to green and back out again as she drops in and out of the draft. The climb kicks in pretty shortly. It's not the steepest climb, but when you're at the end of the race and you've been racing all stage long, it's going to be critical to be able to put the power down on the climb and then kick again as you go in on that last little rise into the finish. It is a brutal race finish for stage 1. Category 4 are on their way in towards it. Tonkinson, that we just saw in from Cycling District 4, will be looking to set a great time for the team. Seba Arai now super focused for the women's sprint team. Now she's going to have to pull a great sprint out here. Montoya, the sprint winner of the sprint competition in category 4 for the Unshakable squad, is in there and has to be the rider, as Emma said, that they watch. But Peretti moving up now in that climber's skin suit on the climb here, and Peretti starts to make a move, leading this group in that polka dot skin suit behind Montoya, trying to move and keep those moves covered. She goes up on the shoulder of Peretti as the extra power starts to go down. Hadlock is there, so is Hyde, so is Giraldo. The banner is coming. It's Hadlock leading this out. Angel Hadlock at the moment leading. Montoya comes on her left-hand shoulder. Hyde is coming as well. Who's it going to be? Montoya puts the sprint legs into action and she takes away the win from Hyde. Hadlock in 3rd place. I think it was Dowling in 4th. Right in the mix there. Will she be inside the top 5? What a finish. It came to a sprint and the sprint queen took away the honours.
Well, 12 up sprint in the category 4 race. Montoya takes it from Hyde, from Hadlock and Giraldo. Downing in 5th place, Alray in 6th, Peretti in 7th, Atahalupa in 8th, Di Grazia in 9th, and Holmarson in 10th. Rounding out the sprint was Stenman and then Kawasuska.
So let's give you some very quick team results. Remember, all the results that we give you live on the show are totally provisional. and they are live as we speak. So please do remember, wait until those results are confirmed. All our riders are going to be verified. The verification is a very exhaustive process. We'll probably go into that in a little bit more detail on stage 2 rather than stage 1. And it does give an indication just how much work is done to make sure these results are right. So, provisionally at the moment, in Category 4, Unshakable taking the team win from the Rebel Riders. In Category 5, Full Gas Femmes from the Velocity Vipers, the Watt Queens, the Pedal Dancers, Phoenix, Level Cycling, then Tour de France, followed by Kitty Hawk Racing and Level Phoenix. In Category 6, Royal Ascent taking away that team win. There, as we stand at the moment in the overall team competition at the end of this stage.
And I'll tell you how close it is, because it's just a 2-second gap between the top 2 teams in Category 4. That's going to be one battle that we see play out over the next few days. Well, this is a battle that's playing out in front of us at the moment, because we're 3.3k to go. This is the Category 3 race, and it's a good-sized pack, running to the finish. And it's a packed pack as well, because Lip, McAlpine, Daniels, Bonilla, Alta Marino are all in this group. Julia Montgomery never made it back into the pack. She is the rider distanced off the back. But Nielsen, Keinberger, they are all in here. This is the 2-stepped climb to the finish. They're up this step and then they're on a flat plateau before that final kick to the finish line. Brooke is in here as well as Daniels. Lucy Young is in here. Nielsen is in here. Kasani, Vasquez. They are all in this group, and it is pushing up the climb. Will they see anybody distanced off the back? Well, that's a good question.
I suspect we are going to see riders just getting pushed out as we make our way up into the finish because of the pace that's being put in all of our race categories. But time will tell for Category 3, 2, and 1. Half the race categories in Category 6, 5, and 4 in terms of the leaders, but riders all over the course. If you're out and racing, out riding, keep on pushing. No hill lasts forever, no climb lasts forever, no stage lasts forever. It's all about just getting to that line. There is another day coming up tomorrow, but today the riders really need to push.
Well, this is Sarah Lundin in Category 2. She's tightly in that leading group, and that leading group have just gone through the final sprint of the day. And it's looking like 24 riders in the Category 2 leading group. Now, Kate Tridden picked up the points in the sprint competition ahead of Jennifer Gothlander, who'd been dominant throughout the rest of the stage. Heather Shanks is on our screen at the moment. She is indeed in that pack as well, alongside Svardstrom and Russell, McLeod, Koinston, Nordin, Karamani, Denton, Paulson, Giovanni, Gonzalez Rua, Manshandi, Lundin, Yaramillo is there, Haag is there, Vellner is there, Susnik is there, Eck is there, Roach is there. 21 riders strong. Then a gap back to Briggs and Ortiz, Davidson, Reese, Hebersmith, and McKay.
We're in with Sophie Giovanni right up at the front of this group, this huge pack of Category 2 riders. And for me, it's going to be really, really key to be in the right position. It's shown that you need to be up and near the front, but not necessarily on the front as you come into that finish. At the moment, Category 2 still have a way to go because they have got to make their way along this slightly undulating section into the climb up to the finish, that 2-stage climb, the kick, the flat, and then that kick again. So the riders up and away in Category 2. This is looking very, very interesting. It's a big group. I can't see anybody breaking this group any further. It's about how are the riders looking? Who's looking like they've got something left in reserve? Who knows how much they've got to dig? You can see Mina Koister very, very focused there, just out of the saddle. A little bit of a rise here, 2.5%, 3% kicking in. It just continues to rise to over 4% as you go over the top of this rise here, and then it drops back down again. Doesn't quite make 5% as you go over the top. However, being able to kick and push at that right time, stay in that group, everybody able to do that. This is a really well-matched group, and I think it's going to make things tight at the finishing Category 2. Category 3, Category 2, and Category 1 still to finish the race here today. And the riders out on course. Let's just drop in with Category 1 just for a short while.
I can do indeed. And let me just give you an update. On the second climb of the day, Kate McCarthy went over in one, just ahead of the rest of the pack. She will be in that polka dot skin suit. Through the Tokyo sprint, they have not gone yet. So they are not yet at the last sprint of the day. But through the Sunflower sprint, we saw 20 riders go through in the leading group in category 1.
So we're back in with Jeremy and Prado, one of the 3 riders, all racing and training together and riding together on the Philippines squad, racing here as our riders in category 3. The Champ Bullies riders, Prado, Altamirano and Bonilla. Will they be able to put their 3 riders at the front of that 19-rider group? Will they be able to hold on against the power, the sprint power of Lucy Young, a rider who's improved through the stage? We go into this climb. Remember that we finish at 44k at the MyWhoosh Championship banner. That archway at the top of the climb, that cruel kicker that really saps the last energy out of the riders at the end of stage 1. Big kick going now on the front here. This is interesting. They're going a long way out here for a sprint to the finish. It's just over 200 meters. Jem Riel has gone. She's gone down. She's put down the power. She's looking to take this out for the Riot squad. Riel leading, but on her shoulder comes Sopers. Sopers moves up over the top here of Riel. Riel's getting mobbed here like Nyquist as well. Sopers is going to go through ahead of Nyquist. What a run to the line. Sopers there. Fantastic pacing by the attack pack rider coming through. Clear of Altamirano of the Champ Bullies. Riot put Nyquist in 3rd. Yellow get their rider Kasani in 4th place. Champ Bullies get their 2nd rider in the shape of Kim Bonilla in 5th place. What a ride. 1 hour, 12 minutes, 51.262 seconds for Sopers as she hit the line that time.
Well, can I tell you, 0.9 of a second separated the top 7 riders there. The time gaps are going to be minimal. And, 19 riders going across the line in category 3 within 26 seconds. And the team competition in category 3, well, that is so close. 0.129 of a second separating the top 2 teams, 0.272 of a second separating the top 3 teams, and just 5 seconds separating the top 4 teams. That competition is going to be epic.
So the team at the top of that epic competition so far is Riot with Nyquist, Real and Lip ahead of Champ Bullies by that 0.129. I can't quite believe it. It's so close when those 3 riders' times added together compared to Altamirano, Bonilla and Prado's time for the Champ Bullies. Yellow Squad in 3rd, Grit in 4th, Attack Pack in 5th with that winning time of Sopers. Then the rest of the riders steadily making the way into the finish line. Meanwhile, we're back in with category 1 at the moment, just in with Elizabeth Van Heuling, a rider who we focused on slightly earlier on in the race, in those 46 participations in the Sunday Race Club, resulting in just shy of 20 podium places. It shows you the quality of Van Heuling, nicely tucked into this group. The sprint is coming up here, and this is our final sprint of the day. We have seen Soderstrom just go clear at the front, really uncontested on the way through, and just starting to see a little bit of a kick behind. A few riders looking to score points in this. Mulbruni and Hermansen and Lethbridge accelerating away. Will we see an attack over the top? And that is one of the key tactics here. If I was one of the strong squads, I would be looking to go through and then keep on going. Soderstrom is going to take this, though.
Well, for me, you've also got to balance the fact that this is going to happen. The sprint competition happens over 8 days. And whilst Mika Soderstrom is so strong, she's got to finish the 8-day stage race to win the sprint competition. So actually going in for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, absolutely a key strategy if you want to be there towards the end. So Mika Soderstrom picking up 5 points, Bruni picking up 4, Hermansen picking up 3, Holdcroft picking up 2, and Alice Lethbridge picking up 1 point. Mel Bruni coming onto the wheel of Mika Soderstrom here. Kate McCarthy right at the front wanting to close this down. She knows Bruni is dangerous and that Bruni can just go straight over the top and time trial away for 7 kilometres.
She could indeed. rider who is absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure, if I remember correctly, a triathlon and duathlon champion in her own right, as well as being a strong rider on cycling esports and a strong cyclist. So at the moment, Bruni up onto the front. McCarthy's response there, very interesting. 7 watts per kilo plus, chasing down Bruni and Soderstrom on the front there, not letting them get the gap going into that downhill.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an update because we've got 20 riders in this leading group in the Category 1 race. Mika Soderstrom on our screens at the moment, fans blowing. She has gone through that checkpoint ahead of Bruni, Hermansen, Holdcroft, Lethbridge, Mayer, Kolczynski, Van Hove, Van Hooling, Alberg, Gallegos, McCarthy, Field, Bjarhead, Van Shaw, Guerra, Tomasi, Kalman, Fua, and Lennonen.
A number of, how many riders is that?
20 riders. There's then behind them a group of 9.
Wow. There's just no other words for it. Just such, it sets up so well for the next few days because it's so close. There's no, I was wondering whether we would see our really strong riders rip it on day one, set themselves a place, and then go through. But maybe we're seeing, like we see on some of the Grand Tours, where riders don't necessarily want to hold the lead too long. They don't want to go out and burn too many matches too early. You know, they're saving it for the good stuff. They're saving it for what's coming later.
You know, tomorrow we've got a 64.9 kilometre race, 7 gems in Arabia. It is fairly flat, just 2 short climbs. And I think what we're doing is we're seeing this line up because the big stages where I think we're going to see the GC contenders come out and play really are stages 4 when we go to Zurich and stages 5 when we go to Japan. Those for me are the 2 GC days. And what the GC riders are doing in these early stages is staying in the pack, staying comfortable, conserving as much energy as possible, but making sure they don't lose any time.
And I think that's a very smart move. Sit back, make sure that you don't lose time, make sure you don't lose that gap on the way in to the finish. So if you are watching this, if you're one of our riders who are going to be taking place in the men's race, taking part in the men's race, quick reminder, please do join us in there on your Pain Cave shots. Show us those. Please make sure that the riders are going to see you, and we're going to see you. So if you're one of our men, please do remember, follow those instructions. Jump in the main Zoom room and make sure that your shot is in landscape mode and your name matches. Don't put Matt Fixer Payne on the feed and Matt Payne on your ride. For a start, you'll ride very slowly, a bit like me. But more importantly, if you don't have the names matching, we can't tie you to a rider, to a camera on the way through. So please, 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 if you are coming in, one of our men, please do give us that insight into your world, but please also do make sure that you have the right name on there as well. We're in with Category 2 in the women's race each and every day, the men's and women's races taking place, the women going first, the men going second. Katerina Karamani are on our screens. Good to see Katerina there, the ice vest being employed, and that is an ice bag as well, or an ice towel. It's always great little trick, isn't it? Cool the towel down as much as you can. Particularly interesting that just on the arms as well. Everywhere is going to be feeling it now, because once you started to heat up, you're coming into the finish, you want to be in the primary position. Karamani now with 600 meters to go in Category 2.
It's a 21 up sprint in Category 2, and Karamani paying close attention. She's one of the strong riders, but it's looking like the push is coming on the front already with 500 meters to go. The push is coming on Linden and Norden and Manshandi, and it is indeed Tridden on the front as well.
So McLeod goes over the top of everybody. She puts the power down. She puts the pace. She started that off at 9 watts per kilo. Trudin is trying to answer it. So is Paulson. You can see McLeod on the left-hand side of your face. She went early. Has she gone too early? The push goes over the top. Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruhr, who scored a win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club only on Sunday. She's on the front. She's leading this out. Gonzalez-Ruhr pushes. Paulson is trying to challenge. It's going to be Gonzalez-Ruhr from Paulson from Velna as they hit the line. McLeod's early push not paying off this time. She nearly caught them napping, but Gonzalez Ruhr was not only awake, but firing on all cylinders for the core squad to take away the win ahead of Amanda Paulson of the Abus Esports in second, Katarina Wellner of La Rosa Blanca taking third, and a Russell from Riot taking fourth, and Mina Koistinen of Continental Shift taking fifth place.
Ooh, 18 riders within 4 seconds. What a sprint, what a group. And I'll tell you something, that light category 3 is going to put the team competition really, really close. Well, not quite as close, but the core squad coming through in first place, 2.1 seconds clear of the Swedish Fika Mafia. Continental Shift 3 seconds behind. United Cadence 5 seconds behind. What can I say? But the top 4 teams separated by 5 seconds in category 2.
So those top four teams of course, Swedish Fika Mafia, Continental Shift and United Cadence almost tied on time. It's 5 seconds is nothing in this competition across 7 stages and 8 days. The Rosa Blanca squad, the 5th place team, 52 seconds down, so still not a minute outside. And Kate McLeod's time, the winning, the time for her came in. She came in alongside Velna, her teammate there. She went for that early attack. It didn't pay off. A great win for Dorothy Gonzalez Ruhr, leading her team home, taking the stage win and leading the team. It was Gonzalez Ruhr, Giovanni Caramani, the team scorers, with 1st, 7th, and 10th place in that team competition. Meanwhile, Category 1 in with Camilla Alberg there, just seeing this pace hot up as the group at the moment come on to the rise at 41 kilometers. They're our last group of leaders to bring in to the line here today on stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships. And at the moment, you can see all these riders, Maya now out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals, making sure that she kicks through, getting that power down in category 1. 20 riders in the leading group at the moment, and Maya wanting to be in the mix here. Sweat Sensations with plenty of riders in here. This is going to be close, I think, for the team time, dependent on what happens on the last kick up to the finishing line. I can't believe that we've got so many teams, so many riders in contention at this stage.
Well, we are setting this up for a fabulous next few days in the team competition, and these packs coming through at the end of day 1. 21 riders in category 2 up into the sprint here. We've got 20 riders in category 1 coming into the finish, and it looks as though we may well be seeing a sprint here. Catherine Fuhr, you can see her on the bike, calm, composed, ready, paying attention, knowing when to put the power down, giving it a bit of a dig. Kolchinsky, Gallegos, Field, Hermansen, Lethbridge, Soderstrom, McCarthy, Tomasi. Tomasi's the rider on the front here. Tomasi's going to try and make the most of the next climb, I think, but she's not in the polka dot skin suit. That is McCarthy, and McCarthy's shown us the power and the kick she's got today already, going at 12.5 watts per kilo at the top of the first climb. The rest of the riders all paying in, well, a clear consideration at the moment to the group, but it's looking like we've got 1 or 2 riders who are a little bit further back in the group and just pushing into the draft.
See Kate McCarthy at the moment out on the road, currently sat in the group here. Just a quick note to Wavy Davy. The positions that are shown on the right-hand side are the positions within the entire race field based on their time to the point that they're at. It gets confusing at times with multiple race categories on there, but it does change slightly. So just be aware that it is based on their time at that point. So at the moment that some riders are further up the course, and that is what changes. They've not yet got in and across that finishing line. So it's their position based on who's left on the course at this stage. So the best thing to do is to jump on once the racing is done onto the MyWhoosh website, onto MyWhoosh.com, and get the results on there. We bring as many as we can live during the show, but the results at the moment all provisional until the riders are in checked. The full verified results, the expectation is that that will be coming out the following morning
10
after the
a.m.
stage by 10 a.m. the day after,
GST.
and that is 10 a.m. at Gulf Standard Time. You'll have to work that back to wherever you are in the world, and that is because of the verification, the exhaustive verification that applies to all riders in all categories. It doesn't just involve looking at power, it also looks at the riders' performances, their heart rate, their recovery rate, the repeatability of their efforts. It's an exhaustive process, and whilst there is some skepticism out that these riders can do this, let me tell you, I've seen the checks in action, I've seen the checks being performed, and I have to say, talking to the team behind it, it's very difficult to cheat this. It's almost like you've got your own personalised signature when you are riding. It is almost impossible. If you try and do it wrong, we know you're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
it's very,
it is,
very
isn't
obvious.
it? It's an independent signature that the riders are looking, whether that's pedaling cadence, the differentials on the climb versus the flats versus the sprints. Well, it's a sprint lining up here at the moment, and McCarthy on our screen. They're coming towards the final 550 metres. The question is anybody going to go long here? Tomasi is lining up for the climb because it's an uphill finish.
It is indeed, and this is the really key moment now. We are at 43.6k, less than 400 metres to go to race finish for Category 1. Our elite riders led out at the moment. Fua absolutely nailing this as she pushes on the front of this group. She's been looking incredibly strong. Gallegos comes up alongside Kolchinsky, goes over the top though, and Kolchinsky looking very strong. Soderstrom though, in that sprint jersey goes. The sprint jersey of Soderstrom passed by the polka dot skin suit of the world champion Mary Kate McCarthy. McCarthy is going to lead them in over the line. Fua in second. Guerra punches away through to third. Holcroft and Soderstrom are right up there. So is Kolchinsky. In one, Mary Kate McCarthy of Ablock International taking stage 1 win, the fastest stage time, 1 hour 6 minutes 59.844 seconds, just ahead of Catherine Fua in second. Gabby Guerra taking third place here today. Soderstrom taking away that sprint jersey. And you can see those results on your screen. How close was that? The top 5 riders in just over half a second as they came through. Kolchinsky, Merle Bruni, Van Heuling, Lethbridge and Alberg coming in through. And you can see, Emma, I mean, what a race result.
It is a phenomenal race result, and what a race. I'll tell you something, the sprints to the finish line have been absolutely phenomenal, and the Category 1 race has done just that as well. Look how tight it is behind. 17 riders, 4 seconds all across the line. The team competition is going to be tight. The individual competition is tight right the way through the race fields, and Category 1 is no exception.
It certainly isn't. And if we look at the team competition in Category 1, as the competition was tight in all the other categories, it's just as tight here. First of all, let me tell you the order. Then Emma is going to go into the detail of the times here. Ablock International taking away the team win. We have Sweat Sensations coming in second. The Breakaways in third. Supernova coming through behind. And what team? Amazing to see. But for me, Ablock International versus Sweat Sensations, Emma. I mean, you touted this as being the battle, the fight for the team competition, and you weren't wrong.
I know, and it is so exciting. I mean, honestly, we couldn't have been treated to a better finale. We really couldn't. Ablock International currently the team in the lead from the Sweat Sensations by 1.1 of a second. The Breakaway squad 4.9 seconds back. Supernova are only 11 seconds back. I mean, it is absolutely as tight as anything at the top. And take a look at the GC at the end of stage 1. Half a second separating the top 5 riders. And what a top 5 riders they are. Even further back down, Gallegos at 2 seconds, Biarhead, Tomasi, Mayer, all at 2.6, 2.9 seconds. It is absolutely, well, Category 1 is setting itself up as a phenomenal finale, but Categories 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all, well, they are all setting themselves up for tomorrow. Categories 6 and Category 5, lone small groups going over the line, but the rest of the categories, 4, 3, 2, and 1, big groups coming into the finish line today. Big sprints, very small time gaps. GC and the team competition really close as we go into tomorrow.
And that is going to be affected tomorrow by what the riders have done today. We've just seen some great sprints. A lot of our sprint winners right up there on that kick into the line. That energy they've expended today could take its toll. Those smaller groups in categories 5 and 6 taking their toll. You'll have to join us to find out for stage 2. Do make sure you join us. Quick stage 2 summary. Emma, what have we got in store for the women on stage 2?
Well, we're heading to the 7 Gems course in Arabia. 64.9 kilometres. It's a long, long day. 419 metres of climbing, so not a lot of climbing. But there's 4 sprint checkpoints and 2 climb checkpoints along the way. I think we're going to see big groups sprinting for the finish line again. So it's going to be a close day too.
Well, let's see if the riders prove Emma right or wrong. Will the predictions be as accurate as they were today? We will find out. Before we get there, we have our men's race on stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Don't forget, make sure you subscribe to MyWhoosh on the YouTube channel. Get in touch with us on there, or you can get in touch with me at Matt Fixer-Payne. You can get in touch with Emma at biking_Emma on Instagram. And of course, make sure that you're with us in a short while for stage number 1 for the men's competition. Very similar course to the women's. It promises to be very interesting to see what happens and exciting as we run into that finishing line. I hope you'll be there with myself and Emma. We're going to refuel, rehydrate. Might involve ice cream, coffee and cake. We'll find out. We'll let you know afterwards. But from Emma and me, catch up with us soon. We'll see you again shortly.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It is the men's race coming up. We've had an exciting women's stage one, some really great action, different types of groups on the way through, and brilliant to see so many riders making the start line on the women's race and in the men's race. And Emma, we've got not only a whole host of riders, but joining me and Emma are going to be some riders, including our champion from the 2023, Michael Vink.
Yeah, indeed. And it is now 2025, however, and the racing, well, is going to be fabulous over the next 8 days. We've got 7 stages over 8 days, 645 riders in total taking to the start line, of which of those 422 are about to take to the start line in the men's race. It is going to be superb.
And we've got a real mix of parkour, haven't we? We've got stage 1 in Japan, which is rolling. Stage 2, the 7 gems in Arabia. You can see big notes in front of us. We do our homework, you know. Stage 2, Arabia, 7 gems. We've got, it's a flat course, the parkour in there, and it's still sprints and climbs. We've got the rolling stage in stage 3, but the real climb stage comes in 4 and 5, doesn't it? There are 2 big climbing stages. Then a rest day. And then we've got the time trial, and then we go across to the last day, which is almost just a big sprint fest.
It is indeed. And I think we're really going to see the GC contenders come to the fore in stages 4 and 5. It's going to be really interesting to see how they play the early days and how these first few stages roll out. The sprint competition and the climb competition will get underway today. But well, I'm not going to give any spoilers because for those people who haven't watched the women's race, go back and take a look because it might tell you how the men's race may unfold. But well, you know what? Never discount what happens in a stage race because anything could happen.
And we're really excited to see what the men do. It is a slightly different distance because it is the men's race, and the aim is to get in within a time gap to fit in with the production. There are time gaps between each of our 6 race categories, so 10 minutes between categories 6 to 5, 10 minutes between 5 to 4, and so on right the way through to try and get coverage of everybody on the way through. Somewhere along the way, we're going to do that. If you are a rider and you're watching this live, please, let's have a look into your room. Let's have a look where you are training. Let's see what you're doing when you're racing. We want to see that. So to do that, the link is in the rider's instructions to go into the Zoom room, dive in that Zoom room, set your camera. So if you are using an iPhone or similar, make sure you set the auto rotate, put it into landscape mode. That's that way, not this way. That way, okay? Landscape, and then make sure your name is on there correctly and it matches what it says on your rider name in the game. So if you ride under Emma Martin, if you were Emma, you would put Emma Martin. You wouldn't put biking_Emma, which is where you can follow Emma and get in touch with her. You can get in touch with me at Matt Fixer Payne, and don't forget we will be keeping an eye somewhere in amongst the, I think it's about 15 screens in the studio here at the moment on the feed. It's over that direction, and that is going to be the live feed. So the chat on there. So if you do have any questions, jump on board there, put those questions in there. We'll try and answer as many as we can on the way through. Can't answer absolutely everything, but we'll do our best. Don't forget, of course, follow at MyWhoosh for all of the updates on the way through, and download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows so that you can jump on board and ride here on MyWhoosh.
Well, stage 1. Start strong, stand tall. Well, I don't want to say last man standing on day 8 because I think there'll be a fair few riders still standing on day 8 because the racing is going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it is going to be tactical.
And tacticals are going to be very, very important. And tactics totally playing out on stage 1 in the women's race. In the men's race, you can see the riders just starting to get themselves lined up on those race starts. Let's take a little bit of a look at what's at stake across all of the racing. So in the category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, the prize money identical for the women and for the men. As you can see, team classification, top 7 teams scoring prizes. The individual general classification, top 10 riders scoring prizes. The special jersey winners, the sprint, the KOM, the young rider, the masters, and the GCC. So that's the Gulf Cooperation Council area. So a resident of that area, they also have winning prizes. In terms of stages, first on stage through to third on stage, the KOM, so the King of the Mountains or Queen of the Mountains as relevant, and the sprint winner on each stage will also be taking home prizes. And as you can see, when we go from category 6 to 5, the prize money increases. It goes up for that team competition to $4,400 US. It is 2,400 USD for first place in the general classification. There's no hundreds, it's all thousands here because it is the $1 million prize fund across all categories across the men's and women's races. So as we move up from category 5 to category 4, what we see is that prize fund increase individually to take the win, $3,400 US. It's $5,720 for the team win. On today's stage, $250 for the win on the stage, $160 for second, $90 for third. And if you are the sprint winner or the KOM winner, well, you're going to take away $50 as well. And obviously, riders can combine on that. So you might be the stage winner. You may take a position on the KOM. You might take that or the sprints. All depends on the parkour, how the race is run and how our riders ride. Move up to category 3. Prizes move up again, and that team prize really is worth winning, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see play out, particularly today and over the next couple of days, is the strategy around that team competition early doors. The team competition, as you can see from the prize money, is seriously significant, and I think it is going to lead to a lot of team strategy out there, team tactics out there, and it may well influence the individual general classification until, as we indicated earlier, we may well get to stage 4, stage 5, and stage 6, and before we see that really starting to ignite.
And that's going to be very interesting as we move through. As you can see, the special jersey winners, the sprint winner, the KOM winner, they are based on points like competition. You've got your young riders. That's riders under 23, Espoir as it's known on the road. The Masters rider winner, that is for all riders over 45, and the GCC winner. That pricing increasing. So our stage winner for today in category 2, that prize money $395 for the team, $13,200 US, and $7,000 for the individual win in the GC when we get to the end of the 7 stages in category 2. And if you think this is huge, just wait till we get to category 1.
Well, there it is. Category 1 prize money on your screen.
Category 1 winner will be walking away with $12,000 US. The winning team, $23,325 US. Sprint winners, the special jersey winners, $3,000 apiece, and $750 for the stage win, $450 for second. Third place is $300. The KOM winner, $150, and the sprint winner, $150.
And let's just remember, these are equal prize money across the men's and the women's races. So what you have just seen now on the run into the men's race is exactly the same as the prize money awarded in the women's race, where stage 1 was completed earlier.
And don't forget, you can watch that back. Make sure you subscribe to the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button, be notified when MyWhoosh go live, or whether that is one of the new adverts, or whether that is for any of the coverage of the $1 million prize fund that applies to this race. It was first run in 2023. These are the prizes of category 1 in 2025. It is a huge, huge prize fund, and it shows the commitment to cycling esports for MyWhoosh.
Well, and let's not forget that all the riders who finish the MyWhoosh Championships also being sent out MyWhoosh kit. And we saw Mina Koivunen in her Pain Cave Racing Stage 1 earlier on wearing the retro version from 2023.
So 2025 riders will be getting those goodie bags coming towards them, but they've got to complete 7 stages. Stage 1, we are in Japan as we were for the women's race. It's a slightly different version. but uses the same loops. We have our run in to the main circuit, which you can see there, with the main loop being repeated, with the climb time and time again on the way round before we run out to our race finish. But the profile here, very telling in how this is going to play out.
Yeah, we'll very shortly see that profile in front of us. 57.1 kilometres of riding today, 471 metres of climbing for the men. There are 2 sprint checkpoints along the way and 3 climbing checkpoints. And first of all, we go up that Kyoto climb number 1. In fact, we go up the Kyoto climb 3 times. But you'll see the checkpoint, just the final 800 metres of that climb. There are earlier steps to that climb that the riders will tackle. So the first one coming at the 4 kilometre marker, that's going to be interesting out of the pen. Then we go through the first sprint checkpoint, the Tokyo sprint, 12.4 kilometres that comes at. 23.4 is when the second climb comes into play, 37.7 when the third climb checkpoint comes into play. Then at 46.1, it's the second of those 2 sprints, and then the finish line at 57.1k. That's 9 kilometres from the end of the Tokyo sprint checkpoint. Now, for me, what's really interesting today is the sprint competition is really split after the climbs. You've got 1 climb before and then 2 climbs between those 2 sprint checkpoints. It's first across the line. That is important, and points in both that climbing and sprint competition being awarded for first, second, third and fourth rider and 5th across the line in both those competitions.
And then that run into the finish to hit that 57.1 marker. We've seen it's basically the same finish that we saw in the women's race. You go through the, you got a long transition off the climb through that Tokyo sprint checkpoint for the second time. Then you drop down. It's a little bit bumpy, but then the run into the finish is tough, and it's a sprint uphill to finish. So it's not a pure sprinter's finish, and it's not a pure climber's finish, particularly on the end of the stage. 6 race categories going to be taken to race start. Category 6, the first group of riders away. In category 6, we've got 10 teams, 1 team of 4, 9 teams of 5. So they're going to fly their way in and across your screen. Going to focus on our smallest team first of all, the Les Petits Cannibals. Xavier Maillard, Malt Newman, Simon Patzel and Julian Sponsel, a team which mixes youth and experience, because Patzel and Sponsel riding in that under-23 competition. In the Masters competition is Maillard and Newman. So we've got the Master and the apprentices.
Well, we do indeed. There are 35 youth under-23 riders across this men's race. There are 73 Masters, so 45 and older, which is 17% of the race field. Now, in Category 6, 28 of those Masters take place in this category, 7 of those youth riders. The teams for me, do you know there are some great teams here? BMC Spinergy, I think, with Cridland, McMurtry, Abbott, Llewellyn and Milostic could go really well. Let's not forget Riley Milostic is one of those under-23 riders. We can talk once the racing starts, I think, Matt, against who will be your pick. I think Cycling District 6 could go strongly as well as the BMC Sixies.
So indeed, we have lots of teams with those 5 riders. It is the fastest 3 riders' times that are added together to give you that team time. So BMC Spinergy, BMC 6, BMC Sixers, BMC 6 is Cycling District 6, along with Carbon, Team 71, Wheelies Racing, and the ZTBR e-Cycling 6 team. All have 5 riders, and we'll be looking to 3 of those riders on each day to have those team times added together to give them the overall team time. For that team of 4, the Les Petits Cannibals, it does mean that they only have 1 spare rider from that minimum number of 3. Get your maximums and minimums right.
Well, talking about 93 riders on the start sheets in Category 6. It's our largest race field across both the men's and the women's race.
And a huge amount of individual riders as well to make up this huge race field here today. Not riding 4 teams that definitely have no Pablo Junior de Manuel has to be right up there in the mix. Roscoe, along with Halbrich, Tigard, Diaz, Sabrino, Ibrahim, and Silva, all going to be likely contenders, but you can't count out anybody at all. It's time to get ready to race here on MyWhoosh. On the MyWhoosh Championships, we are go with Category 6 on Stage 1. Our first riders away in the men's race. This huge pack rolling its way out. A behemoth of riders rolling their way through at speed and picking up pace already. Looks like we've got a kick off the front as Arrojo goes off the front, heading the field, being chased here very hard by Michael Adekanye. Adekanye in another of our master skin suits. And if you weren't watching earlier, there are two different colours jerseys in front of you. The purple jersey, which is the standard category 6 jersey you see on Sunday Race Club, but also those riders who are of more mature years, over 45, they get a green skin suit as well. It is a slightly different green to the sprint skin suit, so do make sure you keep an eye on those riders as they make their way around the circuit. Really, really key. Do make sure that you keep an eye on those skin suits to see who is doing what. At the moment, Saeed El Hamadi out and away, the United Arab Emirates rider, the UAE rider, leading this race field out in Category 6 as we go across the wooden walkway. They're going to continue around. It's a tight right-hand turn. The group are spread out. As you can see, if we look back, it's a long line of riders, a few gaps developing, and they are shown also top right-hand side of your screen. Each of those purple discs are up there as well.
Well, at the 1.1 kilometre marker, they are fast and furious out of the pen. Category 6, Arago, Marin, Torres, Almadi, Teron, all in the mix. Peter Cridland is on the front of the pack as well. I was about to say finally we see them settle, but we're not really seeing them settle. We're seeing huge amounts of challenges laid out to the peloton. We're in with Julio Arago at the moment as he tries to zip up his jersey. The pack moving really fast out of the pen, and look at the tail on that.
It is a long stretch on the ride here, and you can just see Arago there just giving up on the jacket and diving into the pedaling. The pace is up 43 kilometers an hour at the moment. We are making our way over this slight rise as they go over the top of this. We'll see how many riders are left in contention. Category 6 have made the decision. We are not going to wait. We are going for this from the gun. Let's gas it and let's see how many riders we can take out from the race start and deposit out and away. Bearing in mind, we're going into the climb at 3.4k. It's our first checkpoint.
Well, it is indeed. And at 1.8k, they're into the climb at the moment, and the climb is really pushing here. This is the first stage of two parts of the climb. It's only the second part of the climb that is actually the checkpoint, taking us to that 4 kilometre marker. But Tigard, Fabra, Thompson, Wakefield, Newman, Mamba, they are all in the mix. And the pack, goodness me, it's rolling, and we really are seeing a large group ride away. Let's bear in mind 93 riders were on the start sheets, but we're looking now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups at least on the road.
It's just smashed them apart, and there's just left riders in the dust behind. It's definitely going to be a tough day at the office for some. Don't forget, keep on riding, keep on rolling. Make sure that you stay in contention as you come into our finish. It's going to be really, really key to be there now. You cannot let these gaps go, and I think that's the problem for these riders. They know that there'll be riders coming behind, but don't panic. This is stage 1. There's still plenty of time to get into position as you move away from stage 1 into stage 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you have a bad day on day 1, there's still loads of time left. You know, we've got a time trial stage which really will show who is the strongest rider, the race of truth as it's known.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes.
Well, actually, it's not. It's a stage race, not a crit.
Yes, it is a stage race, not a crit. And we do have sprints, and we have the climbs, and we have those different competitions that you saw earlier on. Our Category 6 riders away. Should we just dive a little bit deeper into these race teams in Category 6 here, Emma?
Yeah, we can.
You mentioned BMC Spinergy earlier on. Cridland, McMurtry, Abbott Llewellyn, and Ronnie Milostic. I mean, a fantastic mix of riders. But are they going to be the strongest? Are we going to see anybody able to challenge that? I would. There's quite a few riders who I think have definitely got the ability to do that, and it will depend on the team tactics, will it not?
Well, I think, let's credit to BMC. They've got 4 squads in this Category
Yes.
6 race. Spinergy, I think, could be one of the strongest, but I do think they're going to go up against their own team in the BMC 6Es. Montoya, Arego, Toro, Milano, and Escobar. I think that is a strong squad. Then, when I take a look down the other squads, Level Carbon, Efren Mamba, Brian Jose, Leonard Cadabona, Jeff Rooney, and Ian Lloyd. Jeff Rooney is going to come into his own when they start climbing, I really think. For me, also, maybe the Wheelies Racing Squad, Teron, Sebza, Kozel, Lenador, and Nielsen could be ones to watch. Well, I do think it really depends on how these riders go day after day after day after day. For me, Jeff Rooney is coming on towards the front of the pack. Now, we know Jeff Rooney has phenomenal endurance. He was the first rider on MyWhoosh to Everest. And, he has that endurance to just keep pushing. And when the gradient goes up, he really comes to the fore right now, as we're seeing, because Arego, Silva, and Rooney, the 3 riders pushing on the front here, are the 3 riders pushing towards that checkpoint at the 4-kilometre marker. It is 4 kilometres, that first checkpoint today. And, Rooney is right in the mix.
And Jeff there wearing his MyWhoosh jersey, the wall adorned with all 7 stage course profiles by the side there, and right in the battle here at the front of the race as they make their way up the climb for the first time. The riders up and away and in underneath the banner they go. Is Rooney going to get a top 5 here? He battles to the line. I think he held on for a top of 5 position. Let's bring you that Kyoto climb. Arego coming through in first place. Montoya coming through in second. Cadabona coming through in third. The riders coming through in fourth and fifth. Toro and then Rooney. So Jeff Rooney takes away that 1 point. He takes away fifth place. Toro going strong on the climb, and a real mix of riders. But the BMC 6s placing 3 riders inside the top 5. 4 riders, well, you've got to go to 9th place for the BMC 6s. David Milano, the 4th of their counters, but right up there. The Petit Cannibals that we mentioned earlier on, the best rider so far is Julian Sponsel from Switzerland. He was in 12th place. Other teams are featuring strongly. Level Carbon with Cadabona, Rooney, as we mentioned, right up in the mix inside the top 10. The Wheelies are putting riders up there with Rusharan, Teron. No surprises to see him right up in that mix as well. Category 6 flying, Category 5, down on the start line.
Well, they are indeed. 45 riders, just to note, in that leading group in Category 6.
So with 45 riders going clear in Category 6, let's look at Category 5, the first step up the ladder. So we take a look at down 12 teams representing a wide variety of riders. Great to see so many riders, in fact, in teams. 3 teams of 4, 9 teams of 5 making that up. Our teams of 4, Danish Dynamite, who have Strandvig, Hyongard, along with Nielsen and Vinther. The other teams of 4, the road racing team with Garces, Senio, Notari, and Cavajal, and Team Alpha, Buema, Butheab, along with Muntha Al-Muharami and Bo Makadami. And all 4 riders for Team Alpha, part of that GCC competition as well, which means I think they're going to be looking to make sure that they are right up there in that competition as well. I think road racing team have got a strong team. I guess is Asenio, Natari, and Cavajal. Cavajal's always shown himself strong. But the Danish Dynamite squad, Martin Hjongard, Rudin Nielsen, Mads Winter, and Jakob Stranig. I think they could be right up there, but by the numbers, Strandvik should be their strongest rider. But is that going to be the case? Will we see Hongard be up there?
Well, I think we might. But for me, in this team competition, I think it's Cycling District 5.1, Lenador, Pulaka, Cirillo, Tapia and Hertz versus Level Avengers, Mukhtari, Zimeo, Guevara, Warren and Warren. And I think they're going in against Level Up and Level Warriors. I think it's a level type of category.
Well, it's going to be an unlevel playing field for these riders today. Sorry. And there's a set of Category 5. It'll leave the start line to my terrible puns as they make their way out on towards the course. It'll be a right then a left-hand turn that take them up towards the course proper. There's plenty of kicking the football uphill as well as chasing it downhill here. Will they be like a bunch of Sunday football players, or will they be the elite Premier League riders of the day? We will find out which team are going to have those superstars and who is going to be local league level.
Well, 82 riders on the start sheets in Category 5, 14 teams, 3 youth riders in that under-23 competition. Interestingly, Gonzalez, part and parcel of BMC Rule 5, Tapia, part of Cycling District 5.1, and Joel Warren, part of the Level Avengers, in the same team as his dad, Ola Warren, who's part and parcel of that Masters competition.
And we would really dearly love to see into your pain caves, into your room where you are racing. So whether you are father and son, mother and daughter, whether you're individuals, or whether you're one of our superstar riders like Mohammed Mukhtari, do make sure you get those cameras lined up. Good to see you, sir. Looking very, very suave, ready for today's racing. We will see whether Mohammed Mukhtari looks so cool, calm and collected at the end of stage 7. He's followed those instructions, his riding name matching the name on screen and the name that he's put into that Zoom room. He's got that camera on landscape. He's made sure the auto rotate is on. If you are just joining us and you are racing, please, please, please do make sure you do that. We'd love to get that insight into just how hard you're working or how easy you're finding it. In fact, at the moment, the pace is on. At the moment, there's a big sprint kick currently coming already here in Category 5. Ben Kirk has clearly got itchy feet as he goes away. So Category 5 up and away. A quick reminder, there are green skin suits with a 5 on because those are the Masters category riders within Category 5. The key thing to identify category is the number that's on the back of the riders. It's not just a green skin suit for the sprint, although it is a slightly different colour.
It is indeed, but the pack now starting to stretch. Kirk not happy with the fact that all 82 riders had come out of the pen and were still in the same group. Rune Nielsen on our screens at the moment. A look of concentration on his face because the pace is hot at the moment. Nielsen having to respond at zone 5. This is a concerted effort to stay in the group here, and it's a concerted push on this early climb as they come towards the flat plateau that will take them towards the first climbing segment of the day.
And I'm going to show off my Danish skills here because I know that his jersey's there said in Danish, E-Cycling Club Denmark.
Excellent.
The fact that club was basically the only thing that was different, and that was a K, not a C, just shows just how poor my language skills really are.
Well, or how worldwide cycling esports really is.
It is indeed. Don't forget, of course, that the riders out and around the globe racing. We've got riders racing in the middle of the night. We've got riders racing in the early hours of the day. We've got riders racing in the middle of the day. Jussi Pulaka, another of our Scandinavian riders, though, currently in Finland there, and Pulaka at the moment just looks like he's just sat on those tri-bars, actually, on the aero bars on the bike there by the position of his arms. Either that or he's just keeping super aero, but it's a great way to rest your body and not put energy in through your arm muscles, not burning up valuable oxygen, supporting your body. Really, really key.
Well, boo.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, I was watching
that wasn't just you freezing if you're at home watching.
No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, that did come from my thought process. But Painter, Castro, Gavaria, Mantier, Dotto, all in the mix. Mukhtari is there. So is Arseno and Ivanov. Garcés as well as, in fact, Juan Garcés is at the front of the pack with Ronald Erasmus at the moment. And they're on this transition. And I'll tell you something, nobody has been dropped from the group. Now, we saw that very different in the Category 6 race. We saw a big stretch on the group because of the early pace being so hot. Category 5, they've all come up the climb together. We don't have any riders distanced. So we have a large group of riders, a bit of a stretch on the group because the pace is strong. You want to be in the draft at this point on this flat section. You want to be at a lower power. You want to be holding a little bit of energy in reserve because very, very shortly we're coming to the first climb segment of the day. The Kyoto climb segment finishes at 4 kilometers. That tells you how short it is. Hal Lightwood on the screen at the moment, the Canadian rider right up at the front of this race.
Well, I think Hal Lightwood want to be. You really, really, really want to be. He want to be right at the front because that is the place to be, in with this group, but also holding position on the climb. The speed is still 36 kilometers an hour, so there is draft available. You can see Lightwood's numbers are in the green. He's in the draft, very focused there. You can just see that bike moving about underneath him as he keeps on tapping out that rhythm. Here as the climb really starts to bite, 7%. Now it's going to go to just shy of 9 very quickly indeed. Here we are, 8.9 it peaks at. It's going to ease again and then kick once more around the corner. And now, like, we're just starting to drop back a little bit through the group. Up at the very front, though, we are seeing a kick already to try and claim those first points in the mountains competition. All of our climbs today of the same category. They are all scored 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points. When we move through the week into those bigger climbs, then the Hawk category climbs, for example, will score 15, 12, 10, 8, and 6 points. So a big increase as we move on to the bigger climbs. At the moment, though, this is for the lead. The gap has gone, and I tell you something, Mark Tong has got his climbing legs with him today. He put the right pair on this morning when he got up out of bed, climbing legs on. Climb points gained.
Well, Tong goes through in 1 in the category 5 race. That is the first set of points in the climbing competition done. It looks, I was just like looking at my screen and it was changing and updating as I was looking at it. These results on the webpage are live and constantly updated. Bruno Ordono is the rider going through in second, scoring 4 points. Jakob Strandvig scoring 3. Ola Warren picking up 2. And Luis Castro picking up 1 point in that first section of the climbing competition today.
And I make that group as they went in through 56 riders in the leading group, and then a couple of seconds to the second group of riders, about another 6 or 7 riders there. Almost in contact. You can just see that little group just off the back of the main pack on the top right hand side of your screen, where those discs are. The discs are the blue circles that represent each of our riders. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, category 6 leaders at the moment motoring along at 11.4k. They're only 1 kilometre off the Tokyo Sprint.
Well, they are indeed. And it's interesting, the category 5 pack is really stretching. It's not coming back together again because they're on a descent and then they're into the next climb. Category 6, it's Marius Fossid on the front being challenged by Orlando Montoya. Montoya going up and over the top at the moment. The sprint checkpoint not coming till the 12.4 kilometre marker. This is an early run for that checkpoint.
I think it's an early run and maybe an ill-fated one, but we'll have to see if they can make that stick in that run to the next checkpoint. Meanwhile, down at the very first point our riders need to make, that's the start line. You can see that we've got category 4 riders. The teams coming up on your screens, 12 teams in total. 12 teams in total. 1 team of 4, 11 teams of 5 riders. And once again, we're going to focus. I like focusing on the little guys. We're going to go for the smallest team, the 1 team with 4 riders, the Anunnaki squad. Jose Rodriguez, Frank Flores, I'll put my teeth back in, Daniel Largo, and Santiago Ramirez. 4 very, very strong riders. Of those, Rodriguez competing in the Masters competition. Emma, do you know what the Anunnaki is?
Well, they're sort of ancestors or gods, aren't they? There's a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, you know, whether they are from outer space and alien, or whether they are deities or just the ancestors from a long time ago.
Could be the OGs, basically. The original greats.
Well, there we go. We are going to see whether Rodriguez, Flores, Largo, and Ramirez can do the business. They are a stacked squad, actually.
Yeah.
They're really in, I think, with the team competition. I think Peak Power Racing, Van der Zandt, Wojciech, Montoya, Lynn, and Rocker are a team to watch.
Yes.
Likewise, I think BMC Racing, Quiroz, Pino, Castano, Giuliano, and Spratt. They, for me, have got to be really key.
Well, let's see if they can be up there. Can Spratt take another victory? He's been riding strongly on Sunday Race Club. It's time to go racing. It's Category 4, up and away. The red Category 4 jerseys mixed with those Masters jerseys in green with the number 4 on the back, denoting that Category 4 rider. Away they go. A very quick kick off from the line. Machado, the rider who has gone clear at the moment, kicks away, and Casa, Filo, Largo, Ioannis are all chasing at the moment. I think that was just a nervous kick, making sure that you didn't get left behind there. Machado, though, sees he's got the gap. He's kicking again. 5 watts per kilo just going in from him. He's going to keep the pace hot. We're getting a bit of a pattern starting to emerge today on stage 1, with that first checkpoint being at 4 kilometres, and with that climb starting so soon, nobody's hanging around.
Well, and the race fields are so big. Luke Allport, we dropped down. He's resplendent in that Australian jersey, that kit. But Allport, part and parcel of the level champion squad with White, Groen, Rusumaki, Bradley, and Allport. We know Allport likes a fast race. We know he likes to dial it on the front, and we know he's really strong and he's very powerful as well. But the pace high now at 43 kilometres an hour, 800 metres in. They've got this up. They've got this rolling. This is about managing your effort, making sure you're in the group, making sure you're in the draft, exactly as Allport is. You can see that because his watts numbers are in green, 248, if you are interested. And he's managing that effort. He's sitting at zone 3. He's not pushing deep into 4, 5, or 6, and he's staying with the move and covering it.
So, riders in Category 4, Category 5 and Category 6 away. All part of the racing here on MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh, of course, available to ride free of charge, no subscription fee to jump on board and ride on MyWhoosh. If you've got a sort of very simple setup, you've got speed sensors on your bike and you ride on rollers, or you've got what's known as a dumb turbo trainer that doesn't register the power, just sensors on your bike that tell you the speed, you can go out and ride. You can go do the training workouts where you can get a heart rate monitor, jump on board and ride in those group rides. Si Bradley, one of the coaches at MyWhoosh here today. Good to see Si. I know he's been stocking up with Habibi or Haribo, depending on where you are in the world as to what you've been using. I think Si's probably Haribo, if I know. So Si, one of our great coaches on MyWhoosh. You can join Si with his coaching sessions. And for those of you that were going to join him today, he's not there. He's here. So we've got Golden Boy himself, Eric Rimborg is actually covering Si's coaching session, but you can jump on and ride with Si, with some of the riders who are competing here, whatever kit you've got. If you've got a Super Smart Turbo Trainer and you've got a second power source and all the rules and all the things that you need to do to get onto our top level racing, then you can come and join James Robinson here in Category 4. You could be racing on the climb. It's good to see James in action here today. You can see the door of the garage open there, just to let some light and some air in and hopefully get some air movement to cool him down. Jump on board. Come and ride with us. There's great racing from Team Time Trials through to Watt Power races, right the way through to sprint races, World Championship style races. We've got the World Championship public qualifiers coming up as well, and Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday. You're a little late to get onto the start line for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025, but download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows, on PC to get the latest version onto your computer, and you can come and be racing. Fantastic riding at the moment in Category 4. 1 or 2 riders being dropped, but the pressure stretching this group in one long train of riders. It's not quite lined out, but it's pretty close at the moment.
Well, I can tell you the first starting category today, category 6, are through the first sprint section of the day. And the technical challenging parkour of this opening stage in Japan, where we go through the climbs and descents before we get to the first sprint, really playing havoc with that category 6 race field. As I said at the beginning, we had 93 riders come out the start pen. By the top of the first climb, we were down to a lead group of 45. Through the first sprint, we're down to a lead group of 25.
So category 6, that first sprint being taken by Stefan Tagad, followed by Escobar, Steele, Milano and Mamba, the first point scorers in the sprints competition as they went out on course. Meanwhile, we're still back with category 4 in with Mika Rusimaki, and you can just see that bike on that smart turbo trainer there. So the back wheel taken out, connected to the turbo trainer, and that is a self-calibrated device. It basically automatically calibrates. Nothing you can touch on there to be able to alter that. All of the riders have that power source plus a second power source. Those are then matched and checked along with the rider's stats and data. The verification process, absolutely world class, and leading our riders to know that they are up against real riders, putting real performances in. And lots of specialists in cycling esports putting out numbers that put World Tour road pros to shame.
Yeah, there's a really good article actually by Kate Tridgen on the Zoommunique site about that specific subject, Matt. Anybody can head over there and take a look. But the verification, really interesting, because it's not just about FTP. We hear so much about FTP in cycling, but it's not just about that. It's also about creating a profile for each rider, whether that's their ability on the sprints versus the climbs versus the flats, looking at their pedaling action, being able to tell whether a different rider is riding the same setup because of that type of information. They really are now verifying riders by creating a real individual power profile across a wide spectrum of data points.
So that individual passport will show that our lead rider, Dexter Abello, very good on those explosive efforts, particularly uphill. You can see he's just claimed top spot there ahead of Mohamed El Alami, followed by Busha Shkai, along with Quiros and I think Buchowski. We're just going to get a double check on those climber positions. Here we go. Abello taking top spot, 5 points, takes the lead and gets that polka dot skin suit ahead of El Alami, Buchta, along with Chris and Quiros. In fact, so Juan Quiros taking away 5th spot, the last point position. In terms of teams, Cycling District putting ahead riders in 4.1. The Cycling District 4.1 team with Abello, Cycling District 4 with Alami. They've got the first 2 places. Then it's the Black Horses squad with Buxter, then Shai with the BMC Ducks, BMC Racing. We've got Kuros, and then we're on to Black Horses, the Anaki, Cycling District 4.1. It's such a mix of riders and teams.
It is indeed, but take a look at the stretch on the group at the top of the right-hand corner of your screen as we hit this descent now. There's around 46 riders in that leading group, and look at the stretch on it. It could make more, it could split, and I think it's actually going to split on this descent at the moment. That's what it's potentially looking like. We've got another big group of riders in category 4 further back down the road, but for me right now, I think we're going to end up around 40 riders in the lead group.
And as you come descending down here, you can see the Formula 1 cars on the left-hand side shooting round back on the motor racing circuit. We go underneath grandstands. We dip down here. We go into a second section of the climb, and this almost mirrors the last part of the climb that we just ascended, yeah. And that is the Kyoto climb. So it doesn't count as a climb competition part of the course, but it is going to be as, if not more decisive, because it's the second time the riders have to put in that kind of effort within the space of a few seconds. So really, really important how those riders go in category 4, the next section too. Next riders away, well, they're still on the start line waiting to go. Category 3 now are waiting to head out. We've got 9 teams taking to our start line in category 3. We've got 2 teams of 4 riders, 7 teams of 5 riders here today. And they are an absolutely power-packed set of riders who are in our teams today. The teams with 4 riders, Cycling District 3 with Coimbra, Andrade, Almeida and Brignall. We've also got La Mafia, which is Cond, Dutton, Dominguez and Haggerty. La Mafia squad, the family.
Yes.
absolutely brilliant set of riders. And I think a real mix of skills. And Joshua Haggerty, although by the numbers, in theory, might be their weakest rider, I think actually he could be their strongest rider come the end of the racing. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how those individual riders perform within that team, as well as how that team of four go. Cycling District, another big squad from the Portuguese organised Cycling District team, who do a brilliant job of putting teams on the start lines of so many races.
Yeah, they do. They are absolutely brilliant. But for me, do you know what? The gold grabbers, Sladek, Diduch, Van Vellegem, Kochkov and Kalman, they for me have got to be one of the strongest squads in Category 3. I think Level Golden, Back and Lane, Morgan, Rushmer and Solly could go strongly, take that Mafia, Batty, Fournier, Karlstrom, Mayer and Tidholm. Or indeed take this, Kansara, Squilari, Holweiler, Oya and Ridley. Those are my 4 teams for the top.
So 4 teams for the top from Emma, 7 teams getting prizes, 9 teams taking to the start line. Away we go in Category 3. I have to say the Category 3 teams may well have the best name of any team in the competition, full stop.
Ooh.
The best name, Guardians of the Peloton.
Da, 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 da.
I just think it's a brilliant name.
It is absolutely brilliant.
And it's got some great riders. Henry East, Conrad Fenderich, John Brun, Rafael Amaro, and Dorvan Ellos. I actually think that could be the team to take top spot.
Well, whether they are guarding the peloton or whether they are the one and only guardians who are always in the right place, it does indeed wait to be seen. David Buddle on our screen at the moment, one of the riders in Category 3. Great to see him in the mix. We've got a nice mix of riders, you know, which is absolutely fabulous to see. Because we've got a number of young riders in the peloton, under 23, of which David is one of them. Really good to see. And it's going to be a really strong competition in Category 3, actually. 8 youth riders. David Bull on our screen, Aidan Sinclair. We've also got Liam Underwood here. We've got Josh Power. We've got Rodrigo Combra. And we've got Ibrahim Alfrey as well. And then Niall Batty is also an under 23 rider.
So that Espoir category, that under 23 youth category, playing out across the whole of the race here today. The stage race, there is stage 1 today that rolls right the way through the 8 days. The rest day for our riders, well, that comes on Sunday, where we normally see Franklin Almeida in action on the Sunday race. So nice shot there of Franklin, and I'm loving the fact super smooth on the bike there, tapping out the rhythm here as they make their way along, and he's looking really good here. I have to say, I always like it when a rider's got a nice pedaling position, doesn't move about, not rocking them all over the place, doesn't look like a nodding donkey, just super smooth, cool, calm, collected. One of my favourite riders of all time, Maurizio Fondris, used to practice his riding on the rollers where you're not held up. You have to be able to put the power in. And he used to do speed drills on the rollers in front of a mirror to perfect being smooth and controlled whilst doing 140 revs a minute.
Can we just say a nodding donkey is not an animal?
It is. Donkeys nod.
Well, donkeys do nod, but a nodding donkey is also a piece of equipment used for drilling oil.
That's true.
And that is where it continually nods.
You don't want to be either of those two. Good to see Matthias Kalman. Matthias, good to see you back onto the bike, the Kalman household, putting in phenomenal performances already today. So the pressure on Matthias here, there's an inter-household prize. I think whoever's comes higher doesn't have to do the washing up for the next 6 weeks or so, or maybe until the next Sunday Race Club. Matthias in action here. You can just see a quick change of the gears there as they make their way over the bridge on this 5% nearly gradient, heading on to the second section of this climb here today, currently at 2.2k into the course. This takes us to that that flat platform section before they go up on to the climb from there. Let's see who is going to have the power, the pace, the speed to take the first points and prizes of the day here today. Points make prizes. That's really key in the sprint competition, in that climbs competition. And this is going to be our first climbing checkpoint. It comes at 4 kilometers. So we're over halfway distance to that in category 3. 6 race categories up for grabs. These are decided based on ability. The dynamic categorization that you see on the Sunday Race Club applying here today to give fair racing to everybody, dividing those race categories between all levels of ability. So whether you are the future superstar of esports cycling or you're somebody just starting out on your journey, there's going to be a category for you. Do jump on board. Do come and join the riders. We always love to see new riders, and do get in touch. You can get hold of Emma on Instagram. It's at biking_Emma. You can catch up with me at MattFixerPaint on Instagram as well. We'd love to get those messages. Thank you all the riders who've been in touch. Both Emma and myself, absolutely inundated with riders and their communication. Honestly, don't ever think that we get too many. It doesn't happen. We can never have too much information coming in. Emma and myself, professional commentators across cycle sport, across multiple disciplines. And I have to say, probably the best at getting in touch are our esports cyclists.
Yes. I was going to say which ones they were very closely followed by, but I didn't.
Go on.
Mountain bike eliminator riders.
Yes.
I have a really good chat going on with them as well.
Yes.
But 2 close-knit families, and that's what I think is the close thing about them, or the similar thing about them, because the esports community, a close-knit community, the mountain bike eliminator community, also very close-knit.
You can catch up with the latest action actually in that mountain bike eliminator racing. We were on the mic Sunday evening, and you can catch up that on YouTube as well as the MyWhoosh feed. That's at City Mountain Bikes channel on there for the mountain bike eliminator. And for me, one of the other similarities is that repeatable efforts, because riders have to put in repeated efforts. And that's for me where when we move from category 6 to 5 to 4 to category 3, the ability to put big power down repeatedly really shows. Riders like Niall Batty, we know that when we go uphill, he's going to be able to put that down, but he can do it again and again and again. So can Stemmen. Interesting, David Badil, the rider that we were just in with, the other young rider here in that under-23 competition, marking Niall Batty here. The under-23 riders coming to the fore. Stemmen is there. Kowalski is there as well. Look at this big kick coming from Brood as well. Batty's going to try and hold on to this to the line. Oh, so tight on the line there. Kowalski, I think, has just taken it. We're going to have to look at those split times on the climb there. Yeah,
Kowalski takes it. Kowalski takes the first climbing checkpoint of the day in category 3. Niall Batty picks up the 4 points for second place. Wangarin takes third. Adam Stenman takes fourth with 2 points. And John Brune, Guardians of the Peloton, picks up 1 point.
But very interestingly here, the first rider, Kowalski, coming through, came through in 42nd position. All of the leaders in category 4 went through that checkpoint with a faster time from start gate to checkpoint than the leader and the first rider in category 3. So faster riding from the category 4 riders to that point than category 3. Category 3 taking it, I think, steadier early on and then more explosive.
Yes, and for our new viewers to the MyWhoosh Championships, that is perfectly normal, that we get 6 different races out of the start pens from categories 1 through to category 6. Each of those race fields do not have to race the race with the same tactics and the same strategy. And that's why we see some of the later starting pelotons riding slower earlier on and going through those early checkpoints perhaps slower than some of the earlier starting categories. Well, waiting down in the start pen are a whole load of green jerseys, because that is category 2, all 72 riders. For me, I can hardly split these teams.
There's so many teams, 13 teams taken to the start line, 1 team of 3, 3 teams of 4, 9 teams of 5 riders. The team with the least riders is DMH. However, we have Mohammed Al Case, a rider who showed his speed, strength, and skill in the GCC Stage Race Championships. Absolutely flying in that competition. Al Case, a very strong rider. Damian Kiesnowski, proven winner and podium rider on MyWhoosh. And Hassan Sultan, a rider who, again, is regularly pushing inside those top fives and can take a good climb and really make the group suffer. For me, three very strong riders in that team of three, the only team of three out of those 13 teams.
Yeah, well, for me, out of the 13 teams, I think 6 are in for a chance with the win, and I can't split them. For me, it's Abus Esports, Halen, Van Hee, Carvajal, Simmons, and Kalman. It is the GOAT squad, Burke and Khan Kane, Peter Milostic, Masiet Mendakowicz and Jonas Bjarhead. What a squad! Maple Baguette Express, Godzari, Bjorklund, Gombe, Havo and Guerra. They are going to go well, I know. The Smarties, Bengston, Damsgaard, Ritter, Walter and Theme. Goodness me, I don't know about Smarties. My favourite one was always orange, but they are phenomenal. The Hitmen, Fawcett Miller, Koisten and Trajanowski, and of course the UAE clan team that have been strengthened by Nuki and Graves. I think there's 6 for the top. Well, they could well prove me wrong in 8 days' time. We are going to see. But Category 2 are up and out of the start pen. We're in with Luca Giamami at the moment. Kisnowski is there. Kiddle is there. Khan K and David Darn. Trujillo, Downs, Guerra. Tatu Coinston is in the mix. Mohammed Al Case is right up there. Patrick Bloom, Bennett, Cooper, Massa. They are all at the top of the tree. This is Category 2. Fast and furiously up to speed. The pack are rolling out of the pen.
So Category 2, up and away. Alcasa leading them for that DMH squad. This is Category 2, our penultimate race category. Hundreds and hundreds of riders taking to the start line. If you are heading in to a wash, don't forget, of course, we'll be covering all 6 race categories. Lots of race distance today, 57.1k to try and cover as much as we can across all of those race categories. Our last category, Category 1, with those big famous esports names in there, and for me that is going to be a real battle, almost as much as a battle that we're going to see in some of our subcategories. I think in Category 2 it's not just about that GC competition, is it? We've got other categories and other battles unfolding out on the race field.
Well, we do indeed, and we're in with Patrick Bloom at the moment. He's part and parcel of the front of the pack. But let's just talk about some of those other competitions. There are 8 youth riders under 23s in Category 2. That is going to be really close. But the one I think we need to watch, and the one I think is going to be a real battle royale here, is the Masters competition in Category 2. 5 riders hit the Masters criteria of being 45 plus. Apologies if I am going to name you and out you as a Masters rider, but I cannot wait to watch this unfold. Ika Morel is a Master. Peter Milostic, Jonas Bjarhead, X100, and SS. And for any of you who regularly tune in on MyWhoosh and watch the elite racing, all 5 of those riders regularly in the mix. That is going to be one phenomenal battle. I was going to say sub-battle because, but then I realised and remembered that any of those riders could very well make the top 10 or top 5 day after day after day. So it may well not be a sub-battle. It may be a very prominent battle.
It may indeed. Just in with Mr. X100 at the moment. One of the real original greats out on MyWhoosh, who is leading the UAE clan team. Now, this is a team that we see week in, week out at the front of the racing, but they have brought in reinforcements this week. Oh my goodness, have they ever. Mr. X100 and SS, who are two of their most regular riders for that UAE clan team, both absolute stars. They've been joined by a long-time opponent, in fact, Phil Graves, who has battled them for a long time, but also a rider who knows them well, Ivan Nuki, the coach based in Huderiat Island. That is going to be really interesting to see how he gets on. He's a phenomenal climber. And one of our young riders, Mohammed Mutawai of the UAE clan team, going to be really, really interesting to see what happens as that plays out, because you've got experience with our Masters riders, SS and Mr. X100, Adrian Phil there slightly, Mr. X100 SS. You've got Phil Graves in here, great long distance triathlete, a rider with the pace to stay long. Nuki, who can climb like an absolute demon, brilliant to see him in action, and a great rider and motivator as well. And Mohammed Matoué, young, super talented rider.
Well, talking about a talented rider, we have Takasuki on our screens at the moment, right at the front of this Category 2 race. They're at the 2.7 kilometre marker. They're coming towards the climb, and it's the first climb of the day. Now, the Kyoto climb, they go up it 3 times. This time, not in its entirety. It is a 3-stepped climb. They're just doing 2 of the steps after they come out of the start pen. And really key to see here, this Category 2 pack, just 1 or 2 riders, distance a little bit off the back of the pack, but SS is there, Stella is there, Bennett is there, Skierski, Kaplinski, Cooper, Manchando, Massa, all in the mix. They are steady state riding at the moment, zone 2, zone 3, as they come in towards the climb.
Steady state. There's some riders chasing, blowing chunks at the back there. They are absolutely in bits. You can see 1 or 2 riders really struggling. Part of the reason that that's happening, once you lose the draft of the group, once you get outside that 5-meter zone and you are out in the wind, when you're on your own, you've so much work to do to get in. You need it to hit the climb to be able to put down that power and for the draft not to take as much effect. But the speed these riders are traveling at, 36 kilometers an hour onto the climb, carrying that momentum forward, it's going to be still the case that drafting takes effect. You can see the watts numbers in there. Phenomenal. Over 600 watts coming down from Moritz Ritter. Massive kick at 7-8 watts per kilo there as he put down that punch. Olivier Simmons moving up towards the front as well. Simmons, oh my goodness, he is a wind machine. He is so dangerous. He's a rider. You don't want to get it down the road, but you also don't want to sprint with him. A real all-rounder. Good to see, as you said, Takasuki in here. He's been riding so strongly. And Takasuki here nicely pushing up inside that top 10. This is about taking points in that climb competition, but it's also about not being distanced. If a gap goes, if a break goes. At the front, though, Alvarado pushing on from Xiaomi. Adrian Alvarado goes over the line. He's going to claim that polka dot skin suit. He's going to pull that onto his shoulders. Xiaomi is going to take second place. I think Takasugi, then Simmons, then Kankayan in that order over the line. I stand to be corrected, though, because there's such a huge group coming through. And now it's about pushing on and making that really tell.
Well, it was indeed Adrian Alvarado who goes over the top in 1, picking up 5 points. Luca Grimini picks up 4. Takasuki picks up 3 points. Simmons picks up 2 points. And Kankayan picks up 1 point in that competition. Interestingly, the Category 2 pack pretty much rolling to that point at the same pace as the Category 4 pack. But let's just remember, Category 4 were on fire.
They were absolutely dialing it from the start. No tactical holding back of pace. They weren't saving it for the good stuff. They were out there up at the front of the race and putting down the pressure all the way through. You might hear the phrase save it for the good stuff a few times over the course of the next week. We're going for the subliminal advertising version of that. Slightly more subtle than Peter Sagan in the advert. Got to say, absolute. We had the pleasure of meeting Peter Sagan in the commentary box, as well as Tadej Pogacar down at the MyWhoosh HQ after the World Championships for 2024. Both absolutely brilliant. I gotta say, Peter Sagan not afraid to take the mickey out of himself. A man with a very entertaining sense of humour for sure. Both really nice guys, and great to have the honour of meeting them and talking with them in HQ. Real superstars of cycling. Well, we've got our real superstars of cycling esports about to get ready to start, because Category 1, these are the names you all know. If you've been watching the Sunday Race Club, you watch Cycling Esports World Championships, because these are the big guns that are coming out to fire. You can see that we have 8 teams on the start list today. 1 team of 3, 2 teams of 4, and 5 teams of 5. Our team of 3, Yunsei Honda, Peter Trzynski, and Patrick Stepanek of the Cycling District 1 squad. That's the Portuguese organised squad. Alpha Joel represented by Jones, Vujasin, Churek, and Kaminski. You've also got, with 4 riders, Boss Moves Only, Michael Vink, previous winner of this stage race, Michael Nussen, regular winner and podium rider on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, Say Safrazadi, winner on-road, off-road and on cycling esports, and a certain Jason Osborne, twice world champion at cycling esports and the current world champion, of course.
Yes, but you do have others in the mix, and there are some great teams here. You know, I don't think this is a given. I think when you look at the start sheets, you think Boss Moves Only have got to dominate this, and probably I would agree with that. But, and I'm going to put a big but in place, the riders have to finish. Alpha Jaw for me is a strong squad. Jones, Vujasin, Churek and Kaminski. Do not discount Aber Synergy. That's a phenomenal team. Wu has been riding his socks off. Van Elst and Chigels have been riding strongly as well. They've got Power and Paradians in the mix. The other squad for me, I think, are going to be in the mix is the Farm Watts squad, because Harris, Noren, Puckett, Nair and Andreasen, day after day after day after day, are going to be consistent. The other thing for me here is the youth competition, and we'll talk about it when these riders are out of the pen, because the future of cycling esports is seriously bright.
Well, it's going to be bright with a B for a big bang of a big explosion on the way out from the start line. Category 1, our elite category, the top of the tree, are out. Our final set of riders away on stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships, that $1 million prize fund allocated across all of our race categories. But category 1, they are going to be taking away the biggest prize pot at the end of the racing. Let's see who is going to take this out. Will it be, as some people say, Jason Osborne, who is a lot of people's favourite, including Christoph Constant on the chat at the moment? Or will it be past winners Michael Vink? Vink scalping Osborne in the Sunday Race Club recently, and very different profiles. Wu right up there also challenging the riders. And of course, the team competition is going to be just as important, because it may be that riders have to sacrifice some of their personal ambition for the team competition, because that's where the big prize money is.
It is. And, you know, the strength and the depth of the Boss Moves Only squad is one of those real big things, because they've got riders they can put up the road and then do a 1-2, even a 1-2-3, and just keep going over the top. For me, though, what I need to say is, well, we've got Cal Power on our screen at the moment, part of that Aber Synergy squad, who we said were going to be part and parcel of the top 4 teams. But for me, what I wanted to talk about was the youth riders here in this category. We've got 4 youth riders in this category. And for me, bearing in mind this is the elite category 1, they are under 23 riders, and that's why I say the future is bright for cycling esports, because Yunsei Honda is an under 23 rider. Hayden Pucker, the champion of the USA, is an under 23 rider. Paul Skierski, the rider from Poland, is an under 23 rider. And Linda Milostic, second in the Australian Championships, is an under 23 rider, and possibly our youngest rider in the entire competition at 18. It's phenomenal that all 4 of those riders are going to battle it out for that youth competition here in category 1. And, well, they have already been, some of those, on the world stage at the finals of the World Championships in Abu Dhabi last year. The under-23 riders, both in the men's and the women's competition, show us a bright future for this sport.
I would agree entirely with that. The discipline of cycling esports, all part of the disciplines covered by the UCI, and I'm sure there are plenty of those cycling disciplines that would dearly love to have not just the talent but the commitment that we see from our young riders here on MyWhoosh week in, week out. And it's a chance to show what they can do on a repeated effort on a multi-day stage race. Can they match up to the reputation of SS in Category 2? He's at the moment off the front of this group, currently at 9 kilometres, and that means that they're up and over the top of the mountains, the Kyoto climb, followed by the second of our climbs. That Kyoto climb, absolutely key here today. Category 2 are flying. Alvarado taking the top spot. SS at that time, well, he was buried a little bit further down in the pack. 26th timed rider over the line, but that does include a number of Category 4 riders in that total. So in the leading group of Category 2 at the time, going clear on that descent and looking to make it hard for everybody else.
Well, and I also think this is a long-range run for the first sprint checkpoint at the 12.4 kilometre marker. I know they're some way out at 9.7, but if you can get the momentum rolling on this descent, and we're seeing SS dig deep when the gradient gets really steep, almost sprinting to get the momentum and the pace up. If he can carry that through to the Tokyo sprint, he's going to pick up that first set sprint points today.
And the UAE clan team do have the reputation of riders who are able to use the momentum well, because they spent a lot of time on the platform and learning how it rides and how it feels. It's one of those things, isn't it? You've got to get the time, you've got to get the race time on. You've got to get the race time in. If you want to be good at anything, you've got to do a lot of hours on it, at it, whether that is commentating, riding, TV production, washing up, not necessarily cooking, baking, or creating anything edible, because I'm clearly, no matter how many hours I do that, food poisoning on our rust.com is me. But I have to say, generally, for most things, you've got to put the hours in. And if you want to be really, really good, it's not just the hours doing the basics, but it's also then fine tuning where to put things like your power down on the on those descents in that momentum, where to put in the pace and the power, where to rest, where to sit in the group. When those splits go, what does it look like? What does it feel like as riders start to push? Where can you ease off?
I'm going to put my academic hat on for a minute.
Okay.
Because there was some research done on how many hours of work you needed to put in to become an expert in any skill, whether that would be woodwork or bike racing. And Gladwell, who is the author of said book, should anybody want to look it up, refers to the 10,000 hour rule, asserting that the key to achieving true expertise in any skill is simply a matter of practicing, albeit in the correct way, for at least 10,000 hours. I once examined a PhD that went up against that theory.
And did it end up agreeing with it? What was the outcome?
Well, the author of the PhD disagreed with the 10,000 hour rule.
Okay, but no conclusion as to who was right.
Well, no, it's academic debate.
We shall leave Professor Emma Martin. She is a real professor. It's not just the title we give her. She is indeed a professor and a doctor, as well as an academic, to her numbers. As the numbers show, number one rider in Category 1, looking to claim the first points, sprinting clear of the bunch, the world champion, Jason Osborne, leading the race over the first checkpoint behind Jones, Panizza, Vajassin, Dont, Kroll, and Harris coming through. But that move by Osborne almost sailing away with ease. The boss moves only rider, the world champion Jason Osborne, claims the first points. 5 points on that climbs competition ahead of Ollie Jones taking 4. Ricardo Panizza taking 3, Lino Vujassin taking 2, and Ruben Dont taking 1. Quick reminder, Jason Osborne not only has done his 10,000 hours on cycling esports, 10,000 hours probably out on the bike on the road in X World Tour Pro, but also 10,000 hours because he's a silver medalist at the Olympics rowing.
Yes, multi-skilled.
Indeed, that's a lot of hours. Don't have much time for much else. Don't get sleep, clearly. That's a lot of 30.
Well, I think he will get sleep because sleep is all about recovery, isn't it?
It is. It is. So, Jason Osborne leading in the house on the road. Nice view of the rainbow jersey from Jason. We're going for a different view of Jason, although this is the view most people get of Jason most of the time on the bike. Jason, nice to see you back, buddy. We have seen your face. We met Jason. He's one of the really nice guys in cycling esports. Emma, you've interviewed him and you've talked with him on the Virtual Velo podcast that you host along with Chris Wenker. That episode with Jason, really insightful, really a really brutally honest interview about him coming out of the World Tour professional scene and moving across into the ranks of esports and choosing that, and why he did so without causing people not to bother going back and listening, which I would suggest everybody
I would
does.
go back and listen, because I mean, one of the things
give us a taste of it.
Well, one of the things I loved about when we talked to Jason on the Virtual Developer podcast was he's open, he's real, he's honest, he says it as it is. And if you really want to lift the lid on the transition between cycling esports and road, there's a whole communication and conversation around talent development and whether cycling esports is a discipline in its own right or a talent spotting identification system for the road. Again, Ollie Jones, part and parcel of that too. But Osborne really opens up and talks about the nature of what goes on, and it is a brilliant, brilliant interview. Ollie Jones also been on the Virtual Velo podcast, and Ollie Jones also a phenomenal rider, and one I think who is really going to be in the mix here day after day after day. And he is part and parcel of that Alpha Jaw squad, and he's been riding so strongly recently.
Certainly has. Fantastic to see him in action, looking so strong out on the Sunday Race Club, as well as racing on the road. Just taking a little bit of a look at the times for Ollie Jones. Ollie Jones, what position, what without cheating and looking on your screens, Emma, and searching for it, at the Kyoto Climb, where do you think Ollie Jones was in the overall scheme of things across all of our race entries at the top of the Kyoto Climb?
Oh, I think Category 1 had quite a fairly steady start in comparison to some of the other categories. I would go about 58th.
108th.
Well, there we go. I was a little bit out.
108th.
But they had a fairly steady start.
I think it just shows. And in fairness, they are packed above between him and Osborne in terms of positions. But it does show you Category 1 at the moment, saving that energy for when they need it. Now, Tomoki Takasugi really pushing on here.
Yeah, he is indeed. And we're back in with Category 2. And we've got two riders clear at the moment. They're at the 14.5 kilometre marker. They've gone over the Kyoto Climb for the first time. They've gone through the Tokyo Sprint for the first time. They're heading towards the Kyoto Climb for the second time. Now, this is the full climb this time. All three stages of it, three steps. It's only the top step that is part and parcel of the climbing checkpoint. But that checkpoint coming towards the end of that section at the 23.4 kilometre marker. And that's where Category 2 are heading at the moment. Takasugi right on the front of that group, but only by a couple of seconds. We drop back in with Category 1, in with Honda on our screen at the moment. Refueling options and hydration options and carbohydrate options are available in their many different types. We're going to see lots of different things in people's pain caves, giving you an insight into their fueling strategies.
And a long time ago, a flat with all the fizz taken out cola of some description was a fueling choice by many because of the caffeine and the sugar in there, and a way to refuel. I have to admit, I've done that myself. I am old enough to remember when this was high tech on the way through. But even then, I mean, the pros are doing that. If
Final lap of a mountain bike race.
Yeah, if you were passing up a drink to a professional rider because they didn't want anything that was contaminated, you would pass them up, if you weren't on their team, a can of seal can of fizzy drink, because they knew that nobody had been messing about with it. They knew that they were safe to take that and to drink that. And that is one of the things I remember. I think we passed up my record at any one point was 28 of them.
Well, there are more than 29 riders in this Category 2 race at the moment. They've just gone through, they've been through the Tokyo Sprint. And at that point, it was Olivier Simmons who led them out from Maciej Skierski. Matthew Sanchez, Martin Matheson and Mikel Menchando were the top 5 riders, picking up points. But do you know what? The group is big. The group is strong. But there were around 8 riders who'd gone clear by about 4 seconds from that group to push on. I'm thinking that group, I can see that group all starting to come back together again.
And I was just taking a little look in Category 2 is where Takasugi was in terms of that sprint. He wasn't on the way through that sprint. He wasn't right up there, but then attacked over the top, looking to break this racing up. And I think that's going to be a tactic here that's being used by Trzecinowski, really looking to split the groups apart, really looking to accelerate through and to do some damage on the way through. And exciting riding we expect from Marcin Trzecinowski. It's certainly a rider you wouldn't want to take to a race finish because we know he's got a great sprint. He's a
Yeah.
rider who's good at riding on a limit all day and then finding something extra on that final kick to the line.
Yes, absolutely. And he's also a great punchy rider. So I think on these early stages, he could really well come to the fore, the Polish rider, because they are punchy stages, the first three stages. I think when we get to stage 4 and stage 5, when we head to Zurich and Japan, and we really get into those mountain stages, I'm not sure we're going to see so much of Trojanowski, but definitely for the first three stages, they suit him down to the ground.
So those rolling ruler type stages kicking off the racing. This is stage 1 for the men, following on from stage 1 for the women on the MyWhoosh Championships, the 7-stage over 8 days race. The rest day available for riders to ride on the Sunday Race Club if they choose to do so. The riders, though, can use that as a qualifying round to go into our finals as well. If they need to, if they want to take that as a rest day instead. All the riders in the race subject to verification to minimum standards for their turbo trainer or smart trainer, minimum standards for their second power meter, as well as, of course, for that performance. And the need to get a power passport. That's check, the verification check, and the way in which the riders, or part of the way that the riders are sent into categories, which is on the way in and through. Live results as you get them. The place to go, that is really simple. Go to www.mywhoosh.com. If you go on there, you go to results on the main menu, and you then need to find the stage race, the MyWhoosh Championship. You can go from there into the links for the women's and the men's race, and that has the results on the way through for the stage ranking, that which is where we're at the moment, and then the general ranking as well. So, for example, you can see that our Category 6 riders at the moment out on course at 39.7k have just gone over the top of the Tokyo climb number 3. In Category 6, as they went over the top, it was Orego from Toro, from Steele, from Fossiade, as they went over the top of that climb competition. The last of those climb points allocated out at that point.
Yeah, 17 riders in the leading group in Category 6 at that point. Just a couple of seconds back, though, Maillard, Vaz, or Truba to make that 23. Then Marin and Mamba, well, the gap was a fair bit bigger. You can see that clearly on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Main big bunch, around 17 riders, then a gap back to 2 or 3, and then another gap back to the third group on the road.
And as they make their way up on this section, this is actually the penultimate big climb. Not a climb segment, but a climb. Just in with Peter Cridlin. You can see him in person on the left with that polka dot casquette. Peter Cridlin has a selection of casquettes. I'm quite jealous, actually, of the volume of casquettes. And waving away, we will do a selection at some point of waves back in the studio here today. But that hat, that casquette, a key important part. I find it very handy when I'm riding on the turbo, I have to admit.
My question is, did he get the polka dot casquette whilst watching the Tour de France, or did he pick it up in a shop?
Peter, if you are listening, put your thumbs up if you got it in a shop. Thumbs, oh, it's gone. Sorry, you won't get the question. We can't see. You will just have to guess. Or maybe Peter will be in touch. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us at Matt Fix Paint or at biking_Emma. So Category 6 now going over the top of their penultimate climb, dropping down. They'll go to the checkpoint, the Tokyo Sprint, the final checkpoint, and then into the finish. Meanwhile, Category 2, Olivier Simmons, the prolific sprint winner with the ice vest on in person on the left of your screen. On the right-hand side with the green sprint jersey. Another rider looking to add to sprint points in. Ruben Dont kicks off away from the front of the group here. Dont goes through, gains maximum points that time around. Just waiting for these riders to go through. It looks to me like he's going to take away the sprint's lead at the moment. He's just gone through the 12.4k sprint marker. That is the checkpoint number 1.
Well, can I just tell you, Ruben Dont does indeed go through first across the line on the Tokyo sprint checkpoint. It's the first sprint checkpoint of the competition from the natural born grillers. The grillers who are going to be grilling it off the front of the pack, I think, because Neil Fryer, Dont's teammate, in second. Skierski, Fryer and Dont's teammate, in third. 3 grillers on the front. Panizza in 4 picks up 2 points, and Jasper Paradians from Aber Synergy picks up 1. I love that. I'm grilling it off the front.
Yeah, you see, you get grilling and cooking. I get grillers as in gorillas.
No, they're grilling it off the front.
I know. And I know what it's a pun on, a natural born, whatever. But absolutely brilliant to see that they are already dialing it in this race. Whilst I sing Disney songs in my head from movies, it was actually orangutan who was singing that song. The leaders on the road at the moment, Hayden Pucker going over the top.
Yeah,
and putting the pressure on.
Pucker is putting the pressure on at the moment and pushing on those pedals. It's a flat section before we see the descent into what is the Kyoto climb for the second time. Currently 33 riders on the front group of the Category 1 race. Yunsei Honda is the rider just getting distanced off the back, and you can see that on the screen in the top right-hand corner. But Pucker settling in Jones, Kroll, Kaminsky, Osborne, Turek, Dont, Paradian, Skierski, Safrazadi and Milostic, all in that group.
So Category 1 leaders on the left of your screen, Category 6 leading group right-hand side of your screen there. They are continuing to push on as we go in with Category 5 at the top of their last climb check, the Kyoto climb checkpoint. Mats Vinther pushing over the top here with Fabian Tapia. They're not going to take away the sprint lead from stage 1. Bruno Ordono has taken that. He scored enough points across the first 2 climbs, across climb number 1, 2, and then into climb 3 to have those points added together and to take away the top prize in that competition. Great riding by him. So we're going to see if he can continue to push on from there.
Well, interesting to see the push coming on, and you can see the checkpoint scorers in that Category 5 race. And it is Bruno Ordono who picks up the 5 points from Luis Castro, who picks up 4. Nicholas Hagland picks up 3. James Mountier picks up 2. And Jussi Polaka, who we were in with earlier on, the Finnish rider, picks up 1 point that time.
So our runners continuing to push on in Category 5. Category 6, the furthest riders down the road have not yet been caught and are really riding well, I think, at the moment. Category 6 at the moment, currently approaching that Tokyo sprint checkpoint and heading out beyond there. And you've just seen Category 5 chasing behind them are Category 4 and 3. And then Category 2 at the moment, Mistakes 100, putting in a breakaway, really ripping this up. The UAE clan team are wanting to make this racing hard today. I don't think they want to give anybody an easy ride today. Let's go out, make it hard from the gun. Let's see who's done their preparation, who's done the work, who is going to be able to push and to be able to make this work on day 1 and set themselves up for a good day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Well, I think it's really interesting because X100 has gone down the road, SS has gone down the road. Both of those riders from the UAE clan team. Ivan Nuki, part and parcel of that squad, he's going to come into play, I think, when we do the big mountain stages. He's such a strong climber. Phil Graves, we've often seen him go out hard for an hour and then pretty much sit up. So if they want to send anybody down the road, that is going to be the key rider to go.
And I'm going to be really interested to see what he can do on that time trial stage.
Yeah, I agree. Actually.
Because when we go to the time trial stage, which is our penultimate day of racing, I think that you are going to see those riders who've been working hard in the mountains competition, in the overall competition, then having a rest day, going into a time trial day. So you've got big climbs, you've got real race efforts. You then get a rest day, which mucks about with everybody pretty much. Then you've got this time trial stage where you are getting no draft. It's an individual effort. No draft skills are going to work. They're going to get all be on TT bikes that are equal as are all the bikes on MyWhoosh. And then you've got to put that TT effort in. Phil Graves is a master time trialist. He's beaten me in time trials, even when I was going really well. And I was right up on podiums. If Phil came out to play, you knew you were going down a place.
Well, let's just put it this way. There are a lot of world-class triathletes here racing the MyWhoosh Championships who, for them, the business is the individual time trial.
Yes, we will see whether Phil is going to be able to do the business. Whether it be one of his teammates, will he be put into team orders on the climbs to the point where those legs aren't working by that penultimate day? Meanwhile, Category 6 left-hand side, Alan Steele going out to try and steal a march on everybody else. This is a big move by Steele here. You can see sprinting away here. And at the moment, Alan Steele has got a gap of 3 seconds to Toro Fossi and Tiger, and they're looking at each other, I think, here. There's not a concerted chase going on. It is for sprint points. If he can make it to 46.1k, there is, it is. It's even further to our race finish at 57.1. But this is a brave move. Absolutely, caskets off, hats off to Steele for going hard so early.
Well, the air conditioning unit in the back of behind Nathan Guerra at the moment, we're seeing him on our screen. They're heading at the 23.2 kilometre marker. This is up the Kyoto climb, the full climb for the first time. It's going to come to the top where it is the second climbing checkpoint, and Guerra in there with Wozniak, Gombert, Bennett, Cooper is in there as well. Hansen is in there. Thiem, Quintero and Fawcett. Alvarado at the front, and he's been doing a sterling job climbing today, Adrian Alvarado.
Alvarado goes in over the line there on that Kyoto climb, looking very, very strong indeed. So our checkpoint scorers, Alvarado going in over the top in 1, SS in 2, Kankayan in 3. And then it's going to be a 4th place, I think, Takasugi. Then Mistakes 100 in there as well. Yuki right up at the front, so putting those climbing legs into good use as well. Very interesting to see how that plays out. The riders really pushing on. Category 2, the latest riders to get to the top of the climb. However, it is all about getting to the finish line as well. 23.9k covered, so they've done 2 out of the 3 ascents of the Kyoto climb. Kankayan nicely tucked in this group as well. Khan and Burt Kane coming to the fore 2 years ago. And I know I've said this before on the Sunday Race Club if you watch this, but this is brilliant to see. Thank you very, very much to Khan and Burt for continuing to come in and race. They jumped on board and they've made the racing exciting ever since. And we really love it when riders get engaged and jump on board. So at the moment, as these riders come in through, all the results being updated on the MyWhoosh website, mywhoosh.com/results, then go click on to the relevant race. You can do that for Sunday Race Club. You can do that for the MyWhoosh Championships. You can even do that for the World Championships as well. All here on MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh, the partner for the UCI for 2024, 25 and 26. As we take a look in at Michael Vink, the man who won this race back in 2023. 2 years later, he's looking to go and do the double to be the only winner at the top of the standings. At the moment, he is there in the group at the right place at the right time. And Michael Vink, of our riders who've moved from professional peloton on the road doing multi-day stage races to riding on cycling esports, he's the most recent returnee almost.
He is, and let's not forget he was a road racer. He was then an esports rider. He then went back to road racing, and now he's come back to esports. It's a really interesting journey and story around Michael Vink, and this week is going to suit him down to the ground. It really, really is. The question for me is, while Michael Vink pushes on here as he comes into this section, is who is the boss on the Boss Moves Only squad? Is it Vink? Is it Osborne? And we've seen them go head to head over the last few weeks, and recently Vink has come out on top. Now, is that about tailing off and getting your performance ready for the MyWhoosh Championships? Well, Jason Osborne's now chasing Michael Vink. The two teammates pushing it down the road, and Van Elst from the Aber Synergy squad now coming up into close contention and not letting either of them go.
Really interesting timing by Vink there. You could see him accelerate as he came down onto the flat, winding it up. 8 watts per kilo kick from him, just motoring his way into this climb, making it longer, making this rise harder. Then you saw Osborne, teammate, go with him. Everybody responding to that, everybody jumping back in and trying to move. We're going to go back to the top of the climb of the Kyoto climb. Category 4 go through. They go through for the third time of asking. Mohammed El Halami taking away top spot once again at the top of that Kyoto climb in category 2, doing an amazing job here in the Kyoto climb. Fantastic move by him in category 4 to take away top spot. El Alami taking that on the third time of asking, taking it for the second time of asking, and taking second place on the first time up that climb. He amasses the most points. He only dropped 1 point across all 3 ascents.
Well, interestingly, we've got 5 riders now clear at the moment of the main group behind it. It's a big, big group in category 4. It was 46 riders last time we were in there, and I'm not sure it's changed that much. But Sprat El Halami in the mix here with Giuliano, 3 riders. I could tell you that those 3 riders are more than capable of going clear and staying clear should they choose to. I'm not sure they are going to make that choice. Well, the riders at the front of the Category 4 race pushing on here. 3 riders in the mix, El Halami, Sprat and Giuliano. The pace off at the moment, taking some recovery, but the pack behind also taking some recovery as well, which is why we've got a gap. And we have indeed got a good-sized gap at the moment. It's looking a little bit like out of sight and out of mind. 8 seconds at the moment these 3 riders have, and Sprat now noticing this and pushing on. They're pushing on into the next climb. If they climb this and climb strongly, well, this is the last main climb of the day before they meet the finish line.
So at the moment at 39.3k, those leaders in category 4 continue to push. Remember, in front of them, category 5 and 6. On your screens, category 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Well, category 4, Matt, would you push? Would you sit? What would you do if you were one of those 3 riders with that 10-second gap?
I'd go for it.
Well, Matt's going to go for it.
I go for it. And the reason I would go for it is because it's such a key point. Long descent, long run down, 8-9 seconds. When you go into a climb, you've got there by climbing. You haven't got there by sprinting. You've got there by climbing. And you've got the climbing legs. They're working. You've got to race to your strengths. And that means race on those hard sections, on that second part of the plateau where you've got that secondary climb that comes after the Kyoto checkpoint itself. Really, really, really important to race those strengths. That is key. You see that time and time again. Vink going to the front, Osborne going to the front, pushing where they've got the strength. Category 6, right-hand side of your screen. Marius Fossiad racing to his strengths. He's such a strong rider. He's at 49.3k at the moment. Fossiad, super strong, super sprinter. We see him taking points time and time again. Good to see Marius in person on the left-hand side of our screen. He's up against Maxime Fabre, Tora Escobar and co, but it's still a big group here in category 6.
And for me, Fossiad is a master of getting his timing right.
Yes.
You know, you really do have to nail that element. But this is a big group, you know. They're at the 49.7 kilometre marker. Wow, it is less than 8k to go now till the finish. It is either go long, go hard, or wait till the finish. They're on a flat transition now before they descend into the valley, and then they climb out of that valley, which is the final main climb before the uphill finish.
So the riders on their way into this flatland section. They've still got that 7k to go to the finish, including that horrible, horrible climb up to our finishing line here today in Japan on stage 1 of our 7 stages on the MyWhoosh Championship. Category 6 on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, just dropping in with Category 2, a rider, Joel Warren, who is, sorry, not Category 5 rider Joel Warren, my apologies. Me and colours, always entertaining. As Warren goes through, O'Dono in there with that polka dot jersey, Ladona in there, Vinsner, Hertz, Hagland. So those are the riders who are chasing. And again, Emma, big group in Category 5 as well. This is not coming, you know, it's despite their best efforts and going out like an absolute express train, aka like lunatics, they really, really were going hard at the start. They've not broken the groups down to ones, twos, threes, four, fives. That makes a sprinter just that bit easier.
There's 21 riders in that Category 5 leading group, or at least there was at the 46.1 kilometre marker. So assuming they've all got back on, and it looks like they have through that sprint, 21 riders lining up now with 10k to go in the Category 5 race. Well, interestingly, look at that. We're going to drop in with Bruno O'Donoghue, and I'm loving the glass and the view out of the window behind. Fabulous to see the rider from Brazil on our screens at the moment. He's in the polka dot skin suit. Leonardo just pushing on to close the gap down. Reinheimer in there as well as Hagland. They're going to bring that group back together, and O'Donoghue is going to be brought back into the fold. Now, the polka dot skin suit wearer has an advantage at the finish today because it's uphill, but it is short.
I would say a climber has an advantage on the way, and I'm not sure having the polka dot skin suit is an advantage, because although it does say, yes, you're a great climber because you've ridden up there really well, it is a little bit of an easy target for people to spot. So if you want to follow a great wheel into the climber, then maybe jump them, you want to sit on the wheel of the polka dot jersey. So for me, yeah, it shows that you've been the best climber, and that being a climber is great in terms of getting your result. However, for me, really, really key to that is getting away and being able to kick and be relatively incognito. So by being incognito, you can't do that when you've got red dots and white shorts and jersey. That's not going to work. It's a bit like being world champion. Jason Osborne hasn't got the choice. He was in the world champions jersey. He's now in the polka dot skin suit.
Handed it over.
Well,
to go incognito.
Well, yeah, in a polka dot skin suit. I mean, that's not that is not incognito by anybody's stretch of the imagination.
Well, Jason Osborne put his nose out into the wind at the top of the Kyoto climb for the second time and picked up that polka dot skin suit. We've got one or two riders just dropped off the back, but it was Osborne from Penitza, from Tugles, Jones, Knudsen at the top of that climb that time around. I'm just having a little scroll to check the size of the group. There's a big group of Category 1 riders going through at that point in time. I'm looking and I'm counting 29 riders. So 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 riders in that leading group still. They're coming to the top of the climb at the 25.7 kilometre marker. When you get to the top of the Kyoto climb, you get to the checkpoint, you then descend, you into the dell, and then you climb out again. Vyasin on our screens at the moment. You can see him part and parcel of that leading group. He's right on the front, actually, with Pucker and Safra Zaidi. Jason Osborne is there. They're going past some earlier starting riders at the moment. This pack is rolling strong now, coming up and over the climb. They are, well, I was about to say they're coming up to the halfway point, but they're not quite there yet.
So just keeping a check on these riders in Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. Right-hand side of your screen, Category 6, our furthest riders down the race route, 53k covered. Well, they should be getting nervous now. 4k left to go, 4.1k to go, 4k to go. Really, really important now about energy conservation and using what you've got left working well. This is going to be really, really critical. The way that these riders ride now as they push in is going to be very, very telling. So, for example, Jeff Rooney, we know he climbs really well. He's a strong rider. Where does he put that effort in? He's on the right-hand side. Another attack, though, left-hand side going on the main screen. Michael Vink pushing over the top here. Quick response coming. Hayden Pucker and Jason Osborne very quickly moving up. So Vink goes as a one. Secondary punch, a 1-2 punch. Vink and Osborne. Pucker responds to it. Wu goes as well. The rest of the group are scrambling behind here. So the world champion joins the former winner of the MyWhoosh Championships. Pucker goes in over the top. Job done. Close you down. Let's get there. We're all going to make our way down the road. But do you know what? They don't get clear.
No, they don't indeed. And Chirek, Osborne, Safrazadi, Knudsen, Kroll, Andreasen, all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here come the rest. They're all coming in to the back of the group. Well, at the moment, I mean, I think it's going to be so hard to put a breakaway down the road in Category One today. The team competition, the type of climbing it is today, is no long steady climbs. There's no steep climbs. They're three short stepped climbs, and those steps enable the sprinters, the climbers, and the rouleurs to all stay together. It's quite a punchy nature of climbing. Very little to split Category One as we see another rider try and go down the road. Really, really interesting use of course here. This is the flat section before the long descent. Who might be attacking on a descent? Normally, it's Hayden Pucker.
Well, we'll see who has gone down the road in Category 1. Very quick chase coming after. Michael Vink it is who's gone again. They're using Pucker's tactics against him almost here as they go. Big, quick kick by Vink. A quick response. Vink, I think, really desperate to get away here. He's putting in repeated efforts here, and at some point it's going to snap. Vink goes. Pucker is the rider in second place, nearest to him. He knew the danger. He could see what was happening. Vink does not get away yet. But is it only a matter of time? 28.2k covered. They've done 2 of the 3 ascents of the Kyoto climb. They are, I mean, this is a 57k race. Michael Vink is racing hard here at 28.4k.
Yeah, he is. I noticed it was Ollie Jones from AlphaJaw who tried to close him down. Jason Osborne straight on Jones's wheel, because if Jones is going to close it down, Osborne thinks teammate wants to shut it down. He goes onto the front and shuts down the pace somewhat. Wu is there as well. Now Dan Churek coming over. It's a really interesting point in the race because Vink's going down the road. The teams behind are looking at each other going, well, which team is going to do the chasing? Boss Moves Only isn't going to chase, but they are going to try and shut the moves down and follow the wheel and get in front and bring the pace back to enable Vink to go down the road. You know, who's going to go? Farmworts, AlphaJaw, Synergy, who is going to go? It's just one of those moments where sometimes by looking at each other and expecting another team to do it, that's when the gap goes.
And it gives the opportunity to the Boss Moves Only squad to launch 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 riders down the road if they're not careful. And that is why you've seen everybody. And there is almost a collective responsibility in that pack in Category 1 to chase down the moves of the big teams of Osborne and Vink, the 2 big favourites. Osborne, the key favourite, and really having marked himself out with that rainbow jersey. We'll take a look across, though, at Category 6 and 5. Category 6 on the left-hand side of your screen. That move by Steele and coming to Norton, being pulled back into the fold. Peter Cridland in there leading them out in Category 6 on the left of your screen. On Category 5, though, yet more movement. Interesting to see these riders jumping about. You can see another kick, another move, another response. The riders don't want to let anything go at this stage. Nobody wants to give this away. Vinther, though, looking to grab the advantage. He's currently 5k from the finish, and at the moment really is rocketing up. That's the sort of move we'd expect to see with 1 or 2k to go, pretty much in category where Category 6 are now. Category 5, though, Vinther's putting them in early.
Well, I think he's trying to form a small group and take a small group away rather than the large pack that are behind him. And if Vinther could indeed get a group of 5 or 6 riders and they work together, they could stay clear of the pack for that 5 kilometres before the finish line, but I'm not sure anyone's going to want to work with him. I think they're just going to try and shut down the move.
We will have to see if Emma's prediction is going to come correct as we taking a look through these screens. The riders starting to get closer and closer to that 57.1k mark that marks the finish of stage 1. When they reach there, the riders will have done 471 meters of climbing. But a quick reminder, the final run is uphill. It's going to test our riders. It's a 2-stage run in to the finish. Really key to go up the first part in contention, but not to have used everything, because if you've used everything as you go into that final lift to the line, you're going to find your legs explode. You're going to go backwards at a rate of knots, like somebody's chucked an anchor out, because the rest of the group are going to come over the top. We're in with Category 6. This is your leading group. We are approaching that final moment. Somebody's going to choose to launch. Who will it be?
Well, we are approaching that final moment, and we're around 800 metres out from the finish line, 700 metres out from the finish line. Putzel is there, Cridland is there, Rademacher is there, Cadabona is there, Toro, Arago, Fabra, all in the mix. The question is, who's going to launch first? Riley Milostic is in the mix too. He's found himself on the front of the pack. I don't think he'll want to stay there. This group coming in of 19 riders has split into two. Cadabona on the front with Cridland. Jose is there as well as Escobar. The pace dropping. They're looking at each other as well. But Putzel goes first. So does Fossid. Fossid goes at 12 watts per kilo. It's a big run to the finish line. He's got 300 metres to go. And Marius Fossid has launched the attack. Simon Patel tries to manage it. So does Peter Cridland. Escobar goes now from behind. Will Fossid be able to hold this? Because if he can, he's going to stay clear. Stephen Tiger is coming at pace from behind. But Marius Fossid is holding the pace and holding the power. I think he's going to be the first rider across the line in the men's MyWhoosh Championships Stage 1 today. Fossid takes the win from what I think is going to be Tiger and Cadabona. Or did Cadabona come over the top for second place? Going to take a little look.
So, Marius Fossier, I think, taking that sprint from Stephen Tiger, from Cadabona, Arago, and Cridland. They were your top 5 riders in. Escobar followed by Fabra, Milostic, Patzel, then Rooney, Toro, Steele, Jose Radamaki going in over the line. In that order, in Category 6. A brilliant racing in Category 6. If you're still out there racing in Category 6, please keep on going. Remember, no climb lasts forever. It doesn't, I promise. You just got to keep on pushing and get yourself in. It's a long stage race. There's lots of time for riders to change position. Don't forget, you can catch up with all the results on the MyWhoosh website. It's mywhoosh.com. Go to results. All the results at the moment are, of course, provisional. They're all subject to verification, to the checks that will take place after the racing. The team will be there late into the night and early into the morning, making sure they're updated before tomorrow. There will be a verified stamp on it when they are official. So just keep checking on there. At the moment, though, we have got our first riders in. That's Category 6 in and through the finish. Provisionally, the BMC 6s have taken the team win from Level Carbon, with BMC Spinergy in third place. Provisionally, 4.874 seconds the difference between Arago, Escobar, and Toro of BMC 6s to Level Carbon's Cadabona, Rooney, and Jose.
Well, it was a 13 up sprint, so I'm not surprised Category 6 was close.
13, BMC Spinergy, 22 seconds down. So it shows you just how fast that racing is. And that is Category 6 and how close that racing is. You can join in that fast racing on MyWhoosh. Jump on board on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Make sure that you jump on board. You can come racing with all these riders every single Sunday. We're there as well, putting words to the action. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin of Full Speed Events, making sure that we get the homework done in between each and every show, each and every stage. Sleep's overrated, apparently.
It definitely is. And can I just say, called it BMC 6s.
Emma might be smug on the other side of the studio, smug.com, on the left-hand side, because she got that right. We'll see whether she can manage that on the way through. Clearly, all that research as a professor is working out correctly. We're going to go across, take a look at our other race categories, because Category 6 have now finished. We're in with Ross Fawcett in Category 2. Interestingly, as they went through the checkpoint, that's Kyoto climb for the third time, Mohamed Mutaway going over the top in the lead for the UAE clan team. So the youngster on the team, showing that he's got some speed in his legs. That could be interesting. That could be indicative of who maybe they're going to be working for at the finish. But we will have to see who is going to be where. Now, Fawcett, Van Heat, and Co chasing on behind.
It is indeed, and Ross Fawcett pushing on there as we drop in with category 5. They've got 900 metres to go here, and Reinheimer starting to open up and go long. Mkhitaryan right on his wheels. Mohamed Mkhitaryan and Philippe Reinheimer now pushing on here. Matt Smithson comes to the fore. Smithson should be able to get his timing right. Garcia Zimiel is there with Justin Roy. Luke Kendall is there too. They are coming up to 7. Well, they've got 600 metres to go as they go around the bend, but it's still a long run to the finish line in category 5. The question is, who from this group is going to get their timing right? Who is going to go across the line in 1? There's a number of riders who could do this. This is all about the launch. This is all about getting that correct. So Pulaka comes to the fore. Mkhitaryan is there. Reinheimer, Winter, Lenador. They are all in the mix. Tapia is as well as Cirillo goes long. Cirillo's gone long at 300 metres out. Clinton Cirillo has pushed at 9 watts per kilo. Jussi Pulaka, Luke Kendall, Julian Hertz all behind. Hertz now starting to move, but he's going to have to put the power down to catch Dave Cirillo. Clinton Dave Cirillo is heading towards the pen. He's heading towards the finish line. Julian Hertz is coming. Hertz, I think, has left it too late. Cirillo is going to make it. He's on our screens at the moment. He goes underneath the banner. He takes the win in category 5. Cracking timing. It's looking like it is Hertz in 2, Warren in 3, Tapia in 4, Hagland in 5. It's all change as the riders come through and across the line, because that was 19 riders, 1 sprint.
So 19 riders in and over the line here today. Great to see that in category 5. So the riders are on their way in to the race finish in category 5. I'm going to do a quick check of the team's competition. Now, this is provisional. Clinton Dave Cirillo took the win individually. Look at this. Takes the win in the team competition. Cycling District taking away the win here with Cirillo, Hertz and Tapia. Level up in second, Level Avengers in third. Great riding from them as they come in over the line in category 5.
Well, Santiago Ramirez was on our screen in category 4. They're the next pack we're going to see come towards the finish line, as we're seeing category 3 go towards the sprint here. That's the checkpoint for the Tokyo Sprint, the final checkpoint sprint of the day, and that was Adam Stenman leading them through. Christopher Morgan, Henry Oyer, Nicholas Fournier and Ricky Lane all in the top 5. Nick Scolari was there as well. Now I'm just taking a little look, because that is also a huge group as the point score comes up on your screen. For me, that was 32 riders. So 32 riders heading towards the finish line in category 3.
And in category 3, great riding there by Adam Stoneman. He took 4th place on the first sprint of the day. He took top spot in the second sprint, and he took top spot in the third sprint in category 3, showing that he's got some speedy legs. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to our last stage, stage 7. Will Nick Scolari be looking forward? Well, he's looking forward at the moment. He's got the gap to Keneal Davis and all the rest of that leading group of riders. They make their way down the course. Meanwhile, Michael Vink is doing a Michael Vink. He's on the attack again. This time, though, this is on the run to the top of the climb. So far, Jason Osborne has topped both Kyoto climb checkpoints. He's gone through with the lead. We will see if he can stay there, because he should take the lead in the competition and retain that. Michael Vink, though, cleaning up some points here and maybe showing that it's not a one-way competition.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? They're holding him at 4 seconds at the moment. They are, what are they? They are coming up. There you go. I was about to say, how many 100 metres are they out there? Not. They are literally at the polka dot banner at 5 seconds. And they're going to want to close that down now, because they're not going to want to let Vink go away and think this is now time trial mode. But that is what Vink is thinking, because Vink has upped the power. Vink has pushed on here. So Vink thinks this is time to go. The points are being allocated as we speak, but Vink is the rider pushing on. Tugel's now trying to close this down. They are indeed closing down Michael Vink from behind. They will be closing that down and closing the gap. I've just seen 7 watts per kilo out of Jones doing some work to bring him back. Pucker, Thrall, Jones, all there at the moment. But Vink, well, they are trying to bring the gap back. He's sitting still, hovering out front.
And we've got a drop, a descent, where Vink at the moment is just clear. These riders know that there is a danger because they're going to drop down. It's only about 100 metres or so at the bottom where it's not even flat as we drop down in towards the side of the motor racing circuit, past the grandstands and then back up again. You're going to go into the second part of this climb on the plateaus up on the top of Kyoto. And I think for me, this is really, really telling. Vink has gone. Vink is trying to hold this. If he can get out the other side, he's going to be into that descent towards the Tokyo Sprint. If he's got a gap, it's going to be for the rest of the teams to chase. Category 1, left-hand side. Vink trying to break clear yet again. Right-hand side of the screen, Perdoncini leading category 4 at 54.6k to go. This is a part 1 of that climb into the finish. And at the moment, that group, although they have dispatched 1 or 2 riders off the rear of the group, there are a number of riders up at the front of the group, and there's enough of them to make this difficult. Perdoncini leading the way at 5 watts per kilo, so that is the amount of power in watts divided by the kilo, the weight of the rider. It gives you a good indication as to the power to weight ratio of the climber, the power to weight that they're putting out at that time. But Perdoncini is not enough yet to distance these riders to go onto this flatter section. We've got a long run and then a kick again. Category 4, right-hand side of the screen. Left-hand side of the screen, Category 2. Mr. X100 has company with Matthias Vanhey and Phil Graves. They have got currently what looks to be 2-3 seconds between them and the rest of the group. But in this group, you've 2 UAE clan team riders. And look at this. Skierski's away to this. Maciek Skierski and Ross Fawcett all looking to close that gap down. Wozniak goes. Miller now goes over the top. SS marking them out, not letting that chase and leave him behind, but not doing the work on the front. They are making this race. So the UAE clan team here on the MyWhoosh Championship on the left of your screen in Category 2. MyWhoosh riders, regular riders, Graves and X100 with Vanhey, who himself a regular winner, a fantastic rider and ruler. And this course today, it's almost Belgium-esque in its style of racing. And that's, of course, always suits Belgian rider Matthias Vanhey.
It does indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens on those short, punchy climbs towards the finish in Category 2. Category 1 coming towards the 56-kilometre marker. They are around 1,100 metres out from the finish now. Big group, El Halami, Ibrahim, Hernandez, Quiros. Juan Quiros has been riding so well recently. Camilo Sanchez is there. Ryan Giuliano from the USA, one of the riders I think we always shouldn't discount. And it's interesting to see how this is going to play out, whether we're going to see a little bit of cat and mouse in the last 900 metres or whether we're going to see a big push towards the finish. Matteo Pino is there. He's got a great launch on him. So is Henrik van der Zandt. Gomez is there too. This is going to be one big sprint.
Difficult to say which rider to follow, which rider to pick on the way out here. This is the kick that we're waiting for. It is nervous moments on the run into the finish. Who is going to blink first? Villardo wearing the sprint jersey, the sprint winner so far. El Alami wearing that climb jersey. Difficult to tell. Left-hand turn being taken. Now comes the rise. It's about the kick.
It is indeed about the kick with 400 metres to go, and Perdoncini has gone. So has Quiros. Ramirez has gone at 12.6 off the front. Giuliano has kicked as well. Juan Quiros continues to hold the power. So does Butcher, but Ramirez and Giuliano are head-to-head right at the front of the race. There's still 150 metres to go. Giuliano is closing it down. Ryan Giuliano goes over the top of Santiago Ramirez. Can Quiros or Gomez come from behind? behind. Is there enough road to catch Ryan Giuliano? No, there isn't. Ryan Giuliano goes over the banner in one. I think that was Gomez from Lynn, from Ibrahim, but we will see when we pick up those results.
Absolutely phenomenal riding as they came in over the line there. Let's get a check back. Ryan Giuliano taking the win by 0.727 of a second from Gomez, with Lynn in third, Ibrahim in fourth, Al-Alami in fifth, Spratt in sixth, Busha in seventh, Ramirez in eighth, Hernandez in ninth, and Pino in 10th. Absolutely flying. 22 riders already in over the line in category 4. That translates in terms of team racing as the BMC Racing Team taking victory by 1.686 of a second from the team of Peak Power Racing. Cycling District 4 currently in third place, 3.396 of a second down. The Anuki currently in fourth position. They are at 6.187 seconds down. So already 4 teams with teams of 3 riders in and over the line. The leading team, Giuliano, Spratt and Pino, backed up by Quiros, 1st, 6th and 10th places.
Well, category 3, Nick Scolari has done a phenomenal job. He's ridden away from the group. This is one massive effort from Scolari. He's sitting in at time trial pace and he's time trialed away. It's a 14-second gap. Yes, 1-4 back to the group, and Scolari is continuing to push here. He is at the 52.5 kilometre marker. He has still got 4.9k to go. It is coming down and coming down very quickly at the moment for Scolari, but he's got to get to the 57.1 kilometre mark. The chase is off behind, however. Interesting to see, because Alfrey, Moretti, Morgan, Ridley are all behind in that big group.
How much effort do you put into this chase if you're in that group? And the answer's got to be not too much. Nick Scolari, one option: go, keep going. Come on, Nick, dig deep, mate. This is where you've got to go.
Don't blow.
Not favouritism, just love and attacking a rider who's prepared to gamble, and Scolari has done that. If Nick Scolari can keep pushing, he has got a chance to take away that prize for race victor of stage 1. Behind, I wouldn't be chasing, because you just think, well, I'm just doing a time trial effort on my own. If no one else is going to chase, I'm sure as heck not. Why would you do that? It's a case now, well, is second better than anything else? And the answer is probably yes. You don't want to be too far back. You don't want to expend too much energy now. You could be paying for it for tomorrow. Remember, any energy you put at the start of the race, you've got a few more hours. You do this at the end of the race, time is there. Recovery time is going to be critical moving into stage 2. Yeah, it's another day, but you've got to eat, sleep, rehydrate, refuel, do whatever other adulting you have to do on the way through if you have to do that bit, and then come out the other side and get ready to race the next day. And that is what means that I think, for me, these riders can't afford to put too much in, and that is handing that advantage at the moment to Nick Scolari.
Yeah, can I give my little tip?
Go on.
If you're going to have a sit down and there's space to lie down instead.
Don't stand
when you can sit.
Don't sit when you can lay down, and don't lay down when you can lay down with your feet up.
There you go. Ready for recovery rules from the studio. Well, Brignall, Ellis, Ridley Lane, Danny's and Henry Yeast are all in this group at the 53.9 kilometre marker. This is the category 3 pack, and they are coming towards the finale today.
Henry Yeats, one of our regular riders. Great to see Henry in action, and got that MyWhoosh jersey on. I think a lot of the riders get him some motivation from those jerseys. They're going to be getting another one if they can complete the racing over the course of the 7 stages across 8 days. Fantastic goodie bag being put together by the team at MyWhoosh to reward those riders. It will take a couple of weeks for it to come out if you are one of those riders who does finish, because, of course, they want to make sure they get the right sizes for everybody. So category 3 on the climb, chasing on the right hand side, escaping on the left hand side.
Yeah,
Your escapee, Nick Scolari. Your chasers, well, all that's left of the race at the front, other than Nick Squilari.
Well, I'll tell you something. The push is coming on the pack now in Category 3. They've decided now is the moment to try and bring Nick Squilari back. They've given him long enough. He's still out by around 13 seconds. It did go to 14:15, but now they are motoring. It's being led by John Brune and Carol Schledek. They are looking to bring Squilari back. Brignall is there. Kalman is there. Wow, the push coming out of John Brune at the moment. He's decided enough is enough. The thing is, he's bringing the entire pack with him. Now, there's a really big trade-off here. You know, work hard, take pack with you. Pack are drafting behind. Pack have more energy to sprint. John Brune is banking on that trade-off at the moment. Morgan, Kalman, Ridley, Bakken, Schledek, Oya all lined up behind him. And Brune is the one dialing this on the front.
So the Guardians of the Peloton rider Brune doing the chasing back. He's got Amaro, Elos, Fendrick and East as his sprinters in that group. Now I think he's may well be looking, thinking we could be in with a good chance in the team. We've got enough riders in here. If we can all push up as we come on to the front, what they don't want to do is give Nick Squilari that bit of room, that bit of distance. That means that he is able to bank that time for the Take This team. Will that be the case? Squilari at the moment still just holding off the chase. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, our escapees have been joined. The groups have changed once again. Mr. X100 with Phil Graves in there, with Mendakowicz now, with Gombe and Van Heet. So Mendakowicz and Gombe catching up with Van Heet, with Graves and Mr. X100. But behind these riders, the group is, I think, very attentive.
Yeah, and Carol Schledek on our screen at the moment, right at the fore of this chase in the Category 3 race. The rider they're chasing is Nick Squilari. Can I just put a bit of a call out for MyWhoosh Poland and the beautiful jerseys those riders are wearing? Absolutely fantastic. Schledek absolutely trying to bring down Squilari. They've brought the gap down a bit, but it's still now at 10 seconds, just proving what a great job Nick Squilari has done. And the pace now off of the front of this group.
And this is the danger. They chase. Somebody tires themselves out. Everybody sits up and looks at each other. Nick Squilari keeps on pushing, If he can carry this off, he's not only going to take away that win in stage 1, but he's going to carry a good time gap to stage 2. And then that means that he's going to be in that leader's jersey going on to stage 2. Take that first leader's jersey coming out of stage 1. What a thing to do here today. Yeah. He'll be rewarded with, of course, that prize for the stage. He'll be leading. It'll put him in a good position for the rest of those stages. All about the push here, all about the squeeze from Squilari, still holding over 5 watts per kilo. He's going to be absolutely spent at the end of this. At the moment, though, he's at 56.5 kilometers, heading for 56.6. He's coming around the bend that takes him onto the slope. This left-hand turn is the main drag to the finish. However, the group behind are not out of this. That gap, currently 12 seconds. Squilari's got to give it everything.
Well, he's giving it everything with 400 metres to go, and he's established the split. He's established the group, and now he's picking up the pace and heading to the finish line today. Nick Squilari in Category 3, I think is going to be rewarded with the win, and I think he's going to be rewarded with a time gap as well. And that's what Squilari and his team want. So Take This are giving it out at the moment in the form of Nick Squilari. He's coming round and he can see the MyWhoosh Championship banner. He's going to be the first Category 3 rider underneath the banner on day 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Nick Squilari has done it in style. He has ridden away from the Category 3 pack. The chase is on behind, but they're not going to catch Nick Squilari. Oh, it's a massive battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th from that chase group. Everybody dived for the line. Guarin, I think, took it from Kansara, from Almeida, Oya and Fournier. But Take This put 3 riders in the top 5.
So that should give them the team prize in a team race that is going to be incredibly close. Nick Squilari hanging on. You saw him pushing all the way to the line and beyond. He didn't sit up when he knew that he had the stage 1. He was looking for those seconds. His time gap to the rest of the race field, a minimum of 3.95 seconds. So basically 4 seconds clear of the bunch. Squilari will take that lead onto stage 2. Guarin, Kansara, Almeida, Oya, Fournier, Karlstrom, Schledek, Montoya, Brignall, Kalman, et al. Pretty much as they come in over the line. In terms of teams, Well, Take This did indeed take it all at the end because they put first, third, and fifth over the line, 12th and 24th as well. The top three times counting the time gap back 5.853 seconds to the gold grabbers in second with Sladek, Kalman, and Diduch. What's Up coming through in third place there, 7.09 seconds back. Level Golden in fourth, Guardians of the Peloton in fifth. Take That Mafia in sixth place in that team competition so far. Absolutely blistering quick pace in that race in category 3. An amazing ride by Squirrelari there to go clear and to take away the win. Meanwhile, we are in with both Category 2 and Category 1 on our screens. Category 2, right-hand side, Mistakes 100, tapping out the pace here with Takasugi now going up onto his shoulder. Tamaki Takasugi, who we saw earlier, and we can see right now, look at the effort there, really working hard to keep that pace going. He's got to keep the power down. He cannot afford to lose position on this section of the climb. You've got to be in it to win it. When you go over the top of this section, along the flat, and then onto the climb, Takasugi in a huge, huge group of riders in Category 2. This has not split down to a manageable run for the line. This is going to be a big group. And I don't think at this stage we're going to lose many more riders out the back as we go over the top. SS in there, Wozniak in there, Hansen, Thiem, Guerra, Bjarhead, Hoffman, Corrales, Takasugi still holding Burt Kayan in there. Khan Kayan also the same. Bennett is in there and Miller. It's a star-studded Category 2 as they make their way up here. And I think now, as they go over and the gradient eases, this is about taking the time to recover before that final kick.
Well, final moments here in the Category 2 race. They're at the 54.8 kilometre marker. 57.1 is the finish and is going to be lining up for an epic race. They're coming up for 2.1 kilometres to go. Guerra, Goldzari, Manchango, Wozniak, Hansen, Hoffman, all in the mix. So is Milostic. And I'll tell you something, Peter Milostic is a dangerous man to run into the finish line with. So is Miller. I don't want to pick.
No, don't pick at this stage. I think it's very, very dangerous now. Now, riders come in to this. We've got the little bit of a weave in to come in towards our finish. We're at 55.3K. Peter Milostic trying to push for a little bit of a long one. He doesn't want to let too many people come back in. He's a rider who likes a hard finish. He's also known for going long.
Yes.
And I think he hasn't... He's not got the terrain to be able to commit to a long one because it's so flat until you get to that rise. And then that rise, although it's short in distance, is long in effort and time. Masik Mendakowicz, the rider on our screens, is a rider you cannot discount on a sprint finish.
Yeah, that is so true. But there's so many riders in this pack. I wouldn't discount Ross Fawcett either. And there are a number of other riders in here as well. Tatu Koinsten is well known for getting his timing to perfection at the finish line and really catching us out. But right now, this is the run. They're coming up to just over 1,000 metres to go. And this is the Category 2 race. Graves is in here. Bennett is in here. Ritter, Kalman, Wozniak, Alvarado. We drop in with Tatu Koinsten. He's a rider who knows how to get his timing right. He's in the mix. He's calm. He's watching. He's considered. He'll have a plan. I know he will. Bankston is there as well as Guerra. Damsgaard is in the mix as well as Thiem. Khan Kayan, always one to watch. His sprint is getting stronger and stronger. But this group now coming towards the final climb to the checkered flag.
So this is about getting the kick right. We've seen riders go too hard too soon and get it wrong. We've seen riders run out of road to not be able to overhaul somebody who kicked earlier. Timing key. Walter holding position right at the front of this group. He doesn't want to let anybody go. Neither does Kaplinski. And Machado is in there. And we know he can put a phenomenal amount of power down in a very short space of time. The speed is picking up. We're into the left-hand turn. It's winding. Who will kick clear first?
Well, Milostic has gone at 10 watts per kilo. Peter Milostic opens it up. Matthias Van He responds. Alvarado goes at 12.5. What can anybody do to close down Adrian Alvarado? He's in the polka dot skin suit at the moment and he's out front on this climb with 150 metres to go to the finish line. Matthias Van He goes nearly 14 watts per kilo from Van He. Has he got his timing right? He goes up and over the top. Kane is there. Alexei Kalman is there. But it's Van He on the front of the race. Is it Van He who's going to go and take it? It is. Matthias Van He takes the win here, I think, from Kane. Tatu Koinsinen is in the mix. So is Takasuki. Oh, there's so many riders in the mix. Let's let the computer jumble those numbers.
Well, I have in front of me what is a very provisional top 10 or probably top 30 realistically, given the size of that group that came in. Matthias Van He taking the win, no doubt about that one, as he came in over the top after being in that break and clearly showing he wanted it today. He took the win. He doesn't have seconds for a gap. He has 0.317 of a second of a gap to Alexei Kalman. So Kalman absolutely flying today for the ABUS Esports squad. The Kalman household will be celebrating tonight, I'm sure. Lucas Hoffman taking third place from Alvarado in fourth. The climb maestro today, who took that climber's jersey, not able to stay clear. Godazzi comes through in fifth place. Guerra in sixth. Mendakowicz in seventh. Kankayan in eighth. Nicholas Becker in ninth. Tatu Koinsinen taking 10th place. Takasugi, who we saw so often, just outside the top 10. We're going to go very quickly through the teams. Goats taking the lead from ABUS Esports with Watt Bonds, Fast Guys, Smarties and the Hitmen, as well as Cycling District and the UAE Clan Team Raiders of the Storm and Maple Baguettes all already coming in over the line.
7 teams within 3 seconds in Category 5. That is going to be one team competition. Now, we were just in with Paul Skierski in this Category 1 group. Category 1 group, they are at 54.3 kilometres into the race. He's tightly in the bunch, but so is Osborne, Kaminsky, Wu, Fink, Knudsen, Turek, Paradians. They are all in here at the moment. So is Hayden Pucker, Stefan Van Elst. Andreasen is here too. So is Tugels and Jones. This is the bunch in Category 1. We nip in with Mikko Kaminsky at the moment. He's tightly in the group. Lana Vujasin, his teammate, is there as well. They're at the 54.4 kilometre marker. They still have some way to go.
And when you look at the performances of these riders and their ability to read the tactics, it's really, really impressive. And another kick goes from the front again. I think Michael Vink just starting to push on at the front, just opening up the gap on the rest of the riders. Looks like Vink's avatar making its way off. We're going to take a little bit of a quick check. It's not Vink. It's going to be Linda Milostic. The youngster is taking Vink on at his own game here. So Milostic puts a kick in as they come over the top of the rise. The youngster there quickly marked down by young Fei Wu and Hayden Pucker. Skierski in there as well. And just going back to that point there, this is really what we've got to remember is these riders don't have to deal with descents. They don't have to deal with weather. They don't have to deal with punctures. They don't have to deal with motorbikes getting in the way. These riders are able to produce the optimal power in the optimum performance with the optimum hydration and nutrition because they're doing it in their own pain cave. They're doing that out and performing in a very controlled environment. There's none of this worrying about anything else that's going on. They can focus on the racing, performance and power, and that's why we see such fantastic power numbers, speed numbers and repeatability, because when they recover, they can get that gel down. They're not worried about recovering, taking a gel and not going off the side of the road or into the team car.
Well, we're coming up with 1,500 metres to go here, and I'm loving the fact that Skierski and Milostic, the 2 under 23 riders in this pack, are absolutely taking it to the rest of the squad. Bjorn Andreasen on our screen at the moment. He was the world champion in 2023. He knows what he's doing. He could well go for a long one, but Pucker is there, Knudsen is there, Andreasen is there, Kaminsky is in the mix as well. We're towards the back of the pack at the moment, but it's going to be interesting to see who goes first. Oh, there's 1,100 metres to go. This is going to be a big sprint in Category 1. The question is, who is going to take it? Who's going to go first? Noren's gone actually really long. Noren, the mountain bike rider who likes a long effort. He likes a big effort and he likes a climb. Johan Noren, the rider from Sweden, absolutely dialing this on the front. He's gone at the 1,000-metre mark. Skierski is trying to chase, but not pushing on too much at the moment. Nobody wants to push because they all want to keep their powder dry for the main sprint. Noren is going long, and do you know what? He could well be rewarded. Squilari in Category 3 was rewarded. The brave rider there. Is Noren the brave rider in Category 1, or will this pack come and get him?
I think they're likely to get him, but he could just be caught on the line. Noren is a phenomenal climber. We've seen him do that time and time again. Harris is going after him, though.
Harris has gone at 15 watts per kilo. Joshua Harris has put in a massive dig. Oh, Harris has really launched now with 400 metres to go. The rest of the group now charge. Vink goes, Pucker goes, Thrall goes, Tugles goes. They've all gone. Everybody's winding this up. Vink goes over the top of Noren. Is he going to catch Harris? I think he is. That's a phenomenal pace. But now Ollie Jones really puts it in the afterburners. Ollie Jones is absolutely dialing this as Jones got this right. Andreasen and Paradines. Paradines now comes at 15 watts per kilo. Can Jones hold this? Jones holds it from Paradines, I think, on the line. Vink and Andreasen with Osborne and Thrall. What a sprint.
What a finish. Ollie Jones with that power down at the right time. Just when you thought Vink had it, he went at pace. Paradines goes hard, and Paradines put down the power that we know he can do. He went after Jones. Jones held him off there to that finish. The winning time, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 51.815 seconds from Jones. Jones taking the win by 0.001. That is
the closest finish of the day.
1,000th of a second separating Jones and Paradines on the line. Vink coming in third place, clearly on form and flying. Andreasen, good to see him right up there. A little bit further down through that top 10. Woo in the mix there. They're not giving away too much time with those mountains still to come. Knudsen not far away. We know he's going to climb well. Safazadi, the boss moves only squad, nicely inside that top 20. Panitsa in there as well. A real mix of teams at the moment inside the top 20. Emma, have we got the team result provisionally so far?
We do. So provisionally, Aber Synergy tops the table today. What can I say? But that is absolutely phenomenal. Aber Synergy from AlphaJaw. AlphaJaw 0.1 of a second separating those two teams. 2 seconds back, it's the Farm Watt squad. And Boss Moves Only 3 seconds back in 4th place.
So Paradines, Tugles and Van Els, the Iceman there for Aber Synergy, looking like they've got that. But I mean, 0.151 of a second separating first and second team, 2.416 going back to Farm Watt squad. And the Boss Moves Only squad, think Osborne, Nussman and Safrazadi, after all of that talk about them being the big favourites, they're 3.8 seconds back, which is not a lot time-wise, but they're in 4th place, and that's not what anybody would have expected at the start of the day.
They're all there or thereabouts. So there is hardly any time gap difference. 3.8 seconds back to Boss Moves Only. Venga Boys in 5th, just 9 seconds back. You know, this early stage really has just given us something different today. We've had a full-bore sprint pretty much in most of the categories, other than that brave ride from Nick Squilari in Category 3. But Jones, Paradines, Vink, Andreasen, Osborne, Thrall. What a sprint. Look at that. 7 riders within 1 second, and it's playing out in the team competition. And I'll tell you something, there are some riders tonight who are going to go away and really think about their tactics for the next 2 stages, because I think the GC competition is really going to launch when we head to Zurich, and that's where we're going to see those GC contenders come into play. But until then, we are going to have some exciting racing.
We certainly are. Stage 2, which comes up tomorrow. That's the Arabia 7 Gems course. It's a long stage, 64.9K, so nearly 65K. Not a lot of height gain in there. The 2 climbs are the Leeward Desert climb. So the climb segment itself is short. It's 1K long. 2 of those, lots of sprints on the way through, but it's a fast draw stage. What we've got to watch out for, I think, for me, is that any riders who get dropped early are going to lose a lot of time, because you're going to lose that pack and you're going to lose the draft. So whether you're in Category 6 or Category 1, tomorrow is about making sure you stay in the wheels. And the effort that you might normally put into chase on the climb, you need to be putting in to be in the mix as you go through. You cannot afford to be dropped at any stage.
No, tomorrow is all about staying in that group. If you are, if you have any concerns about your ability, the only thing you have to do tomorrow is stay in the draft. Stay in the draft, because it's that type of stage. Don't go for the first to cross the lines on the sprints and the climbs. Just stay in the pack, because you've got to be there at the finish. You are quite right, Matt. If you are there at the finish, and I predict yet more sprints tomorrow. Let's see what those rider tactics overnight do to my prediction. But, you know, it is key.
So let's see what happens as the results are decided overnight. There will be, of course, the verification going on and all those results checked. So do make sure you keep an eye on the MyWhoosh.com site on the results, and make sure, of course, that you keep an eye on that, as when it's verified, it will get that official stamp of approval. Don't forget to follow at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. You can get in touch with myself. It's at Matt Fixer Paint or Emma at biking_Emma. We really love to hear what you're up to when you're watching, whether you're riding, how's the race going, whatever you want, get it in touch. Don't forget, of course, to download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows, so that you can jump on board and ride. And of course, make sure that you get yourselves settled somewhere to watch the women's and the men's stage 2 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025 tomorrow. It's kicked off in style. It's been very tough racing for day 1. There's no soft start here in the MyWhoosh Championships. It has been full throttle. It's time for us to get some recovery done. Our riders will be doing the same. I hope you'll join us tomorrow. But from Emma, myself, and all of the team behind the scenes who make it all happen, stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.